You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
They wanna live for. They wanna live for.
Zombie uprising. Disaster has struck again, leaving a small town in a dire situation. The conflict between humans and zombie is escalating. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, get ready for Metro Royale Chapter 21. The new season launches on July 12th and lasts until September 9th. Your mission is to fight off zombies, get supplies, and evacuate successfully. Before starting your mission, let's first assess the state of the town. The town is full of zombies. No one is safe, and be sure to take extreme caution when near these places. These are where zombie bosses are known to be active. A mutant hides within the power station. Don't get hurt by its club. Here is where the paymen often linger. They are good at using their fists in close-range combat and summoning groups of zombies to attack together. Fighting them requires agility to avoid their long-range attacks. The radiation zone is occupied by Variant F. They will spray fire bombs at you, as well as lunge towards you to attack at close range. During the match, you will experience time of day changes, from day to dusk, and finally night. Be cautious of the time changes. When the darkness of night falls, zombies will be abnormally aggressive. Next, if you look carefully, you will find many special containers have appeared in the town, with different bosses inside. Each night, they will wake up from their container, and these bosses are stronger and have better abilities. Of course, they are not without weaknesses. Find the glowing energy source on them and try to eliminate them. Oh, and as darkness falls, more dangers will arise. Watch out for newly dropped containers. Defeat the bosses inside them to get more supplies. In the town, you will encounter all kinds of zombie enemies, as well as special supply crates. Opening special supply crates attracts swarms of zombies to attack. Stay vigilant. When faced with a zombie attack, the new weapons and utility items may come in handy. First, let's look at the new weapons. The M134 and the flamethrower. These weapons will help you deal heavy damage to zombies and eliminate them more effectively. You can also use the stealth serum and lure grenade. With these items and weapons, you can formulate your ideal strategy. Additionally, by utilizing the bonus special trait and special trait system, you can modify your gear and improve your combat capabilities. On the battlefield of Zombie Uprising mode, you can get schematics needed to make modifications. Take them to the workstation to forge or modify fabled equipment traits. In addition to the new gear and systems for fighting zombies, we made some improvements to the gameplay experience, including a new room feature, a more convenient access tab, loss replays, highlights, as well as firearm adjustments, improvements to teaming up, and more. In terms of weapons, we added faction variants of the DDS and S12K, and existing faction weapons have been buffed. Additionally, starting from this season, you can use the room feature in Metro Royale to organize a match and fight alongside friends. Also, team-up functionality has been improved. When teaming up, teammates won't be able to change their loadout settings once they've readied up. If the team leader enters the match with loadout settings that are too low, the whole team must confirm in order for the match to start as normal. When the match ends, you can view the match results screen to watch loss replays and highlights. By the way, a new, more convenient access tab can be used to enter Metro Royale. This season, Misty Port and Arctic Base feature Spirit Pearl crates that can be found and opened for supplies. Next, new collectibles will be available with the start of the season. Also, if it's your first time playing Metro Royale, the number of maps you'll need to download will be fewer than was needed in the past to begin playing. Frontline Confrontation and Old Blockade Zone maps will be downloaded by default. Based on your own preferences, you can later download the Misty Port and Arctic Base maps. Metro Royale Chapter 21 is about to begin. Survivors, get ready for combat. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Hey guys, what's going on? I'm Jason Kaplan and he's Kalaris, and we're here today to talk to you about our top 10 GOAT teams in PUBG Mobile. And Kalaris, first thing to start things off, how would we not mention the team from Indonesia, Bigatron, back in their 2020, 2021 era with Ryzen, Microboy, Luxy and Zuxy. They were the most dominant force in PUBG Mobile at the time.
The cool thing is you've got Zuxy and Luxy, right? The twins, everybody knew them. Their name was synonymous with PUBG Mobile. I remember doing an interview with them at the end of World League East as well when they won that, and it looked like that was family atmosphere amongst them where they were so happy to get that victory.
Twins, you got brothers.
Yeah, and I think that you could see that on the battlegrounds against their opponents. They were able to take fights that nobody else was able to take back then. They were ahead of the meta.
This is why, for me, they're definitely one of the teams on the list, but there's also another team out there, Nova. You gotta talk about Paraboy. If you're mentioning GOATs, Paraboy's always gonna be there.
Yeah, I mean, not only the results to back it up, but also the fandom around it. Paraboy, obviously, is a name that will stand the test of time in PUBG Mobile forever. The competition is so fierce right now. I mean, obviously, we're thinking about like the GOATs history, but there are teams here that are kind of challenging for that GOAT status as well.
Oh yeah, and the only other team I can think of really to have like a back-to-back run, it wasn't at PMGC, was actually here with Vampire Esports, because them winning technically not one, not two events. They technically won 4 events across 2 years at PM or here in Riyadh, right? But for them to be able to pull it off now coming into the 3rd year, I think they have so much pressure on them, but they've shown in the past that they can win events like this.
They're here again. It's going to be difficult, I think, to get 3 in a row.
Yeah.
But there is that magic.
But for me, you know, when we talk about GOAT status teams, there's a couple of names there that might throw people off. Like, why would you put them in there? For me, Loops. Now, we know Brazil to be this team or this region that has so many really strong teams.
Yeah.
They were the first breakout team. They were a very aggressive team. They were like a shark who smells a drop of blood in the water.
They set the foundation for the Brazilian, effectively, dominance of the Americas region. They are head and shoulders above the rest of the Americas when it comes to it. And Loops set that for Brazil. Coming into PMGC last year, coming into PMWI last year, I was like, when is Brazil taking a title? It should be now, I would say. We'll see.
I mean, if you're going to mention that, you got to mention Alpha 7. Number 1 in the power rankings at the moment overall. But man, they're always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They have not won a big international event to date. But this team, it's a matter of when, not if, for them.
So many seconds, a litany of second places. I think one of the question marks coming into this tournament, especially here for the PMWC, is Magrelin as their 4th player. He is my question mark. On the international stage, we know that the other 3 are very, very capable of being able to take all that pressure and work with it and turn into diamonds, some may say. But Magrelin here...
I hate you so much. Roll the clip. Pressure makes diamonds.
Pressure makes diamonds. Pressure makes diamonds. But Magrelin, how will he perform here? He could be make or break for them. We'll see. We'll see.
But as we did mention Loops, right, being the breakout team from Brazil, I kind of have to turn our eyes towards Turkey, because obviously we saw S2G win PMGC 2 years ago. Footballist, or as a certain person out there might say, footballist. You had Solkay on the team. You had Rome, Lutz, and Levizin, and they were... I mean, I think I might get some backlash for this, kind of the founding fathers of PUBG Mobile in Turkey.
For me, Footballist set the aggression pace for Turkey, right?
Sure.
In EMEA, we know Turkey is a very aggressive region as a whole, and Footballists were the ones to really cultivate that style. I have to agree. I think Footballists could easily be up there.
Yeah, well, there's another team, if you're talking about aggression, which I swear if I say their name, Max randomly appears, and luckily I know he's not here in this room. Stalwart. They had like an almost 2-year dominance for this team. Again, not really winning any big titles, but they were always a name that was ever mentioned when you go into an event of like a team who could win.
I think you're right. I think there's 2 eras for them. The fact that back then, Stalwart, even with Pika and Scry, every single one of them could have moments where they were still able to be clutch in those late game situations. Now, moving into this year with Icy and Nerzed here for Falcons, it's the similar tale once again. This team always on the cusp, like Alpha 7, constantly second place. When is that first place going to happen? And that first place could tip them into true GOAT status.
And the thing is, it's not getting any easier because the level of competition is getting so much stronger, especially this year, right? It's not invitational. You got to qualify to get here. Another team, which again, Maxman, you know, Tixie Supremacy, Na'Vi. And the weird thing is, you talk about Na'Vi, you're talking basically about G Gladiators, but I would never say they're the same team. Yes, the exact same roster, but we're never the same team because they never had the domination in EMEA that the old Na'Vi squad had.
Yeah, second place in 2021 PMGC. When it comes to that old Na'Vi roster, I actually give them good odds to get out of that because you've got someone behind Kitsune who has been a mastermind for year upon year upon year, and you put him with 3 excellent fraggers on Team Spirit. I think that he could keep pushing.
That might be like the new Na'Vi G Gladiators, as we've seen with the team with Team Spirit. Speaking of NA, I mean, I know I got some smack from Seven about this earlier. You have to throw an NA team in there. I think it kind of has to be Cloud9. They had a first place finish at PMCO NA, which I know people nowadays are like, oh, NA, like it's not that hard, but they were the team to kind of set the pace for North America and that every team kind of looked up to.
The foundations go even deeper than that, right? Someone like Beowulf, for example, way back when we had Star Challenge, there's someone like him on Gankstars doing oh so well for the North American region. It's a long time ago. I'm thinking all the way back to that True Star Challenge where I'm hosting events with like Powerbang and Seven alongside for the right.
When Seven was, no, he was probably just as short then as he was.
Oh yeah, he hasn't grown. Just like myself.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll get to that when we get on air.
Yeah.
But that's, I think, 9 teams, right? And we did talk about this, like, who would we put as a 10th team? And I think we kind of came to the conclusion of, we're not sure, because this year, we should see a rise of a new team.
Technically speaking, of course, we're kind of alluding to the current iteration of Alpha 7, like Falcons and things like that. A notable mention for me, actually, when you have one of the biggest tournaments, which was that Star Challenge over in Dubai, was actually RRQ Athena came to my mind because they actually were able to win that and go on a little bit further. You got like D2E on there, you got G9 on there, who were playing spectacularly in the early formative years of PUBG Mobile.
I mean, Hot Jukes was a pro back then. That kind of gives you an idea of how easy it was.
I could have been playing. No.
I'm looking actually forward to this year, right? I'm looking at like 4MB. What we've seen this team do playing from the outside, the nades they hit are ridiculous, and every single player has that star power on the team. I'm kind of looking at them to potentially be like the 10th GOAT team in PUBG Mobile history.
Maybe. I mean, we came into last year, right, in PMWI, a lot of people saying 4MV, they've got this. They've got this.
Yeah.
We didn't believe the hype up much then, but I think we're believing the hype here in 2024 now for 4MV. Looking at Doc, looking at how he was able to take the MVP spot, their utility usage compared to so many other teams is far and beyond what everybody else is doing, even in that region, which is a strong region, by the way.
Insanely. You have the PMGC winners with IHC.
Yes.
You have Falcons there. You have so much depth of teams that it's hard to stand out, and they've been able to do that.
They were standing out. 3 out of the 5 top players when it came to utility usage were all 4MV. This is early and mid-game usage, using it to great effectiveness. So, yeah, that's potentially an omen for the future.
Well, I've got some news for you. I saw him at breakfast this morning. He was locked in. He was looting that breakfast like it was none other. He got everything on that plate so fast. I don't know. I'm ready to see what 4MV do, but I'm also curious what you guys at home have to say about who you think could potentially be a GOAT team, or who you think maybe we gave GOAT status to that you don't think they should deserve that. Well, let us know what you think, and we'll see you guys soon for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Halo semuanya, selamat pagi. Hari ini kita ada di Round Table Discussion. Hari ini tentunya gue ditemani oleh Boom Esports. Halo. Halo. Hari ini gue ditemani sama, boleh perkenalan diri masing-masing dulu.
Aku Yami.
Halo, aku Frenzy. Dan aku Rezi.
Oke, kita ditemani oleh Yami, Frenzy, dan juga Rezi. Kita hari ini bakal ngobrol-ngobrol bersama mereka, kita bakal diskusi-diskusi, dan yang pastinya kita bakal have fun ya teman-teman semua. Pertama-tama gimana perjalanan kalian semua bertiga dari Jakarta sampai ke Riyadh? Lancar semua?
Lancar, alhamdulillah.
Lancar semua ya, oke. Gimana pengalaman kali ini pertama kalinya untuk Yami dan juga Rezi ya?
Iya.
Dari Riyadh untuk Frenzy kedua kali kan?
Iya, yang kedua kali.
Gimana mungkin dari Yami pengalamannya selama hari pertama di sini?
Pengalamannya seru sih, bisa ketemu tim-tim lain ya, yang pasti tambah semangat lah. Pertama kali event global kan.
Pertama kali ya?
Iya.
Yang sebelumnya ke-skip dulu ya?
Iya.
Untuk Frenzy gimana untuk kedua kalinya?
Yang kedua kalinya pasti belajar banyak dari yang pertama. Pokoknya yang kedua kali ini lebih ready lah dibanding yang pertama.
Oke, udah lebih ready dan lebih siap. Nanti kita lanjut lagi pertanyaannya ya.
Oke.
Untuk Rezi gimana untuk pengalaman pertama kali di Riyadh?
Pengalamannya pasti bagus sih, cuma ya kayak harus adaptasi sama cuacanya karena panas banget kan. Sama harus jaga kesehatan.
Oke, tadi dari Frenzy ada bilang lebih siap, udah lebih prepare juga untuk kedua kalinya. Apa aja nih yang udah di-prepare dari yang pertama kali dialamin sebelumnya?
Kalau sekarang terbantu sama coaching staff juga, kayak lebih tahu dari habit apa tim yang sekarang ini, dari berapa ya, 24 tim ya,
Ya.
di grup stage ini. kayak lebih ready aja dibanding yang dulu lah. Terus kayak dari segi mental juga lebih siap lah di kali ini di PMWC.
Perbedaan mentalnya gimana tuh dari pertama kali waktu itu join dan kali ini lebih siap di EWC juga?
Kalau yang pertama kali karena ditunjuk pertama kali jadi GL, terus langsung turnamen internasional, jadi itu secara nggak langsung gugup sih waktu itu.
Gugup? Apa nggak terlalu ngerti pressure-nya waktu itu?
Bisa dua-duanya sih.
Bisa dua-duanya ya?
Iya.
Ternyata pas dialamin pressure-nya gede banget langsung main di turnamen internasional.
Iya, kayak gitu.
Oke, dari Yami nih, kan ini pertama kali nih bakal tanding di turnamen internasional.
Ya.
Sebelumnya kan ke-skip sekali tuh. Adakah rasa yang mungkin gugup atau malah lebih excited untuk pertama kali tampil di kancah global?
Lebih excited sih, nggak ada gugup sama sekali, makin semangat aja.
Santai aja?
Iya.
Oke, lega ya Frenzy, teman-temannya
Lega.
lebih ready. Untuk Rezi gimana untuk kali ini tampil kembali nih di kancah global?
Pasti lebih semangat lah. Kita ingin ngebuktikan kalau kita bisa perform banget.
Untuk pertandingan kali ini nih, kan ini bisa dibilang ada 24 tim yang berbeda juga. Untuk kalian sendiri ada waspadai tim khusus nggak dari Asia Tenggara atau mungkin di luar Asia Tenggara?
Dari tim Mongol sih, Por MP sih, lebih tepatnya Por MP sih kalau.
Por MV. Kalau dari Frenzy,
Paling kita waspadain sama tim-tim yang dekat sama drop zone kita aja sih.
ada contoh mungkin dari beberapa
Contoh kayak
tim?
mungkin di Rangel kita ada D+, Kia, DK,
Oke.
sama di Rumah Air ada Besiktas, BJK di Jakartanya.
Dari Rezi mungkin ada tim-tim yang dari kamu sendiri udah perhatiin mungkin atau waspadain?
Ada mungkin sama kayak Renji sih, tim-tim sekitar aja yang mungkin bisa mengganggu kita buat rotasi gitu-gitu.
Oke. Untuk di mid game ya mungkin ada yang berpotensi gitu mengganggu kalian di checkpoint awal atau kalian ikutin alur aja nih nanti seperti apa?
Kayak semua tim pasti kita waspadain lah, kayak nggak bisa kita remehin.
Oke. Dari Yami mungkin ada tim yang di luar awal-awal drop ini ada yang diwaspadain nggak untuk mungkin?
Ya paling Por MP sih, dari fight-nya kuat banget sih.
Oke. Ada beberapa ini ya, mungkin bisa bilang pendapatan unik ya, kan banyak yang bilang 4MV ini kuat banget di turnamen-turnamen, tapi banyak yang bilang ketika dia di offline malah ngedrop banget nih Yami. Ada pendapat nggak dari lo ketika 4MV ini main offline, apakah beneran ngedrop, apa emang mungkin dia awal-awal cuma gugup aja tuh pas pertama kali muncul? Lebih kuat online apa offline mereka?
Online pasti.
Online. Oke, nah tadi kan unik kan, bisa dibilang juga kalian harus adaptasi dengan smartphone ya. Gimana so far kalian adaptasi dengan mungkin suasana, dengan selain tim-tim ya, dengan gadget yang kalian juga diberikan, lancar atau mungkin minim banget persiapannya?
Sih kita harus kayak pasti lancar juga sih, karena kita harus juga bisa cepet-cepet adaptasi kan, karena itu bukan alasan lah.
Ketika kalian baru ganti device nih, kalian bakal ngikutin settingan gyro kalian semuanya sama persis dengan yang biasa kalian pakai, atau kalian mulai dari awal nih kayak wah ini gadget baru, gue harus setting dari polosan dulu nih biar ketemu nyamannya, atau ngikutin settingan lama dulu baru disesuaikan?
Kalau HP-nya yang kan ada yang full screen banget tuh,
Iya.
nah itu kadang misklik gitu kadang, kayak di match-match awal.
Oh, yang benar-benar flat banget gitu ya?
Iya.
Kita pakai change lama dulu, terus kayak nyoba, misalkan kekencangan atau keberatan baru kita kurangin gitu.
Ada nggak tim yang menurut kalian tuh mainnya unik banget dan mungkin nggak terlalu diwaspadain, tapi bisa aja nih jadi lawan yang berbahaya dan juga mungkin potensi kuda hitam buat kalian? Mungkin dari Yami dulu.
Money makers sih, paling money makers. Karena mereka kan mainnya lambat banget kan kalau yang kita lihat. Terus bisa jadi ada di belakang kita gitu. Bisa jadi ancaman juga lah buat kita.
Paling Inco Gaming sih, karena dia drop di school, tapi dia mainnya late banget. Kayak tadi C1, C2 dia blocking atau segala macem, C3-nya baru ngambil swingan. Kan kalau RRQ atau tipikal orang main school kan biasanya cepat kan, kalau
Iya.
ini enggak.
Ketika kalian scrim, mentalitas apa sih yang kalian punya?
Mungkin ya cari datanya sama harus bisa mendominasi sih.
Kasih ini dulu ya, kasih
Pressure.
takut dulu nih
Iya,
musuh-musuhnya nih.
benar.
Iya.
Dari Frenzy juga sama.
Sama cari data sama dapetin feel itunya aja sih, lobbynya.
Gimana tanggapan kalian nih bertiga ketika musuhnya malah punya mentalitas yang berbeda total?
Kalau kita sih yang paling penting tuh drop zone dulu, kita amanin dulu drop zone. Terus kalau misalkan udah aman gitu, ya kita juga ikutan perang juga.
Ada nggak tim-tim Asia Tenggara atau pemain-pemain Asia Tenggara yang kalian tuh jadi best friend banget lah, kalau ketemu tuh langsung nongkrong bareng, ngobrol-ngobrol bareng?
Sekarang paling kalau Yudo sama Leon,
Sesama Indonesia.
sama Indonesia. Kalau Talon paling sama Yoru gitu-gitu aja sih.
Itu sering ya?
Yoru, Agniseri.
Di luar Asia Tenggara ada nggak best friend belum ada?
Paling Sarah sih dari Reject.
Oh iya, reject ya.
Iya.
Waktu ketemu di
PMGO.
PMGO kemarin ya. Oke, dari Yami?
Ya sama pemain saya doang sih. Sama Yudu, sama Talon juga. Sama Yoru, kalau di Talon sama Yoru paling dekat karena dulu pernah ngetim kan.
Ya Rezi, ada teman-teman nggak di luar dari tim BUM atau mungkin terutama di luar As Tenggara atau Indonesia?
Nggak ada sih.
Nggak ada?
Kayak mereka sih mungkin sama Yudu kalau nggak Talon.
Oke, berarti nongkrongnya masih geng-geng Asia Tenggara nih ya?
Iya.
Siapa yang kalau main tuh lagi di luar turnamen yang paling sering bercanda atau nge-troll atau ngelakuin hal random, ada nggak?
Oh, iya deh, kalau main main ranked gitu. Paling suka jailin temen kayak
Temen
event
sendiri?
yang robot ya diangkat-angkat temennya dilempar.
Kenok gitu?
Sampai kenok, iya.
Terus dibiarin aja udah gitu?
Ketawa dong ya.
Nah, ketika kalian udah sering ini kan udah nge-team udah cukup lama lah kalian ya. Gimana suasananya, perbedaannya ketika kalian cuma di sekedar scrim sama masuk ke mode turnamen lah?
Paling yang aku rasain kalau misalnya lagi scrim atau di luar official turnamen, kayak beda aja feel-nya. Kayak kalau misalnya official turnamen tuh anak-anak tuh kayak lebih serius gitu.
Langsung
Padahal ya sama-sama serius, tapi tingkat serius tuh kayak beda gitu.
kerasa ya gitu ya dari
Jadi kayak
teman-temannya.
langsung kayak yang tadinya kayak 80% jadi kayak 110 kayak gitu-gitu. Kayak jadi di atas 100% semua gitu.
Itu memang ada faktor dari kalian yang ngomong kayak ini harus serius atau semuanya udah kayak auto aja?
Udah otomatis.
Udah otomatis sih, karena dulu kan emang ajarannya emang kayak agak keras lah. Jadi udah autopilot lah di pikiran kita.
Untuk pemanasan nih, terutama mungkin sebelum tandingnya serius, kalian lebih prefer WoW atau latihan sendiri atau mungkin main ranked nih?
Awalnya kita nembakin papan dulu, baru abis itu WoW 2 lawan 2 lah. Karena ngelatih comms juga kan.
Pernah nggak bangun pagi-pagi tuh kayak pas main kok nggak dapat hari ini feel-nya?
Aku pernah. Kalau aku lebih ke ya aimnya sama pergerakannya sih kayak aneh aja gitu. Kayak kemarinnya bagus, tiba-tiba pagi-paginya kayak aneh banget gitu.
Kayak bukan harinya nih kayaknya gitu.
Iya,
Sensi lu ubah atau kayak paksa aja terus sampai dapat lagi?
paksa terus sampai dapet.
Paling berasa ini, kayak padahal tombolnya sama, nggak digeser, nggak di apa. Cuma
Nggak
kalau
ketekan.
pagi-pagi main, lah kok salah pencet terus gitu.
Rezi pernah bangun pagi-pagi kayak nggak bisa aja gitu nge-aim hari ini?
Sensi.
Oh,
Sering
sensi.
ku naikin turunin malah.
Ketika lagi tanding nih, ada nggak yang paling cepet tuh kalau musuh misalnya gerakannya nggak tersangka gitu ya? Yang paling panikan siapa biasanya?
Ya aku sama Frenzy lah. Kalau misalkan musuhnya aneh-aneh kayak suka
Ketawa.
misalkan nge-kill dia ketawa terus kayak ngapain sih dia ini kayak gitu.
Ini orang nggak jelas banget,
Iya.
nih. Lu nge-flank coba.
Iya.
Hobi kalian tuh sebenarnya apa sih ketika lagi nggak main PUBG Mobile gitu?
Nggak ada sih. Paling kalau libur juga malah main ranked sama misalkan sama pacar gitu.
Karena kita sudah selesai juga untuk hari ini. Thank you dari Yami, Frenzy, dan juga Rezi. Udah kita ngobrol-ngobrol, berbincang-bincang. Semoga kalian juga bisa semangat terus dan juga performanya luar biasa ya untuk di
Amin.
PMWC kali ini. Kalau gitu teman-teman semua, kita udah selesai ngobrol-ngobrolnya. Thank you banget sama teman-teman udah nonton. Dan pastinya semoga sedikit info-info baru nih dari teman-teman BUM ini bisa menjadi informasi yang berharga untuk kalian dan lebih mengenal lah dari Yami, Frenzy, dan juga Rezi. Kalau gitu dari gua, Wolfie, mengucapkan terima kasih dan juga pastinya selamat ketemu di konten-konten selanjutnya. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The PUBG MOBILE World Cup group stage erupted in excitement last weekend.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG MOBILE World Cup at the Esports World Cup.
Top teams faced surprising setbacks on the second day, while underdogs rose to the occasion in critical moments, leading to dramatic shifts in the rankings. Spectacular plays and incredible skills were on full display. However, the survival stage promises to be even more challenging. The bottom 12 teams from the group stage are joined by 4 new contenders who will battle fiercely. Only 4 teams will secure a spot in the main tournament, while the rest will see their dreams shattered.
The survival of the fittest as the lions on the stage take the chicken dinner.
Who will rise to the occasion? Who will show nerves? We're eager to find out.
Oh, hello everyone. Welcome back to the PUBG MOBILE World Cup 2024 as we've had our group stage finish off and 12 teams make it through into the main stage. Main event kicking off in just a few days' time, but of course, before we can even get there, we have to have our survival stage, and forward teams have been waiting for their chance to try to get top 4 and make it into the main event for themselves. I'm your host, Jason Kappen, and like always, I gotta bring in my analyst here, but I'm hearing we actually might have one extra person joining us on stage. He's finally back from the brink of death from his hotel room. They finally have let him out. We've got... Oh, you're coming in now. I thought you'd be here at the beginning.
Okay,
you were standing there as if you were coming in at the beginning.
I thought that was my moment.
And this is why we need rehearsals, because Maxman needs more than one take. We got Maxman joining us back finally. And of course, we have several game and Claris. And that shirt, Claris, is really showing off that progress.
Look at that. He's
never going to end. Why is it? Yeah, yeah. How's your progress going, Maxman?
No progress.
Oh, never mind.
None, unfortunately, no, could not. I was bedridden, but I'm back with a very deep voice. Weirdly enough.
I don't know how I feel about this voice,
I don't know.
gentlemen. I kind of like the high-pitched Maxman we used to have. Hey, it's me, Max.
That one.
Whoa, he's actually back.
I was hearing myself there for a second.
That's crazy.
It's a little bit weird, yeah. But Max, obviously, you have been watching the games in between your unconscious states that you're having inside of the hotel.
It wasn't in a coma.
Don't talk to me about Falcons, Jason.
Team Falcons.
No.
Your prediction.
You have them predicted. We know about the Maxman curse.
Yeah. Okay.
Maxman curse. You couldn't control the Maxman curse, which is why he was stuck in his bedroom at the hotel because he was ill.
My disappointment was immeasurable and my day was ruined, Jason, okay? I had so many nice messages like, oh, please get better soon. Oh, you're not going to curse my favorite team, Max. And I cursed Falcons, apparently. I don't know why I got blamed. I wasn't even on the show, but yeah, hopefully they can come back.
Yeah. You still picked them.
Yeah, sure, okay, whatever.
That's fine, don't worry, we'll move on past this and we'll definitely circle around back to Falcons a little bit later on. But let's actually maybe talk about the format for you guys who are watching and how it's going to be going. The group stage all done and dusted, which means we're into our survival stage. We have 12 teams who have had 2 days of play now coming here to participate in this against 4 teams who haven't played a single match here on stage, which might be a little bit tough for them, to be honest, Seven.
I think it is going to be tough. I got a chance to talk a little bit to Team Spirit and with Kitsune. He said that it wasn't going to be as tough, but his confidence wasn't quite there yet. But it will be interesting to see what some of these teams do, how they end up performing in the first game, because I feel like they are going to need to have somewhat of a mulligan of a first match, right? Because they're just going to gathering their thoughts together, gathering how the other teams are going to be reacting to certain playing styles that they might be enforcing on them.
And it's going to be interesting too, because it's not like you have 3 days and you're only playing 2. You don't have that extra break day where you can actually maybe get some extra information on teams around you. You're playing both days here, and you need to perform both of these days to be in the top 4, because, man, from top 12 to now making it into the top 4 to reach the finals, it's a completely different play field.
Different playing field. Oh, yeah, that's true. Let's take a look at the prize money for them to earn here today, of course. It is $1 million for the group stage, $380K here for survival, and, of course, that main tournament where you can win $400,000 in first place. It's going to be tough, but, Claris, we're talking about the teams who might be coming in cold. What about the teams who did participate, have an underwhelming performance? Having that day off might have actually helped them to reset their mental.
Yeah, there needs to be big changes. I mean, especially for some of the very hopeful teams, like, of course, I would say Mad Bulls and Falcons are 2 names that really spring to mind as they would have said coming into this tournament, we need to be in the main tournament. Never mind the fact that we should be winning or being on podium at least. There needs to be big changes. Falcons, for example, needs to be... where do I even begin?
A different team, yeah.
Guy predicting them, first of all.
They need to be taking more fights. They need to be not too reliant on top compared to where we were there. He took MVP despite them not getting into the main tournament.
I would say this is the worst they've looked in like 3 years, right?
I would agree.
This is definitely Falcons that have fallen off. So like we need to see a big comeback here, because making it to top 12, that was the easy opportunity to reach the finals. Now it's hard mode.
I want to see how Nerset's going to be actually performing this tournament, because he only ended up with 3 eliminations in 6 matches. Now he's going to have to play all those 12 matches. It'll be interesting to see if maybe whatever was happening between that team, it's now fixed for survival stage.
You know, sometimes we have these awesome, exhilarating reactions. Sometimes we have the sad ones, which I kind of wish we had one in your room, seeing Falcons not qualify. Let's actually check out some of the best reactions we had from Day 3 in the group stage when we'll be back to kick off the survival stage. Yeah, honestly, Power probably should have had the best reactions by far here, considering they had a bender of 4 matches in a row here on our second day, completely getting themselves catapulted into the top 12. Because honestly, after day 1, I didn't expect it.
Yeah, I mean, Power really, when you're looking at this region as a whole, I think have some of the best individual fraggers, and I feel like they were almost enabled in a weird way because Fidan was popping off. Al-Hajj in particular was just shredding the competition in the lobby. So I'm really excited to see them make it into the finals, though it's still going to be a different beast over there. And 3 full days where you have to play all of those matches, it is going to be tough.
And they definitely exploited some teams' inability to dislodge them in some of those games. Inco, you didn't do very well in that split.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So what do you mean? What do you mean? But yeah, I mean, another focus is, of course, Alliance topping out the tables, Jason.
Unexpected, hands down. Considering the caliber of teams here, did not expect them to be first place, but credit to them, 3 chicken dinners.
Huge.
If they continue that kind of pace, we could see them break some records. But also, 7, Alpha 7 coming second to Team Liquid.
The little brother finally steps up at an international event with Team Liquid being able to pass them. I thought that was a pretty big deal. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in Brazil thought it was a big deal too. But now we're going to have to wait and see what happens in main stage because, yeah, it is just group stages. Can they actually do that in the main stage, and can they end up being in first place?
All right, well, a couple of teams here. Aula, IHC, Max, we got to actually cover them in the PMSO watch parties we're doing for CSA.
Yeah.
I know Kalaris had them counted out. His hot take was they wouldn't make it into the main event. They were able to do it here, looked pretty good, but also the important part is that their placement points, at least within the group stage, has been able to step up, which is somewhere they've been lacking in the past.
Wait, that was not a mistake. They actually got placement points?
Yeah, they got them.
While I was gone, they got placement. What, mate?
It wasn't a fever dream. It wasn't a fever dream. They did it.
No, but I mean, I'm still weirded out. Where the hell is Alex? Is he going to play at some point? Not really too
He's
sure.
here. Like, we have seen him.
I have seen him too. I saw him at the hotel at some point, but I don't know what he's doing.
Like one time you left your room.
The one time I was like, hi, and then he ran away from me. I don't know what was going on, but yeah, so they've been looking good. Seem like they are reaching the late game a little bit more, which is what we needed from IHC, so hopefully they can keep it up.
Well, taking a look at the second page here again, we did mention Power Boom having that 30-point game to catapult themselves into top 12, but Vampire 7, I mean, a team that has a lot of pressure on their shoulders to perform again, winning the back-to-back mid-season events. They did it just barely at the end.
They did, and it was because they have had a change in regards to the IGL when I was actually getting a chance to talk to Sir Tenny. I can't remember right now at the top of my head which was the player, but he said that the second day they definitely felt a lot more comfortable. They were kind of willing to third-party fights, and Sir Tenny was telling them, if you see an option to fight, just go for it. Stop being so scared about it.
Sorry, just Max looks so tiny on camera next to me, which is really not how it is. I swear
mean, it's just really tall.
But then Reject as well, we talk about holding on, surviving. Now, if we're to be completely honest, Evil Lars maybe coming out, or Honest Lars. There's a couple of teams here we're looking at of probably no chance. However, at least they can gain some experience.
Which teams?
Well, I'm still going to, unfortunately, attack South Korea. We have got ourselves TRX in a bit of a bad spot.
Yep.
I don't know if D+ is going to be able to also make it. I mean, yeah, okay, they had a great first day.
Yep.
It made me look a little bit silly with how they played things out in that first day. However, second day was more kind of what I was expecting. A bit of floundering from our South Korean teams. It's difficult for them. Again, all of their power is separated across so many rosters over in the region at the moment.
I mean, clearly what we were looking at their first day and second day of play, the first day they were gifted so many circles, right? I want to see them tested today where they get bad circles and they start rotating a little bit faster. If they can do that, they can play good positions. They need to just get in those spots early on.
Well, if you want to see them advance, I don't want to see them tested.
I know.
I want to see them tested.
That sounds really awful.
Do you want them to qualify just because they got lucky circles? No, I want them to actually be tested.
We saw them getting tested in day 2 and they did absolutely
I want them to be tested and them to do good.
Okay, so you want them to be in last place. Got
it. Okay, sure, mate.
You know what? We got to give Max a break here. We're berating him quite heavily. So let's take a quick second here and give him a quick little break while we actually do throw it over to our casters for a quick check-in. Hot Jukes, John Allen, can you guys hear me?
Are you there?
Yo, what's up, guys? I can see y'all in the studio. We're right in front of here on the main stage. Looking at all these losers back here. No, I'm just kidding. At some point or another, these guys came up short, but it's their last chance to hang in there.
Absolutely. I'm super pumped to see Team Spirit back on the battlefields as well. This is a team that we have long seen as a strong contender for top spots. They didn't quite make it through to the group stages. Survival stage, can they do it?
Yeah, and I'm also looking at Twisted Minds. I mean, these guys started at the bottom, all the way from qualifiers. This is their third LAN, so I'm hoping to see them pump it up here in just a few moments.
Let's send it back over to the guys in the box.
Thank you so much, Tachooks, and John Allen for bringing it back over to here as we obviously got to hear their thoughts.
I just got out of my hotel room for the first day here, Jason. What are you doing to me?
You could hear him from your hotel room. That was
shaking all over.
I actually think we heard him from the studio without even our earpieces, if I'm completely honest.
I'm scared.
But we're obviously talking a lot about the teams who are coming back again, right? The 12 teams who will participate. But what about the 4 new teams? One that's immediately going to stand out that we have to mention is, of course, Team Spirit. I don't know which one of you wants to take it. Maxman, since you weren't working the last 3 days, we'll put it on you.
Okay, I'll take over. Yeah, Team Spirit, of course, when you're looking at the EMEA region, this is a super team, right? Looking at all the players they have on their side, they're all players that can frag out. Kitsune has been IGLing also at a great level for this team when he does not get eliminated in the first 5 minutes. It has happened a bit. But I feel like these 4 teams, when we're looking at them, Team Spirit is the team that everyone is expecting for them to make into top 4, but it's so competitive that even Team Spirit might not make the cut.
You might have had Brute Force win EMEA, but I do think Team Spirit has the highest skill ceiling potential, at least. If you think about their run in EMEA as well, breaking things down, 7 podium finishes, and a lot of those were first places on Sandhawk across the EMEA tournament. The 3 Sandhawks they played, first, second, and third on Sandhawk. If they get a good start here, that could get the ball rolling for them very quickly, because we're playing Sandhawk first. Maybe Spirit can do something there.
That's You're racing a team for Sandhawk? Who are you?
Okay, right.
What?
Oh, do good on Sandhawk, Erangel.
Meanwhile, I was thinking about their Miramars because their Miramars were absolutely awful. I think they were averaging about 11th place finish, except for the last Miramar that ended up pretty much qualifying them. But yeah, they're Sandhawk.
Okay.
So just Sandhawk. Yeah.
Well, one topic I want to bring up with them is Nomi. The fact and the caliber of play he's able to pull off doing those like 1v3s, or not 1v3s, like the 1-3 splits for his team, I don't know how effective that's going to be in a lobby like this.
That's the issue. It kind of skirts the line between genius and insanity, right? If you do make it work and it looks good in that moment, then you look great. However, you've got to be absolutely on point to make it work.
I bring that up because Alliance have been so strong in their splits and their spreads, and those have been 1-1-1-1s mostly.
I don't know if the splits are going to work still for Alliance in the finals, though, so we'll have to see how that's going to go. But also, we have to keep in mind when looking at Team Spirit, that they've had this team built up for the spring season. So I'm really wondering how it's going to go for this, because now they've built up that synergy. There's a lot more trust, so I do have a lot of hope for them as to how they might do in the survival stage.
Hi, Max. Can you just go back, because these two aren't acting so weird when you weren't here. You guys at home, though, let us hear your predictions. You can head over to stcplay.gg. Honestly, I don't really want to make any predictions because it's going to be a tough day. But let's kick off our day and head down to the stage.
It's do or die! 12 teams have been sent into the survival stage and only 4 will make it out alive. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside Sandstorm, and welcome to the PUBG MOBILE World Cup at the Esports World Cup.
That's right, Barney. No second chances, no retries, and no do-overs. Only the best 12 maps that you and your team can pull off, and you're in the main tournament. Sounds simple, right?
Simple indeed, but there is more, because we enter into the survival stage. 4 more teams have been thrown into the mix, each with the potential to claim one of those spots in the main tournament.
Bear in mind, this is the last chance our teams have to maintain their place here at the PUBG MOBILE World Cup. the redemption story we all know and love, the underdogs that overcome the odds. So without further ado, let's welcome our teams, starting with Brute Force. D plus Kia. Istanbul Wildcats, next Ruya. CAG Osaka. Team Falcons. Inco Gaming.
Mad Bulls. Harami Bro. Besiktas Black. DRX. DJB Esports. Money Makers.
And now, joining them with their only chance at qualifying for the main tournament, with no room for error, no room for mistakes. Do they have what it takes? Let's introduce them, starting with Team Room. Just scraping by in their region in 6th place. They'll need to do a heck of a lot more to prove themselves in this stage. Welcome, Team Pandem!
Qualifying from PMSL Americas, welcome to the STC Arena, Twisted Minds. And finally, entering the stage from PMSL EMEA, Team Spirit. Sandstorm, these 4 teams are not the only thing that is new here on the stage, because PUBG Mobile version 3.3 launches its first ever underwater-themed gameplay, Ocean Odyssey.
That's right, defeat all the enemies in the Ocean Palace to obtain the infamous powerfully-themed item, the Trident. More secrets about the Trident and the Kraken await discovery.
Do indeed. The stakes are the highest they have ever been here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. Once again, just 4 places remain in this main tournament, so you know what that means. The battle is going to be at the top.
Consistency is key. Eliminations galore. Tempers will be tested. Composure will be mandatory. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let the PUBG Mobile World Cup survival stage begin. Casters, take it away.
What's up, everybody? It's time to unleash the Kraken. I'm Hot Jukes here with John Allen. Bro, the survival stage, we finally made it here. How you feeling?
Tell me, Hot Jukes, do you feel dead? Because we are going to be cutting some teas. It's going to be brutal. They're going to be slaughtered very, very soon, I'm sure. They've got 12 matches to play, each of these teams. We are going to be getting into the thick of it very quickly. I'm so excited to see one of the teams that I've been following for a long time back from the EMEA region, Team Spirit, take to the battlefields. I spoke about them before. I'm going to speak about them again. You will hear more from me about them as well, because I really am rooting for this team to be able to make it through. I think one of those 4 top spots, I think they could do it.
Well, let's see. Hopefully we can talk about them in the finals, but that is it. 4 slots remaining here, and there are 16 teams that are going to be battling for them and literally just giving it all they got. As a matter of fact, before we started the show, I was backstage there with Ginny, and I got to look at some of these players walking in, and I could just see the nerves on their faces. And the reason why is because tomorrow, if they don't make it in top 4, not only are they going to go home, but they got to watch their keys get destroyed right in front of their own beaks, John Allen.
Obliterated before their very eyes. A soul-crushing feeling, I'm sure. And 12 of them are going to go down the drain very, very soon. Of course, only 4 of those keys are going to be kept intact. We've already sent 12 to those final stages in the last 3 days of games. If you didn't see those, go and check out some of the recaps, the HQ show as well. You'll get all the down low. But we are going to be focusing now on our new set of 16. It is going to be tense, and cooler heads need to prevail in order to see yourself into the top 4.
It's do or die. It is do or die right now. And I'm shocked to see some names here. You know, for sure. D plus Kia had a monster day 1 in the group stage and then completely fell off the map in day number 2. And they're here for a reason. And another one, of course, Team Falcons.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot believe that.
That is crazy. This team was lauded as a favorite to win coming into this tournament, right? They're up there with the likes of 4MV, with Alpha 7.
That's right.
And they just did not stand up. They need some more backup for Top, because he was fragging out of his mind in that last day. The rest of the team, not so much. So today is their time to try and bring up that pace, to pick up those points, because it is going to be up to 4th place. 4th place back in the group stages sat at around 90 points, but there was a larger field, which means that likely we're going to be sitting somewhere in the high 80s for that 4th place finish for our teams here today and tomorrow as well, of course. So pushing up over that 90-point margin, that's what these teams are going to be looking to strive for. The target to beat 122 from Alliance in the group stage.
All right, well, let's see if they can do it. I mean, during the group stage, your math was on point, so I think that is a target that these teams are definitely going to have their eyes on. Now, we're about to head into Sandhawk, all right? We're only going to see 2 of those so far in this survival stage. You can see these players, they got those drop locations.
Oh, give me a copy of that.
Yeah, I need a copy of that. That's for sure. You know, and at this time where you have everything on the line, I think that that is a very soft agreement, if I say so myself.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if anyone is actually going to try and change things up, right? If there is going to be a wild hot drop, because on these short game sets, right, it is so impactful to have a big game. If you can sneak away 4 eliminations right off the bat of something that someone isn't expecting you to do, that's huge. That's a massive impact coming into these games. When you're looking at a 10-point per game average being really strong, getting 4 points on that just right off the mark is going to be big. So as we wait for our teams to enter the jungle, we are going to be paying attention very closely to what happens at the start of this next match.
I was paying attention to that paper right there, and I saw 2 names dead center of that paper.
Okay.
I saw Team Falcons, and I saw Team Spirit.
Ooh.
Are we going to see a hot drop in boot camp off the rip?
Well, Team Spirit were a team that were dropping around boot camp. They do sometimes do that trifecta split as well, so they can have that sort of position in the back pocket. But remember, Sandhawk being only 2 of our maps over the next 2 days is going to be a little bit different, right? It's going to change things up just that little bit. So maybe they're more willing to go for some risky drops on this map.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it. Honestly, I've said it so many times. If you're going into a tournament like this, especially a 2-day one where every single map is so critical, if you're a confident squad, you have that experience, you know, and Team Falcons should be one of those teams, right? Yeah. Playing extra aggressive off the rip usually pays off because so many of these players are going to have those nerves. I mean, these 4 teams that just came in here, right? We can look at that. One of them being Team Spirit. They didn't get that warm-up play that so many of these other squads did. So if you're going to try and take advantage of it, you better do it off the rip, right?
Yeah, they don't have that hands-on experience with these teams, right, that so many of the others do. But looking at these 16 teams, I'm trying to pick out the 4 that I think
are going to be the challengers coming into those grand finals, right? I think it's fairly clear. I'm backing Team Spirit all the way. Kitsune, a storied IGL with that cool, calm, collected stage experience, our global stages. He absolutely can lead this team to victory, and they've got the talent to do so. I believe in them. Falcons as well, another team that I think we would both agree should be in those finals.
For sure, for sure. I mean, I was straight up shocked to see them, you know, in the survival stage in the first place. So hopefully we could see them snag one of those slots. But at the end of the day, 2 days, it's anyone's game. Anybody
I've taken
can
the
do
2 easy picks there.
Right,
out of the
that
4,
is
right?
true.
Do you want to throw anyone else's name in the hat on that one?
Let's see. Honestly, I mean, D plus Kia showed us some good signs of life. I wouldn't mind seeing them there. Mad Bulls has kind of been like one of those little squads that honestly disappointed me yesterday, or the day before yesterday. Watching them play so passive when they could have got it done towards the end. I think that after that last match of their group stage, they had to go home and just say, you know what, we got to go back to the drawing board, because it's moments like that that either you go crazy afterwards or it's just dead silence.
I'm looking at Inco, the lil bro of Brazil, right?
There you go.
This is a team that sat in the shadow of Alpha 7 and Team Liquid for quite a while now. Whenever you talk about Brazil, it is those 2 rosters, obviously previously with Loops in the mix. That was there as the presence that they had. But I feel like Inco, they were 13th place, right? By 3 points, they didn't qualify to the group stage. This is a top-performing team coming out of those group stages. They've got the most experience against the rest of this lobby. I think that they can do it. I think they've got the chops. We'll have to wait and see, though, because there are plenty of other teams taking that fight. And one of those teams, Team Liquid, in those finals already, they're going to be happy with that performance.
Yeah, another team, if I were to pick one more, I think I'd got to go with Twisted Minds. And the reason why is just because that storyline, them starting all the way at the bottom, working their way up little by little, and now here in Saudi. As a matter of fact, I talked to their IGL. I talked to Igor, right? And I asked Igor, I was like, you ready for the survival stage, bro? And he said, oh, I'm ready. I was like, there's only 4 slots available. He looked back in my eye, and he said, nah, there's only 3 slots available, because we're getting one, you know?
Whoa.
So I was like, all right, I like that confidence. But, you know, at the end of the day, you either got to put up or shut up.
Yeah, coming from the PMSL as well. We'll see if they're able to keep up that pace to make sure that they are getting everything done, because that trophy looks sweet. And it is going to be one hell of a task to lift it. It looks pretty lightweight, but I assure you, it is one heavy burden.
Oh, man. You know what's going to help make it heavy? All that money. Oh, baby, all that money. $400,000 going to first place in the finals. That is what I'm talking about here. I mean, this prize pool has been insane. $3 million. We already gave $1 million away just the other day, and now we got another $380,000 to give away in the next 2. But it's only 4 slots. Only 4 slots. Yeah, a good chunk of that money is great, but you need to make it to those finals.
That's true. 4th place, the results, the reward for 4th place, $26K. 5th place, $25.5K. It's $500, but it is a whole lot of disappointment that's involved in that. And I say $500 like that isn't a lot of money as well, by the way, split between the players. That's a cool new pair of trainers,
That's right.
Each. But yeah, let's take a look at some more of our teams coming into this one.
Ah, eu acho que eles vão botar UMP em primeiro.
Eu acho que a WM.
Em primeiro?
É, eu acho que a WM é a mais famosa.
Tá. É.
Mas pode botar a UMP, né?
Eu acho que a UMP.
Pode ser a UMP. Tá. A WM em segundo, né?
É, a WM em segundo.
A WM. Terceiro.
Complicou agora.
DBS acho que tá muito famoso ultimamente. Até...
Ou Scarelli.
Ah,
é que é o público, né?
Não, mas acho que...
DBS eu também acho, né?
Dessas aí, a Scarelli tem que estar, né?
É, são os que será que na frente da DBS?
É, acho que sim, é. Na frente.
É.
Scarelli.
Scarelli, terceiro.
Daí, depois sim, DBS.
É,
né?
agora DBS. DBS em quarto.
Agora tá...
complicou.
SWK, né?
Pro público, será? O Berril, o público
Berril
gosta, né?
ou SWK, acho.
A mais famosinho, acho que é Berril.
É, entre...
Mesmo que nós usamos.
Berril.
M762.
É. Agora, S12K, né?
É.
S12K. E isso aí tá difícil, as duas são ruins.
Acho que Thompson depois Bison.
Thompson e a última pode
Bison.
mandar lá no fundo.
Essa é horrorosa.
O que tu acha? Nós acertou quantos?
Acho que metade.
O top 2 acho que nós acertou.
Acho que estão umas 4 de 8.
Tá. Dá pra ver agora?
A gente acha que acertou 4.
Eu falei a WM. Caralho, berril
A
segundo.
tá onde?
Terceira. Junto com a S2K. Nossa, é impossível o Bison ser melhor que a DBS. Tipo, escolher.
Quantos caras botou
Não, tá doido.
Não tem como.
A WM eu
a gente
sabia,
falou.
sim.
Eu
porque
tava pensando.
todo mundo gosta de usar sniper.
Só que tipo, os caras tão igual. A berril
nós errou muito.
Nós acertou quantos? Nenhum.
Nós acertou...
Nenhum.
Nenhum.
Foi já.
Meu Deus.
Mano, mas não tem sentido.
Acabou.
Valeu, gente. Assistiu. Obrigado. Até mais. Tamo junto.
We are heading into our first match of survival stage. That is right. It is just about to kick off with dual gaming chipsets and the 144Hz AMOLED screen. GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS. This is also the first batch of supported devices offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences. In the 2024 PMWC, the first plane is up. It's a northwest lean, but it's Sandhawk. You can get where you're going.
Let's get it going here. It all comes down to this. Only a few matches that we're going to be able to see here, and quite a few teams are going home. So those 4 slots, who is going to get them? Right now, my eyes are right dead center of the map. Are we going to get that boot camp hot drop? I am seeing 2 colors right close to each other. And yep, it is Team Spirit going up against the Falcons early.
We've got another scrap as well, but we'll hop on board with this. Nurzed with the first knock over towards Team Spirit. There's the trade. Nomi still down, not going to be res just yet. Can't really find it. Another knock over towards Team Spirit, and it's a 3 versus 2 on the early scrap for boot camp. Naomi trying to move around Kitsune, going for the rotate around the edge. They're looking to try and put pressure onto Naomi now. He needs to hold his nerve, and it's not there. Team Spirit immediately dispatched, and boot camp, a graveyard for this roster. Falcons able to take it home.
What a crazy start. Are you kidding me? And a really risky move from Team Spirit. Unfortunately, not paying off at all. Team Falcons are going to get the 4 eliminations off the rip, and they have all 4 up, so it couldn't have gone better for them.
What a way to kick things off. Falcons taking out one of their main rivals in Team Spirit for the first match. Still plenty to play, but that is not going to be good news for the roster.
Brutal.
They didn't even get 1 elimination out of that fight. It is no consolation. And boot camp might just go to the Falcons. I'm going to be interested to see what the Team Spirit team will do to adjust in the next Sandhawk. It's going to be a while before that. Let's look at this circle, right? We've got a southeast shift. We've got Quarry slap bang in the middle of it. IWNRX control a lot of the ground to the north side, but those compounds around that Quarry going to be all important for rotational play.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be terrible. I don't know how Team Spirit need to find a way to bounce back after that, because not only did they sit at a group stage, they only played, what, 2 minutes of this map, and they're going to have to wait a good 30 to 40 before they can start playing again. So, oh boy, that is one of their 12 matches they're going to be playing here. Gone just like that.
That is out of there.
Oof. I'm looking at this zone, so I always look at that northwestern island. We're going to see T-Pandem up there. They're the only squad that actually took that island. So they're going to have to find a way on in. And D plus Kia are actually in a really good position as well. They are all the way down, spreading out through Kampong and Docks. So they have that bottom right side of the map completely locked down.
Falcons and Team Spirit was not the only hot drop that happened. Painan also got a little bit spicy, with Harame Bro taking now 3 casualties to the Moneymakers, who have been shunting them out to the south side. That is a really important, again, rotational pass point, right? In Painan, being able to control that ground, really important. But that hill to the northeast is always its Achilles heel, right? You've got that difficult overlook to deal with. If Seiji Osaka move into that position, they might be able to spot a moneymaker or 2 and pick up a point for their troubles. Rook coming up proper. Zedwolf just spraying them down. They've got a crossfire. Rook just disappeared.
gone in an instant. Just like that. I mean, we're seeing teams go out like crazy off the rip. And let's look at the replay here, though. Oh, my goodness. Icy coming out from the other angle, finding the M4. How fortunate. And just putting in some work. Team Spirit didn't have a chance. Look how many, you only had like, what, 14 rounds left? That's all you need.
You only need 4 shots, right?
That's right.
I suppose if you can get one through with the appropriate caliber, you only need 3 even, or 2.
What a way to start things off. Looks like some teams were kind of thinking alike because aggression off the rip seems to be the way. And it has paid off for quite a few squads. You got IWNRX with 4, Falcon with 4, and Moneymakers with 3. Harami, bro, that last player is going to have to find a way to scavenge a couple placement points.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to find something into this one. I'm not too hopeful for it, however. Sandhawk can be treacherous at the best of times. South side of Quarry around the cave area, currently starting to get more and more occupied. TJB hold the areas around cave, around the top of that hill, and they should be able to exert a lot of control over the surrounding area. Besiktas currently split 2 and 2, either side of the crossing down to the south edge near Bantai on that side of the map. So potential for them to remain split for just a little bit longer. I don't think too many teams are actually going to be putting too much pressure on them, so we'll see what they're able to do from that south edge.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Right now I'm looking at Team Falcons. Team Falcons are still in boot camp. Normally I think we see a lot of teams in a position like this leave pretty early and try to take that hill right above them. But I think since they have those 4 eliminations, let's look at this. Oh, it was actually a knife battle to start things off. M16 coming on out. You can just see him shaking his head. No, please, no.
You're not going to be able to convince him with that.
No, not in the survival stage, that's for sure.
No, those points are gold dust right now. Inco currently still holding around the bridge. It looks like they want to try and catch someone moving from Camp Alpha, but that's not to be, because currently nobody now remains on the northwestern island. They're still vigilant. They still think something's going on, but they're going to have to get on their way fairly soon, because all the crossings are now going to be really treacherous ahead of them, trying to move out to the east.
Yeah, this is what I like to see, though. I like to see teams scouted out, just really trying to check every single angle before they start moving. I don't want to see any kind of crazy, third, fourth circle drive-ins to the middle of the map. That just doesn't work. And honestly, I was so shook. I was actually talking to Calaris about this. We were really surprised to see some of these kind of wild rotations from these players during the group stage. So I hope a lot of them took that day off, did their homework, and realized it's a lot better going out with an M4 in your hand than just kind of just driving, silly-willy all in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I've just noticed? Is that the 2 teams have gone out. 2 of our new teams.
Oh, that's right.
Right? So maybe what you were talking about,
Spirit.
That freshness, that coming in without having had the grind of the previous 3 days of games, maybe that's coming back to bite them. We'll have to wait and see if they can pick up the pace. Obviously, it's the big Sandhawk asterisk that sits atop that result in this first match, but I feel like Team Spirit may be a little bit more excusable than what happened to Rook. They just rolled up to IWNRX with nothing.
Got shredded just like that. Take a look here at Paradise Resort, now outside of the zone. Let's see where this next zone is going to go. Are we going to get another crazy shift, or will it center on up? All these teams that are right there. Oh, okay. This is actually a really good shift for Inco.
Yeah, I was going to say, these guys have been holding this bridge still in the blue zone. I feel like now they've got to figure out, okay, guys, maybe there actually isn't anyone, but they've definitely cleared out their flank, which is going to be a big attribute to them.
Yes, yeah. Now they know that their backs are going to be clear, because if someone was going through that bridge, they would have definitely, passed it up by now. So now they're going to start heading their way in little by little. Only team they really got to look out for is Moneymakers, but we do see a little bit of a fight start to ring out. At least one of the Mad Bulls getting caught on rotation. Now we're seeing Team Falcons punishing another squad as well. The shots are definitely starting to ring out.
Falcons on 5 eliminations. They've moved southeast from boot camp, holding down IWNRX, controlling the west side of this quarry. They're in a really powerful split right now, and not too much pressure being exerted on them. With the Mad Bulls trying to flee underneath them, try and get away from the position that they hold, it doesn't look too likely that they're going to go for this crash. Once they res up, they might try and fall back, but they've already got that outpost further south, and the regroup there far, far more likely. So IWNRX in a pretty safe spot right now.
Man, IWNRX was one of those squads that you were looking at hard during the group stage and just came up short. I mean, just from your experience, why do you think that was?
it just felt like Zedwolf wasn't able to be enabled in the same way that he was during EMEA. The guy was insane. He still is insane at the game.
For sure.
Coming into this one, though, just wasn't set up, wasn't enabled. It felt like there was just no synergy amongst this roster. There wasn't any sort of initiative being taken, and I don't know really what to chalk it up to be honest. It's
so many reasons.
It's just a real tough lobby, I guess. That's kind of
that's a fact
where it sits for these guys. And yeah, I was disappointed with them. They had that really strong final match, right? But it just wasn't enough.
Was that a double knock? That was a double knock right there from the final player of Harami Bro. Unfortunately, yeah, he's all by his lonesome. He's going to try to be able to throw another one here. Maybe get a confirmation. Actually throws it into that door. Oh, he's ringing out with the DBS. He's in trouble.
And he
Moss, gotta get it done. Oh, he's down to like half an HP, and he's done for.
That is going to be our first team from the group stages getting eliminated in 14th place. Harami Bro, 0 points, but Team Pandem were not too far away from the chopping block either on that engagement either. So we'll have to wait and see how much further they can go with the two players they've got. Inco have made their move. They're trying to sweep through, and who's in their way? It's the Falcons. They're going to be looking to pick up even more points now. 5 eliminations already. Is Inco going to be able to change things?
Solid rotation for the Falcons. They came here from boot camp, and they catch Inco off guard here, and they are punishing him. That's 2 knocks, and Nenebete up top being knocked. That completely eliminates that angle. Gary going down as well. It's all up to action.
It's trying to move forwards. Putting that Molotov in. Vitali trying to hold down the off angle, but the smoke is there, and there's an off angle of their own for Falcons. Icy able to cool things down now as Action heating it up in return. Nenebete turns tail. Inco cannot punch through the Falcons' hold.
Yeah,
wait, Falcons are on the south coast. They've crossed the river.
Oh, yeah. Yes, they did. Yeah, they moved on over. And they held that edge really, really well against Inco Gaming. So Team Falcons, 8 eliminations already. Every single player up. Now things are going to start getting tough, though. They got to push through either Painan or maybe try to rotate down south through Camp Charlie. We'll see what they got to do. But, you know, they don't have much time to do it. Only 47 seconds on the clock right now. And this next zone is going to start really punishing teams.
Yeah, it's going to push that south side in. Moneymaker's going to have to leave Painan and Falcons rotate back through. IWNRX consistent, though, in that west point position. They have moved a little bit further out now. They've just stretched their legs away from the compounds, away from those warehouses to take control of some hillsides. I like that from them. I think it's the right decision at this time. Brute Force might backfill, though.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I'm looking at Team Falcons, and Team Falcons actually decided to go north. So they are going to be going through that Painan Bridge, yeah, and are going to be trying to come through the top through Quarry. And it's possible that, you know, they felt that this side would be a little bit more free considering that it is the hard shift side. It's not a full hard shift, but it does give them a little bit room to breathe. So let's see how they decide to push on in.
They are still marauding around. I believe that's the direction that they rotated from that north shore, because remember they started in boot camp and then went to that south island. I believe that north bridge was where they rotated from, so it was the clearest that they knew to scout and return. But Brute Force now might be a little caltrop on the tracks, but with the shots ringing out now, I think Falcons are going to know. They dip into the blue, actually, to just get even further around this one. They're playing on the east side of Quarry. Might even crash into D+ if they go much further.
They're playing it very, very safe right now, but they got to be careful because this is all unknown territory. They have no idea where these other teams are, but let's see how they decide to sneak in. So instead, they fully send it on down into the Quarry, and that is going to be semi-safe for now. Brute Force is going to have some good eyes on them. Oh, they're burning up bad. I'm surprised that they continue to send it on over here, but they do survive.
Okay, they managed to get to some cover. The vehicles, though, going to have to be ditched. Playing into Quarry, I mean, it's risky. It's really risky, because especially when you got Brute Force who know where you are, with D+ who now know where you are. D+ Kia got to start to put the punishment down towards Action. He's got a nade. He's got to pull the pin up towards that watchtower. That could be good. If it gets through the window, I don't think it quite tagged on in, so it's not going to have the impact that we're looking for. Brute Force took a knock in the meantime.
That was such a risky rotation from the Falcons. I mean, they could have just pushed in little by little and used their weapons, but instead, just crazy bold. They're so lucky that UAS even flipped over right on time, and they were able to make it into this next circle. The only thing is that they're completely trapped here. Like, if the zone goes anywhere away from this, they have no means to get there other than their 2 feet right below them.
Yeah, those Those Gams going to need to start to
hoof it,
plonk their way forwards. It's going to be a tough march, though. Moneymakers onto the hillside. They've left from Painan now, and they're pushing up towards CAG Osaka. Both teams on 4 players alive. 4 eliminations already on the hot drop. And D plus Kia going to find action from Falcons in the meantime in the quarry. The fight on the hilltop now for Moneymakers and CAG Osaka going to rage on as the nades go back and forth, and Koa goes down first. Nades coming back, and Garnet wants to put another one right on the money, but it's not quite going to do the damage to get the flush. Nox not going to be coming through thick and fast. There was a re-knock, by the way, on the Falcons versus D plus Kia fight as the circle shifts out far to the east. That's going to be interesting for them. The nades for Moneymakers, a second knock, and in goes the US. They spray forwards, but there's an answer. Icy Boss at the back will be able to take the first approach down, but it's all up to him. A nade, a smoke, a Molotov's going to push him out wide. The blue zone's going to take him down, and that is all she wrote for the Moneymakers. 4 points on the match, and that's all they'll find. 5 elims, they did get 1 in response.
Now let's go ahead and move on over to this fight, TJB versus Mad Bulls. And it looks like one of their players is out of position. Yeah, he's going to get eliminated, so that's down to just 2 remaining squads. And this fight is really going to ring out because this is center of this next circle. GK first, actually, they can wait. They shouldn't mind having to share this compound. But if they're going to make this push, they have to do it right now, because third parties are going to be coming like crazy in just a few seconds.
It's a really important compound for TJB to try and hold Twisted Mind's position right now. I'm a big fan of, once Besiktas regroup as well, this south side, I think, is going to be a stronghold in these next phases. The difficulty, of course, is there's a little bit more crunch to that south side. That cave top hill can also be pretty dangerous if a team tries to approach, which is why Besiktas are trying to keep such a wide split right now. They need more control to hold that top spot.
I didn't even want to say it, John. I have been begging for a Sandhawk cave circle since like the beginning of time. So I want it so bad. Come on, Zone. Go down south. I want to see a cave finish.
One of the best finishes I've ever seen. It wasn't very loud. In fact, it was a 0 elimination chicken dinner that came through. It was De Muerte at the time, and they hid down in the cave, and everybody else couldn't out-heal the blue. They just had more meds with the last player for De Muerte, and they were able to get 0 eliminations and win it out by hiding in cave.
Oh, let's see if we can see that. Meanwhile, the Falcons are going to be trying to make it happen here on the north side where Quarry is. D plus Kia throwing some nades, trying to make the rotation even more difficult. Icy is starting to find some angles, though. He is able to make it up the hill. D plus Kia need to start watching their backs here soon.
9 eliminations now for Falcons. They are angry that they did not make it into those group stages.
Oh, that nade.
Positions. A nade up top nearly finds top K. Going to be taken down a little bit lower. There's a spray from an off angle. Another nade put up towards him, but no knocks found just yet. Top still is alive and kicking, but he needs to get some healing done to avoid another nade. And K, same story for him. The shift out to the west forces them to play around the edge of this quarry even further.
RIP K finish. The dream has ended, but you know what? The dream is just beginning for so many of these squads. And Team Falcons are absolutely crushing it. 9 eliminations so far. They're going to have to find a way into this next zone. You can see them starting to hoof it towards that circle. Icy is the one that's stuck out of position here. And with only... Oh, actually he has 3 smokes? Or those stuns? No, those are stun grenades. So no smokes to his name. He's going to have to do it with the bullets in his M4.
Brute Force making their way across the west side of the quarry ridge, and it's not going to be slowed down, but it will be stopped. Actually, Top finds the angle that they were looking for, and they will slow it down, but Top goes down in the meantime. Brute Force move into the bottom of quarry as well. That basin starting to fill up now, and it is so much pressure that the Falcons have been bearing for a while, and I'm surprised that they've made it this far with all 4 players alive.
Top is knocked. Let's see if Action's able to make it across. Oh, Brute Force saw it coming. They're applying that pressure to Action and just forcing him out right here. Blue zone is going to start closing in the next few seconds. It's another team down.
Oh, let's go. Action spray down towards the brute force front point. They're looking for that res, but the control on the cross from Neos is so impactful right now. He's going to get pushed out by the blue, but the nade goes up high. Is it going to reach over that cliff face? It bounces just a little bit short, but bobbles down. Doesn't find a knock. Not quite. Neos goes down. A pivotal pick for Action to be able to find his teammate, and Top might even get the res here.
Let's see if it's going to happen. The zone is starting to close pretty quickly. I think they're going to have to let him go for now. Actually, never mind. They're going for that res. That zone is on the thin side, so it is closing ever so slowly. The rest of brute force, actually, it's only one player left. It's Freezer.
It's all up to the rookie for the roster. Freezer in his debut season.
Oh, in the open? No way.
He's doing work for brute force as a champ, but he can't hold up to the brutal force of Falcons. They just tear him apart, and it's 12 eliminations now.
Oh, just feed them. Just feed them. Team Falcons are soaring right now. 12 eliminations, 3 players still up, and they did it the hard way. Top now getting knocked by TJB. Every single team is facing the Falcons at this point. Can they continue to hold on as we now look on the other side of the circle? IWNRX finally trying to make a name for themselves. 7 eliminations. They're off to a massive start.
This is one hell of a sequel to the tournament. We are going to get a real treat right now. If IWNRX actually start to turn things on, it is a fascinating, entertaining roster to watch. So I am really excited. They've managed to start this sweep out on the western edge. They're looking to control the high ground now. They've got 7 eliminations. Sure, Falcons rack up the Baker's dozen with 13 now, but IWNRX still have plenty more to go, and they're in a better position.
Team Falcons with 13 eliminations. Okay. How are they still up? Now Top starting to shoot up the hill. He gets that knock. That buys his team enough time to just start moving. These guys are just too good. It is really IWNRX's game to lose at this point. They have so much real estate here, but they gotta stop the Falcons.
Another nade, gonna do a lot of damage, doesn't quite get the knock over towards Frozen, and he's got that first aid off as well. Keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Swain's there for the backup.
Gotta hit it!
Strafing back and forth, and finally the Falcons fall to IWNRX. 8 eliminations. TJB, I believe, had some third-party action going in over that way to keep the suppression up. That compound for TJB, I said it before, was all important, but it is IWNRX. I mean, do you need any more of an indication as to who's gonna win this one? You can't predict anybody but IWNRX on this.
Hey, you know what? IWNRX just got this game on a silver platter. They should win this 100% of the time. If they lose, it is 100% on them. So let's see what ends up happening. Last few stragglers trying to soak up some points. Good to see Mad Bulls making it here towards the end. But with that blue zone coming, that is all she wrote.
TJB holding the north side, the cross attempt from Twisted Minds. They are trying to make it work, but Ratto Boy cannot make his way across. Wasn't able to scurry his way on through, and now TJB have to leave. IWNRX have a shooting gallery, all of those ducks trying to hop out the barrel, and it's just not going to work, Hot Jukes.
They better hop out quick because GK first. Oh, we're trying to get a critical knock to make something happen for his squad, but IWNRX, they got that barrel locked down.
It is not an easy time. Only longs for TJB, and IWNRX, they channel the force that they were able to exert in their final match of the group stages. They play with a gifted circle towards the end, and that is how you want to close it down. A big statement made for IWNRX, a statement made for Falcons as well, as they open the bidding with a big Sandhog.
That is what we've been waiting to see from these squads. IWNRX, they did not let off the gas, right? They didn't go and just sit back and relax and say, you know what, yeah, we got this game. We'll just see whatever happens. No, they took the initiative. They got those double-digit eliminations because they know they can't count on the rest of the maps to make something happen. So they got that opportunity. Very fortunate for them, but they really, really drove it home.
I'm really now going to be keeping my eyes on this roster, right? I kind of discounted them. Honestly, I wasn't really considering them for a top spot, but if this is the sort of quality of gameplay they're going to bring, it's going to be good news. But of course, you have to mention that the Circle was a 5th player for you.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the way it goes. That's the way this game goes. When you get those zones, you got to take full advantage of it. When you don't get the circles, you still need to put up some points regardless. And one team that did that was the Falcons, right? They were not gifted zones by any means necessary, but they just pushed through every single squad with just relentless dedication, and they were just taking out team after team after team. They should have been out like 2 zones before that, but they got it done.
They took some bold decisions. They went west, they went back east, they made some rotations in order to put themselves in those squad fight situations. They dropped with Team Spirit. I'm pretty sure both of these rosters knew that that was going to happen, right?
Oh.
There's no way that you come into this tournament oblivious. We saw it on some of the prep
That's
sheets
right.
coming on in. Teams knew that that was going to happen, so they wanted that fight. Team Spirit did not know what hit them. They were not ready for it.
I mean, it was just gone, just like that. So I don't know what they're going to do. Team Spirit need to find a way to bounce back because they didn't have the warm-up that Team Falcons did against most of these squads, and they got taken out within just 2 minutes. So they were just cooling off this entire time. Hopefully we can see them heat up here in a bit.
Absolutely. Team Spirit, I'm waiting for them to switch it on for this next match. But before we go to that, we're going to go to a quick break. Do not go anywhere because the survival stage will continue in a few.
4,000 of years, my wrath has burned in the waters of the deep. Its power awakens me. The kingdom will fall once more. The sea will consume all yet again.
Well, a lot of the teams coming out the gate strong. IWNRX taking home the chicken dinny. I know how much you love me saying that. But also Team Falcons putting out some good eliminations.
Yes. Against teams that really, they should not even get eliminations up against from the get-go here, Jason. What the hell was that hot drop, okay, Mr. Talking about Team Spirit, okay?
I'm surprised someone didn't rib me straight away for, you remember that time you said Spirit was really good on Sandhog? Why? Look, we assumed maybe that hot drop scenario would have just been resolved. Apparently not. I don't know why you would go and channel the Falcons at the beginning of the game, but there you go. That is going to really stunt some growth here, I think, for these 2 days.
It's not even the only one, right? You had Moneymakers versus Harame Bro. So you had 2 hot drops happening also in Painan. So those need to be resolved. Of course, it is only Sanhok. If it happens on Erangel, it is pretty bad. But, you know, hopefully they can fix it for the second day.
Kalaris, did you notice something there on the leaderboard?
No.
You
I
did
was looking at you.
Oh, well, I can understand.
What was
DRX, 8 points.
Hooray! That's better than I thought it was going to be. Actually, that's more points than they got in that first day.
And that kind of gets them into top 4.
For now.
They could be making it into the main event.
It's one game. Let's calm down, okay? It's one game.
We'll take a look at the rest of the list here. You can see a lot of teams here getting 0 points. I'm kind of a little bit sad Seven's not here to talk about Inko, and they're a big fat goose egg. But Brute Force again, 2 points for them. Moneymakers get themselves 5s. It is Sanhok, so we won't judge too harshly. You only have 2 of these over the course of these 2 days. You'll still have 6 Erangels and 4 Miramars. Yeah. Twisted Minds. Where'd they go?
They went cave.
They went cave.
Ratto Boy surviving until the very end.
Ratto Boy.
But leaving cave is just not going to work out when you have, what was
You do
it,
that again.
Adballs and TJB
No,
in the compound?
It's kind of my
Actually,
normal
no, I want to see it again now, yeah.
Okay,
Ratto Boy.
There you go. Just for you.
Appreciate it.
It's a great name. I love it.
It's the best name.
But let's talk about IWNRX really quickly. Obviously taking the zone towards them.
Yeah.
But they were insanely quiet, I would say. I'm going to go to you on this one. Insanely quiet during the group stage. And this is a team that I feel like we maybe had better expectations of, because in PMSL EMEA, Z-Wolf was just the MVP. Like, he was hands down
great.
easily the MVP, but he was so silent the first 2 days.
And technically, this roster as a whole, there's a lot of lineage behind this roster when it comes to the Turkish region, how they're going to perform. For this game specifically, obviously, it felt like they had a bit of a delivery towards them, and then all they had to do was really sit towards the middle to be able to greet teams coming towards them. But they did a great job of doing it up on the high ground here, and if the circle's going to come your way, what better way than to just sit back, sit pretty.
Yeah, I mean, they had Rook, because they didn't loot too much in this game. They went very quickly to the warehouse, and after that, I just talk with my hands, Jason.
You do a lot of this.
I do that, a lot of that. But Rook were instantly going for the rotation, and they just got extra loot of 4 players for pretty much free, so they could just stand in that position for the entirety of the match. And the moment the circle moves away, guess what? You go for the high ground position, start obliterating all the teams around you, and get what I would call a pretty free chicken dinner here to kick off the day.
What about good old TJB? We criticized them heavily about they were similar to D+ in terms of when playing in compounds, playing with like more of a center zone. They did fairly well. They really struggled on their second day.
Sure.
A good start for them, at least.
Well, it was very similar, though, right? Like, they had that compound south towards Cave's position, as we take a look at some of the highlights here from the games. And it seemed very similar to a previous Sanhok that they were able to do well on, right? Just have the hot compound, hold it down, force teams around you to make some uncomfortable decisions. And you saw us, for example, Twisted Minds having to come out of Cave alongside this. There's not much wiggle room for the teams around them.
I kind of liked what TJB were doing too, because they were in the same compound as Mad Bulls, but they weren't actively fighting each other. Like, okay, a lot of teams are going to be trying to leave Cave or rotate around Cave.
Yeah.
Let's work together in a symbiotic relationship and get as many points as possible, then try and leave, which against IWNRX's position is nigh impossible, but you at least I survive into the late game and get a few eliminations here.
And I get it, because there's too many compounds on Sanhok where you cannot hold them yourself without taking casualties.
On the roads especially, yeah.
Yeah, so you need to make sure that you're making mature decisions and just backing off from some of those fights to then live later into the game alongside your newfound friends who are in the
Ratto Boy.
Not Ratto Boy, he wasn't. Anyway.
There is a specific player that I didn't even notice he was actually played until this match, and to be fair, it was his first match actually. Old Boy.
He's in.
I thought it was just going to be perma-sub for the team, but he's actually playing today when he didn't get any matches in during the group stage.
I don't know what to expect of that though, because I have not seen him play at this level in a... How long has it been since he's played in like these types?
Well, how much hair did you have when last time you saw him playing?
No.
full afro. It was crazy.
It was 2020 back in the days where I had a hairline.
But the thing is, he has experience playing at a high level. However, the high level back then is much different than the high level now.
Yeah, and it was way different back then because you would have like 1, 2 fraggers. Now every player on your team needs to frag out. Old Boy could do that, but like it's a completely different caliber of play now. So we'll see. Of course, it's just a Sanhok. I want to see on the Wrangle on Miramar how that's going to work out, but it is a big addition that can be impactful if he's able to play at the peak of what he can bring to the table.
All right, well, we do actually have a special video for you guys at home that we wanted to show here. And can we actually just throw this up for you guys so you can take a in-depth look into Sanhok? Let's pull it up.
Not make the cut.
You might have had Brute Force win EMEA, but I do think Team Spirit has the highest skill ceiling potential, at least. If you think about their run in EMEA as well, breaking things down, 7 podium finishes, and a lot of those were first places on Sandhawk across the EMEA tournament. The 3 Sandhawks they played, first, second, and third on Sandhawk. If they get a good start here, that could get the ball rolling for them very quickly, because we're playing Sandhawk first.
Can we get our match rankings up really quick on the second page, just real fast here, just to go off the back of what he was saying about Team Spirit doing so well on Sandhawk.
Yeah, go on.
So I don't see them on the front page here, Max.
Yeah,
where are they?
They're not. Hey, where?
Hey,
Is that 16th position right there?
Hey, where's that little Leonardo DiCaprio? Whoop, whoop,
right there.
That was, you know what? All right, sometimes there's failures occurring. It's most of the time Max's fault, but this time around, I guess I have to take the brunt of it.
No, to be completely honest, right? You would look at a team as experienced as Team Spirit and Falcons. You wouldn't expect it to happen, right? Like, you're really angry.
I'm mad. The best part was Max quickly jumped on ship on that one because he knows how much we rib on him, and he's like, oh, they're finally not doing it to me. I'm going to rip it on someone else. All right, well, it's time to kick off for second match of the day. So let's go back over to John on and Hot Jukes to get us into Erangel.
I'm pretty sure gravity departed because the sanity certainly was not there for that desk either towards the end of it. They, rightly to be fair, criticizing Team Spirit, maybe less right to criticize KLRS because I'm on his side, man. I feel like this is definitely a roster that is good at Sandhawk, just not when they're dead.
Scrooge McHale making some points.
That's right.
Making some good points here. And that is correct, because I think that if you do go out first, it's not good.
It's difficult to make many points. Make many points? Get many points.
Or any points.
Yeah, have any points at all if you die. Generally, an adverse strategy when it comes to good results. But I tell you what's not an adverse strategy.
What's that?
It is getting yourself an Infinix GT20 Pro. With dual gaming chipsets and a 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC.
Well, let's get it going, guys. Our first Erangel of the day, of this survival stage. And we can already see the rankings, man. We got some teams soaking up some points up there. IWNRX taking full advantage of that circle they got. Team Falcons, even though they didn't get the zone, they just straight up dominated, getting 14 total points. And looking on down, 6th place, Twisted Minds, right? Out of the 4 new teams that hopped on in here, they ended up with the most points, 6 in total.
Plane path from the northeast side down towards the quarry. Difficult potentially to get to military from here.
Don't say it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, don't talk about the island. We've already seen twice.
Too many times.
The brutality of that sort of a circle on the south shift. And in a survival stage, teams would be very, very reluctant to try and make their way down there. It's a good chunk, but it's not, right?
Yeah.
It's not a military circle yet. Yet. Touch wood. There we go. Found some wood. But we are absolutely hoping that they don't have to make that shift south.
Yeah, they do not want to do that.
No,
we got a hot drop! Team Panda!
On the outside!
Oh, the knives!
No. Team Spirit, what do you got? Are they going to be able to find anything? This is
no
disaster.
Way! Not
Team
again!
Spirit! 2 games in a row! Team Spirit have fallen! What are you doing? You can't do this! This is PMWC!
The devastation!
Can we get a clip of Kale right now? What's his face doing?
Yes, I want to see Kale's face, because...
I mean, mine's doing. I think it's covered in tears of EMEA.
It's unreal. That is unreal. 2 hot drops off the rip, not able to find a weapon, and you go down like that. That's honestly unbelievably difficult to bounce back from.
That is unequivocally a bad play now for Team Spirit. No excuse for doing this twice in a row.
I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, maybe it could have been that plane path. They didn't have a solid secondary drop location, and they just got punished right there. So if you're even trying to make top 4, 2 bad games is pretty much max what you can afford. So they need to go crazy every single game after this. Otherwise, they're going home. Let's be honest.
It might have just been done and dusted off that. I mean, if nothing else, that's a huge morale buster of a start to the day, right? 2 matches where you're out of the game in 30 seconds. It's not cool, right?
It's not cool.
It's going to be a real rubbish feeling to be sat there in that Team Spirit booth thinking, what have we done? What have we just done? We are throwing this away.
Let's see what Twisted Mind can do. TJB making a party up over here by Crates. Nice support fire there from the other teammate. Guizao is trying to find a better angle here. He's actually going to be popping him through the back. That's a bold play. I'm so shocked he even did that. He should have found a way towards the squad. Now he's completely trapped, and he goes down.
Yeah, it's GK first, able to hop out with backup as well. Twisted Minds not in the position to support it.
That's a good nade.
Might go for a third party. You're right, that was a pretty solid nade. Pushed him back and into the sightlines of his teammates, playing off one another.
Well, their hands got to be shaking right now. The nerves at an all-time high. It looks like they're going to be trading one player for one. What is TJB going to do? Are they going to continue to go through this fight or rotate away? Honestly, sometimes you got to just cut your losses and leave.
Maybe just try and head on out of there. You want to get these reses.
They don't really have any loot at all, so they want... Yeah, I think TJB may have to commit here. They are so underlooted. They need every single thing they can get from Twisted Minds. But how are they going to get there? This is always a very difficult fight in crates because you have to make those crosses into the wide open. You don't really know where other enemies can be. And it could end up really, really bad for you. Flower's staying in the same position. He's not rotated at all. And every single second at this point is just devastating.
It's really going to eat into your point scoring potential every single moment that you keep presence in these crates. But
they got Overwatch now.
They do. They have managed to sort of finagle something out of this one. Higgles trying to shimmy around, and no res is really going to be available for TJB. Like, that's a super exposed position. You can't go up there. Federalis just running people over towards Pachinki. Okay, let's go for it.
We'll take that. We'll take that. Yeah, TJB's gonna have to figure out what to do here because, yeah, when you're in that Overwatch position, if you get caught out, you're getting knocked. Like, you can only take shots when you're like 1,000% confident that you're gonna get that initial knock. He may have eyes on Obscure. He saw him. And he missed the shots. Now they know exactly where he is. All eyes are gonna be on him.
Gonna have plenty to deal with now.
That was risky.
3 players alive, 4 Twisted Minds. Same for TJB. Both rosters having a rough time of it now. Longs is pretty much out the fight, so if Twisted Minds can establish and engage a ground fight, he's going to be so out of the way. Let's take a look at what is a disaster for Team Spirit. They don't even get in the door.
Oh my goodness, and yeah, I don't even see really any weapons on the side of Team Spirit. They were just trying to knife for their lives and just take it out in an instant.
That's actually upset me. I'm pretty upset about that. I'm genuinely upset that this has happened.
Quite frazzled.
To Team Spirit. Yeah, I mean...
What could he say?
I genuinely don't even want to talk about it.
They've had their feet on the ground in this tournament for like 2 minutes.
Yeah. They owe me now.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. And the thing is like your morale's got to be at an all-time low. To bounce back, you only have 10 matches remaining. Oof, it's gonna be a long road ahead. I mean, this next game, we need to see a double-digit elimination chicken dinner.
I mean, this is the thing, right? This roster genuinely is so capable of that.
It's true.
But it's a question of can they dig themselves out of their own minds after that performance. Moneymakers moving in from Primorsk, trying to punch their way south of Quarry into the circle.
1v2
is going to start to pop off. Obscure around the side finds one.
Jump shot
around the edge, and the AKM tears through TJB. Brings Twisted Minds up to the advantage, and it's just Longs. That's what I was saying. If they can establish and engage a ground fight, Longs isn't there.
TJB, man, just getting demolished right there. Obscure with that 1v2 was disgusting. What a huge play. They know where the final player is, and it's really up to Twisted Minds now. Do you stay? Do you get this confirmation? Or do you head towards the next zone? All Longs. That is a very angry play right there.
Mean.
Shooting out the tires, saying, you know what, how dare you? I'm going to make things a little bit more tough on you.
There's a little lead weight around the ankles right now for Twisted Minds.
Oh, Obscure's going to have an angle. Yep, he does.
Third party potential for Inco as well. Remember,
Got him!
through. That is exactly what they were looking for.
Obscure!
Shot.
All
Inco
4?
have got the off angle as they move from North George, potentially pulling short to find some Twisted Minds players, but that fight has concluded. Teams very, very central. This second circle just about to pop.
Yeah, go south. Why not? Let's see it. Let's see it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it goes right dead center. It's going to be School still available. So honestly, it's a very good zone shift for Twisted Mind and Inko. We'll see if that battle does ring out. It's going to be a tough one for both these teams. Now, one team in particular, Team Pandem, they're all the way down south in the military base. They're going to have to hit a bridge here in the next few moments.
Potato Hill on the east side of Pachinki. A major feature, as it always is on this sort of a circle. It'll be interesting to see who's going to hold that terrain right now. Mad Bull's right on the north edge of it. You've got Rook marauding around on the east side, potentially clashing with COG Osaka as well. There's a couple of other teams trying to push their way in. Besiktas getting close towards the top there. And I think having some runs across the Pachinki fields as well to bring up the rear as things start to get messy around the middle. Inko do finally find 1-2 from Twisted Minds, and they're looking for that flush as well. They will extract the value. Twisted Minds down to just one player alive.
One player alive, just like that. They did get some points on the board, though, so that's fortunate. But at the same time, it's going to hurt pretty bad. You could see Inko, they were waiting for this. They heard those shots ring out, and that's why teams really need to try to avoid any engagement early on. It's because, yeah, you get those 4 points, great, but it's very, very rare at this level of competition you leave unscathed, right? You either have a couple players go down in that fight, or you have a team completely gatekeep you. Now we're going to watch the two top squads so far in the lobby, IWNRX and Team Falcons, start to poke some shots at each other.
This is where I think IWNRX are going to have to prove themselves a little bit more. They're on that south side of the circle in general. They're not given a center circle position. Their sweeping needs to be strong now. That's kind of how they finished out the last game, and what they're going to need to do this game, sort of going to echo that. Obviously, it's only circle 2. They don't have to move yet. They'll be able to bide their time for just a moment longer, but fighting off against Falcons, that's another way to prove yourself.
Team Falcons. Action is knocked. They should be able to get the res onto him. Actually, no. He's really low. Getting picked apart. He should have cover now. Let's see if they are going to be able to pick him up. Top, it's really up to him to just apply some shots, some pressure to be able to get their teammate up. Let's really look at this replay here. Obscure with this 1v2. Beautiful pre-fire shot. Has to win this against a DBS. AK, bop, headshot. That's all it takes.
That is exactly what you need from Obscure, so Twisted Minds happy.
That was a 1v4.
On the roster, there's the shots that sealed the deal against TJB. Did he manage to get the first knock as well?
Oh, yes, he did. And now look at that. This is what happens, though, right? You got that beautiful 1v4 from Obscure, and then Inko just sat there waiting for the easy eliminations and easy loot as well.
Now it's just Ratto Boy, one of my favorite names in the tournament. Going to be remaining for Twisted Minds. Over in Pachinki, circle out to the east side of things. Again, over towards Potato Hill. I'm looking at Mad Bulls right now, thinking how much of that can they hold on to on their fairly wide split as it stands.
Team Falcon starting to pop some shots onto IWNRX. They're going to go ahead and leave for a more central position here. These buildings are not too bad. You definitely pop some shots at vehicles heading towards you, but if you do get crashed on, it can be quite difficult to hold. So let's see if that ends up paying off for them. Very, very southern position. They're actually going to have to move north because that is actually that zone, that complex is outside of the circle. Looking further in though, yeah, Mad Bulls are at a really, really good spot here. D plus Kia are not at a bad one as well. And meanwhile, you got Moneymakers and Team Falcons starting to get mighty close to each other.
Yeah, the Moneymakers rolled up to the Falcons' position. They did turn around with their initial 2, but now they've regrouped and they're playing as 4. Falcons a little bit more split right now, but no one's really in contact at this stage. Action, trying to drop those smokes, give themselves cover. Old Boy repositioning on an off angle. 3-1 attempt at this play.
Got him!
But Old Boy goes down, and this is an age-old problem for Old Boy. He goes off on some wild angle and just doesn't get any value, goes down, gets flushed, and they aren't going to reap any rewards for it. In fact, it's only going to slow them down. It's only going to mean that they just have to disengage, and Falcons don't want to let that happen. They're going to continue to take these shots. Havlik has to hop in and hop away.
They should. They know it's a 4v3 situation, and you're going to see some pop shots out the vehicle, out the buggy. Not able to get it done, though. So Moneymakers run away. But are they going to be able to run away for long? Because Team Falcons know they're in a 4v3 situation. They want more eliminations. They only have one so far. But, oh, look at that. A tire gets popped.
And a second.
Hits it into reverse. Tries to jump into his teammate's vehicle. Not able to do so. He's wide out in the open. Hits the lay down. No way he survives this.
Oh,
okay.
But he didn't get in the second time. Top still looking for the spray. He's up, he's down. And finally, Icy's knocked. And that will be a flush. Moneymaker's down to 2 players. I'm surprised the Falcons let it get that far.
Let's see what they decide to do now. Maybe they should start prioritizing zone at this point, though. Meanwhile, yeah, Moneymakers are going to go ahead and into that blue zone, just try to make the ultra-safe rotation with the last remaining 2 players. But a good start for the Falcons once again. Couple eliminations, every single player up. This is what I was talking about, though, right? That extra aggression on these teams that are so nervous is just paying off big time.
It is striking fear in the hearts of the opponents right now. Circle just about to close. Look at Brute Force on the north side. Currently, kind of enveloping around Inko on that northeast edge. Trying to play through. Chudo on the inside against 3, bearing down upon him. Needs to be on the swivel, but there's no way you can hold off against the open door, against that back as well. And Chudo goes down for Brute Force, which will leave them a little bit wanting, but they are now locked into that garage. So maybe a little bit of a trap set over towards Inko. They're pulled on in. They think, ooh, we've got a point, we've got a point. And now we're going down because Brute Force established the crossfire.
I don't know if that was a set play. It looked like they just had one of their players out of position in a bad split. But Brute Force does have a chance here to get their revenge. The blue zone is starting to punish them. This is stage 4. It's actually going to be chunking quite a bit. So yeah, Inko did commit everybody on that outside player. But now Brute Force are in a great position to gatekeep them.
Besiktas trying to move up towards DRX. This is a solo player for DRX, by the way, playing all the way down the bottom. He's still got teammates alive, but they're not quite near enough. 2 knocks sent back over to Besiktas. And a third as well. That is huge. D plus Kia chiming on into the fight, and they're looking for everybody on this hillside. Moneymakers, DRX, Besiktas who have already gone down. Finally, Osal falls, but that should be Reservoir, and they can continue their push on in from the southwest.
Great plays for DRX here. Solo plays, at least. Not really working as a team, but getting it done by themselves. This Nate should do it. Yep, and that'll do it. Moneymakers out of there. So, and that's 3 eliminations that DRX desperately needed.
Definitely want to try and convert off that first match. 8 points, not massive, but very important. That's enough to put you up in 4th place right now as it stands. So 3 points, adding onto the tally, a great conversion, even if they can't get too much further. But on the southwest side, they're looking okay. They've got D plus Kia and Rook kind of in the wings right now, but I'm looking at Harame, bro, and looking at this roll-up. Falcons need another hold.
Let's see if they can hold it down here. Range got some really good angles here, but Team Falcons return. Now here comes Top with that DBS pre-firing through the smoke, and they are connecting. Harame Bros in big trouble, and they're out of trouble because they're gone just like that.
There's no way you can beat trouble when you're eliminated. Falcons will be able to hold their high ground, get these reses. Mad Bulls moving in underneath. D plus Kia as well, moving up a little bit further north. But with the fight concluded, nobody's going to go for this third party. What has happened, though, is that that gap has closed. Falcons no longer have a position to move into the east side. They are going to have to try and push through a little bit more resistance. Mad Bulls do actually regroup further north, as I say that, and that is going to mean that they're going to hold back just that little bit more, wait for that gap to stay open, to establish itself, and push through now towards Ratto Boy, the Lone Ranger for Twisted Mind.
Yeah, they should do it sooner than later, but they don't know, right? They don't know that there's only Ratto Boy holding that one little dip right there, but I don't think they're going to have time to even look in that direction because right now they're completely focused on Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls are mighty close, and it looks like they are going to have to press them here soon with some shots. Actually, very, very good holdback from the team. Icy now up close and personal. Mad Bulls say, you know what, forget it. We are out of here.
Don't want any piece of that pie. They are just going to be sending it back. And moving back up towards Brute Force. There's only one player for Brute Force on this outpost. It's Nias for the roster. Brute Force, of course, having lost a player to their Inko scrap in the garage. They are going to be able to hold a lot of this north side, actually, under their control. Rook, they've been trying to move up this hill for a while. DRX sit in the way.
Let's see what Rook's going to do. Rook is one of those teams that is new to this lobby. And they definitely are feeling the nerves, but they got to start getting aggressive. They have to. And you can see them starting to press up on a DRX. They got to get this fight done sooner than later. They got to recognize that, you know what, they have the numbers. They're all close together. Might as well try to take this fight. Oh, but some great shots there from Sai. Up top. And that's actually from multiple different angles. Now we see Rook starting to press the pressure onto DRX. Is he going to get that knock? No, barely misses.
Not quite able to connect for
Where's the rest of the team, though?
They are quite split around this fight, and they're not really trying to capitalize on this just yet. Finally, Inco goes down. The little bro of Brazil, again, not going to have a great result on the match. Hang on a minute. Mad Bulls, Falcons, over on the western edge. It looks like they will finally clash. The Mad Bulls turn around and head back into the fight. One player of Falcons now down and out, will be flushed. Another knock over on this western edge against the Falcons. The Mad Bulls are starting to turn things around for them. DRX as well, in the way of Rook, starting to find an opening. It's just top now remaining. This guy, MVP material, rolls on down. Is he going to be able to survive? I mean, that's a kind of wild push, and it's not going to work out. They still get 7 eliminations, but go down earlier than we expected.
But 7 eliminations is enough. That's good, solid points regardless. It's all about that consistency if you want to make it into top 4. We're seeing some inconsistent teams get taken out really early here. Rook has a lot of angles. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds, the final player, getting taken out. That's Rato Boy gone. Mad Bulls now finally starting to make some noise.
Yeah, with 4 eliminations this match and full 4 players alive playing from the west, they have got an interesting approach to this circle. Right now, Pandem are split across the strongest part of high ground, with Rook trying to push in on the western side, IWNRX on the east. It's going to be a tall order to hold it, though.
Let's see if they're going to be able to hold it down. Rook starting to make some noise here. Get a nice elimination there onto D plus Kia. I believe it is just Chips. Last one up for them. And now, oh, look at that. Beautiful shots onto the Mad Bulls. Is he going to get the confirm? No, barely misses it. If you're a Team Spirit fan, though, you're pretty excited right now because 2nd through 5th place are already out. But you got to watch out for IWNRX. They're looking to soak up some points.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I was wondering where you were going with that for Team Spirit, because, I mean, sure, you take the silver linings where you can, right? So some of the teams higher up going down early, sure, it's good, but it really kind of pales in comparison to what you need to get done. Brute Force trying to move their way forwards. Freezer is down, will get flushed away. IWNRX pick up that point. That goes over towards, I think Zedwolf was able to get the flush, but the point is frozen. On this eastern side, they are in the zone, and they can start to look to move along this ridgeline that Pandem currently hold the center of, that looks downhill towards the COG Osaka compound.
Yeah, I think IWNRX needs to get extra aggressive at this point. They have a massive opportunity in front of them. They had the ability to put massive points on the board and create a large gap ahead of them. If they start creating a big gap today, tomorrow they can have fun with this lobby. They can decide which teams make it and which don't. They'll have so much power available in their hands, so they need to take advantage of it here and now. Next zone does pop. CAG Osaka are going to be in a good position here, but now you can see the Mad Bulls completely spread out. Starting to get punished here by Rook.
Rook are doing bits right now over on the western side, but again, they're going to have to move forwards. It is 3 players now alive, with Zerich going down for the Mad Bulls, but Rook are taking damage, and that is Pandem. This is the strong high ground I was talking about. They are looking out to that west. It's a little bit higher ground over there, but there's this saddle that sits in the middle, and you need to push past it. That's what Rook are going to look to do now. Pandem need to hold, but they've lost Pond on that outpost. Down the hill they go, and they're exposing themselves to some pretty disastrous angles here. One player falling, and it looks like they might just find some more hold on that western edge.
Yeah, I think Team Rook is doing too much here. They're focusing on too many separate fights. They need to just group up together, focus on one team at a time. Right now, your eyes have to be on Mad Bulls. You want to be able to secure this location and then move up little by little after that. Let's see what they end up deciding to do. It looks like they did finally group up, and they could look to pass up the Mad Bulls. That's a very, very risky play, and might just take it to CAG Osaka. Nope, instead they do send it on the Mad Bulls, and they are on the run.
They're going to get that flush. They're going to turn around, make sure they secure the point. A 9th elimination on the cards for Rook. They are on the war path, and all 4 of their players are alive, pushing into the circle. Still not easy, but with Pandem on 3, it's a little bit easier. CAG Osaka flexing out now and actually rotating south to put pressure on.
Yes, they are. CAG Osaka have been pretty quiet, though. Only 1 elimination so far. Well, let's see what they do. Actually, no, I'm sorry. No eliminations just yet. So they have not been able to pull 1. And they really need to start doing it because they did have so-so game number 1. They want to be able to put themselves in a position for top 4 because that is the goal, folks. 4 slots remaining for the finals.
Pushing in from that north side. They were trying to third party on the west edge, and they have now folded back towards their compound. Getting across the open ground that sits ahead of them is not going to be easy once these fights on the south conclude. CAG Osaka, they need to find something, and that's what they were looking for, to try and sweep that west edge so that they can then foothold and springboard into this circle, right? Because right now, once there is an established presence on the hill to their south, there's like no way you get out of that compound.
That's right. Let's see what they decide to do here, because they had that compound and it's been so safe. They got pretty circle blessed, and eventually they do need to leave it. But this is a tough point when you're in the survival stage. Sometimes you err on the side of safety, right? You're like, okay, we have coverage. Let's just hold it here for longer. But at a certain point, you got to realize we got the numbers.
Yeah.
Let's get to the edge and start taking some of these fights, because we're seeing teams really soak up eliminations. One of them being Rook, 9 so far.
IWNRX not being super loud on this eastern side, but they're going to have to push in a little bit closer. The next circle's just about to pop. They're finding knocks, they're finding openings. They're staying as a ball right now, and they need to get rolling. Rook further uphill, but they are again with their backs to the zone. A nade over towards the remaining duo for Brute Force, just to keep things spicy. Zedwolf with the Mini 14, trying to land the shots, not quite there, but Kain has the angle to pick up another point.
CAG Osaka get blessed with the circle.
Wow.
They are dead center. They have so much real estate, but when are they going to start getting angry? When are they going to stand up and start taking some shots? That's going to be the big question. They end up smoking themselves out. That's a really bad decision right there, because it eliminates their sight lines and allows teams to push up onto them. But the IWNRX, they're going to be pushing most likely under brute force here in the next few moments. It's going to be absolute chaos in the next 10 seconds.
CAG Osaka, I think they smoked up to get the res on one of their players who was on the forward position. But it will remove a little bit of wind from their sails. However, they now should be dissipating fairly soon. Rook mounting up.
They're playing it so passive. They're playing it so passive. They're just laying down right now. And that's going to allow teams to make some moves. Nice shots there from IWNRX. Frozen, going to try to get a nade. Most likely onto Brute Force. Yes, 3 of them. Never mind, here comes the drive up.
Oh no, 1, 2.
Great shots from Brute Force, shutting them down.
That is so nasty. You try and roll down. You knew there was players there. It's just a Hail Mary last-ditch attempt, and IWNRX go down with 1 elim in 6th place. That is not good for them on the southeast side. They couldn't get past Brute Force. Brute Force now have suffered a knock, and Team Pandem trying to move over the hillside. This is the team that's been on this wide spread for a long time, keeping Rook out to that west, but it looks like Rook might finally have gotten ahead of the curve. If they can use these smokes to keep Pandem out, they might have secured themselves the game.
Let's see what happens, though, because Team Pandem do have some really nice angles here. Are they able to get it? They do.
Ooh.
That nice nade. That is from CAG Osaka. Now they're starting to make some noise here. They have all the real estate in the world. They got to start getting extra aggressive. Don't let Rook push up on you for free.
You cannot let this one happen. CAG Osaka,
it's a good nade.
Ordnance coming. Get a knock, get a flush, get more points as well. That's what you need to add to your tallies. 1 knock sent to their backlines. That is going to be a bit of a rescue mission if they want to keep this one in. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a player go for it, though, because they've slowed down all of the teams around them.
CAG Osaka, look, we're starting to see that confidence from them. We're starting to see them realize, hey, this is our game to win. Let's make it happen here with as many eliminations as possible, because every second you wait, those numbers just get dwindled more and more. Nice nade there. Only 1 player up left, and that is Slonk there. Is he going to be able to get that res? Oh, that nade. Does he get the bounce? Ooh. Oh, that one hurt.
Ticked a little bit of damage. There's a shot.
AWM.
Where's he pulled that from? That's naughty. Going to be looking for the shots as well.
Looking for toes.
Oh, I don't think he just quite noticed the toes there, unfortunately. But you step out, your block is going off. I tell you that much.
Let me see a quick snipe. Let's see it.
Go on.
Let's see it.
You know you want to.
Slonk, better be careful. Don't peek. Don't you even move a muscle. Just go out to blue zone. You look out, you are gone.
I'm surprised that there's not an aid coming through from Pandem.
Yep. He's just eating some blue zone. He knows what time it is. He denies the points to CAG Osaka. 2 knocks onto them. Was that brute force? It was. Pre-pod started to make some noise.
That is huge pickup for Brute Force. On the eastern side, they now have an excellent crossfire to push across this open slope to play against COG Osaka. That's completely changed the cadence of this circle. With Neos going down, though, it is all up to Prepod. He can't push down this hill. He cannot get this res. With the AWM in hand as well. He's challenging it? You kidding? He's going to have heard that one. That should back him off.
Let's see what happens. Pandem, sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Starting to snake their way on in. Let's see if they were to get sightlines. Oh, Apollo actually gets beat up quite a bit there. I'm not sure if he wants to peek that one again. But now they know where he is, so let's see if this nade is able to connect. I think this is his last one. Yep, that was the last nade he had. And it is gone, not able to connect. It is anyone's game here. Team Pandem, been so quiet, just picking up every elimination they can.
Neo's making that death crawl right now, trying to get back to Prepod to get the res.
This is the 9th circle, folks. It's about to go to nothing, and that is that player from Brute Force gone. Only one remaining player, and it's the IGL. Prepod, what can you do?
I mean, he already had that impact, taking half of CAG Osaka down.
He sees him.
He sees him. He's going to step up. Looks for the spray. That's one. Going down. Will look for the flush, but he's dropping out wide and into the sidelines of CAG Osaka. A 1 versus 2. I don't think it's there. The orb isn't even necessary, as that's going to go through to Apollo with the DBS. Hang on a minute. Who's got the sniper? Someone check him. It's going to be Pandem now in a 1 versus 2. As Naoto is going to try and hold it down. They have the inside track, and the nade is enough. Apollo burns bright. And CAG Osaka hold it down. It got dicey there with half of their players going out, but they keep it under control. Cool Cop collected from the North compound.
Ooh, that was way too close for comfort right there. But you know what? They got it done, and they got some great eliminations as well. That should rocket launch them up the leaderboards. Very fortunate for the rest of the lobby that IWNRX went out relatively early, even though they had a good position. The rest of the top half of the leaderboards went out as well. So now we're going to see some shakeups here pretty early.
Yeah, Falcons were able to get 7 eliminations that match. Even though we haven't seen them for ages, they did just get some scraps on board, but they're now about level with where IWNRX were, given that IWNRX didn't get too many points on that match. So it's going to be an interesting, very close top of the tables.
See the snipe right here. Bah! Right underneath the vehicle. You love to see that AWN. I want to see some more snipes, baby.
I'm sniping here.
Come on, come on. As we look at Prepod, that was a really good play from him, and one that Brute Force desperately needed.
Definitely. It is going to be good news. I mean, Brute Force did bits, right? They managed to get up into 3rd place. I think it was 5 or 6 eliminations towards the end. COG Osaka putting a respectable score on the board. Pandem, they held their nerve on the south side. I wasn't expecting them to be able to keep Rook at bay, but they were able to do it, and I'm pretty happy with that.
I'm pretty happy as well. You know, as a matter of fact, I talked to Prepod at breakfast this morning, and I was like, dude, survival stage, come on. He's like, we just lack confidence. That was it. It was all about the confidence. But after a game like that, hopefully they finally gained it. And they're going to need it here because there's not a lot of games left in this one.
No, absolutely not. There is an ever-dwindling number of matches remaining. It is so exciting. Can Team Spirit stay alive for a minute or more? That's what will be answered after the break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Seeming to be a day of changes here, as we do have some teams who massively underperformed when it came to the group stage. Stepping up, Kagosaka getting himself a win here on our first Erangel of the day. But the real story, Kalaris.
I'm just sad. What's happened? I don't know anymore.
For the worst building too. You're gonna get eliminated over that. Come on.
Well, you know, Seven Worlds Gaming did say, you know, you get a mulligan game here. But what about second mulligan?
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
What about third? Do it again. Good for the memes at this point.
If
I don't know.
it happens a third time, Clarus's head is going to just burst. Or his biceps will burst. I don't know. Either one. You guys at home are watching, though, you have noticed that the players are participating with the PMWC Violet Thunder set, which you guys can pick up for yourself. Maxman, I remember seeing a screenshot of someone that I might know who got one himself.
And you know what? I got super lucky. I got it super quickly too. And I'm really digging it. So I'm going to look good in game. I'm still going to get eliminated by bots, but I'll look cool in the process.
That's not true. Come on. Come on. You know, I'm the one that gets eliminated by bots, or I get eliminated by Neptura letting me die right in front of her because she doesn't decide to res
Happens
me.
a lot, yeah.
I know you're out there watching Neptura. Stop that.
Did I ever tell that story about the time I was clutching out and he was looting still?
Oh yeah, I remember.
I needed my cheek pad, Kalaris.
I needed my cheek pad. He didn't need it.
I need my cheek.
It's ridiculous.
I don't think I even had a sniper.
Didn't you? What?
You had to have had an
I don't think I did.
Anyway.
Anyways, what we need to focus on, though, is kind of what's going on in these matches. Kagosaka, let's just go. You know what? Evolaris, go ahead. I know you were talking about this during the game. You were kind of disappointed with position they had and how it still was a very tough victory for them.
Well, I mean, they won. Great, that's brilliant. All right, now I'll be serious for
But it wasn't the caliber of a top 4 team.
So, well, so they had this compound for a long time in this game. Fantastic, they get the win here under their belt. 18 points go their way. Oh. I actually assumed maybe they would get less Olymp points off the back of this win, considering they were very apprehensive about leaving the compound. That obviously kind of caused them some wounding positions. I think the 3-1 split that they were initially going for, that makes sense, because Matton can just be in that off angle, kind of holding things out. You sometimes think that, maybe you're going to sacrifice him anyway, but he limits the maneuverability of the other teams for your 3 to then sweep and then do something about it. But going back to try and save him, or even having the 2-2, was a little bit scary. It did work out in the end, though.
They were just scrambling about. They were not sure what they wanted to do and how they wanted to execute that late game scenario, though. Well, there you go. We see Team Spirit again, 0 points this time around. But yeah, it was a very silent game for CAG Osaka, and I really wanted to see them eliminate Brute Force, but they just allowed them to make the cross away from OP Div.
Yeah.
I feel like if you eliminate that, that game becomes infinitely easier for them to win. But Brute Force get away, and actually, I feel like get away with absolute murder and win, almost get to a game-winning position by waiting on the east of the circle.
Brute Force got away with a lot. I mean, technically, you know, you see Osaka's position, you see technically what would have been INRX's position, IWNRX's position, and they should have been eventually sandwiched, because you can't really cover yourself from both angles at the same time, but NRX was a little bit scared about maybe even peeking on over to the full extent that they could have done.
And actually, talking about some of the plays that were happening there with IWNRX, I want to take the conversation over to Pandem. How the hell did they survive that long? They were surrounded by Mad Bulls, there was Rook, there was IWNRX, there was also CAG, I think, taking some shots from the compound down below, and they just lose a single player? Like, sorry, they need to get punished in those scenarios.
He's been saving this up. He's so keen. Listen to him. But I agree with you, right? Like, the split that they had, obviously on 2 sides, doing the drive scouting is very important to know exactly what's going on. But their split should have been punished by some of those teams. Be it IWNRX moving west, or the teams finally fixing everything fight that's going down on the west, even I should say, and then moving east themselves. But no, Pandem got away with a lot, man. A lot.
Well, one team that I wanted to bring up here that I know Seven, while we were watching, was talking about Rook. Honestly, Max, we got to cover them when it came to PMSL CSA because we got to do the watch party on it. I don't really expect much out of them in this event. However, they put up 11 eliminations here so far in this match, and not easy to do considering, again, the caliber of teams you have. But I don't know if that was a fluke or if this is what the kind of Rook we're going to see in this day.
I would say, I mean, covering CSA right in the watch party, Rook were a very passive team, right? I feel like they understood we need to take like an extra kind of measure of precaution if you want to do well in this lobby, which is we see a team, we're just going to shoot at them, get the points. Stop doing that. And I feel like they've changed their mentality from CSA going into PMWI because passive playstyle is not going to make you qualify in the top 4 for the main tournament. So we know that they have some really good sprays. I think Keeper Boss is a player that we mentioned multiple times that can perform really well at that kind of mid to long range sprays.
Yeah, yeah.
But now they play more aggressive, which is the perfect change for the stage. I'm really stoked to see that.
I mean, you've got Vic on the team, you got Yankee on the team. You did see a couple of clutches out of those individual players back in CSA, but in the back of my head, it's like, Jason, this lobby is so much more difficult, even though you have teams like IHC, 4MV, Falcons in your region.
Team Spirit. Oh no, actually, no. Sorry.
I mean, for
I said difficult.
They squeaked by in the end of the
Ratto
CSA
Boy.
tournament. Not Ratto Boy. You're obsessed. Wait. Where was I even? Brooke, I mean, they squeaked by in the region that you were covering for a watch party, right? It took the last game, similar to Alula AHC, to being able to. They squeaked by. This is ridiculous.
This is 7. What are you doing here?
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah, squeak by, but obviously we've seen a couple teams do that. Team Spirit, I want to not be too harsh on them, but I know we did say all of us said,
be harsh.
You weren't here for this, that Brute Force, in our eyes, is not the best team from EA necessarily. But they're looking better than Team Spirit so far.
Let's be real. These last 2 games, absolute catastrophe.
Yeah.
Absolute catastrophe. I was hoping that they would start the ball rolling fast and maybe try and get something done. But losing 2 games like this, it's not only a bit of a crushing blow to what I would say is morale, it's also the fact that when you go out early in a game, especially 2 games in a row, you have to sit there for 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes before you even get into the next game. That period of time where you're just cold, everybody's still warm, going through the games, going through the motions, is also yet another burden you have to take into the next games. Something wild has to happen going into the next ones.
Yeah, I'm sure they've been playing more TDM than the actual games of this tournament, right? So yeah, I don't know what's going on, because when you're dropping for that singular building too, you know players are dropping around you. You can instantly change, go to yellows if you want, southern side of Pachinki. It's not great, but you're not fighting with a singular gun for 1 car. That's just egregious. Yeah.
All right, well, we are getting things ready to go for our next match. I'm hearing we do have an interview with Barney down on the stage, so let's go check it out.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we are joined by Kane from Istanbul Wildcats next Ruya. Thank you for joining us on stage. Just a quick first question. Let's cast your mind back to the group stage. It was difficult. You guys didn't really find your feet. What went wrong?
Grup aşamalarında, grup karşılaşmalarında her şey tam istediğiniz gibi gitmemiş olabilir. Ne ters gitti? Sorun neydi?
Ya sorunlar, uçak çok kötü geçiyordu. Mainlerimize tam atlayamıyorduk. Prime spotlarımızı alamıyorduk. O bayağı sıkıntı oldu. Şu an prime spotlarımızı alabiliyoruz rahatça. Rahatça alabildiğimiz sürece istediğimiz oyunu ortaya koyacağız.
Usually it wasn't possible for us to get our main spots that easily. Now it's possible. That's why it's getting much better.
Okay, so that's the reason. That was my next question. Survival stage kicked off really well. You've managed to secure the first winner chicken dinner. Is that kind of what you're going to continue to do, or what are you working on right now?
Tam da onu soracaktım ben. Bu grup karşılaşmalarında, o aşamalarda bunların ters gittiğini anlayınca neyi değiştirmeye karar verdiniz? Chicken dinner'da aldınız. Bir sonraki aşamada yapmak istediğiniz şey ne ve neyi değiştirirsiniz?
Aslında çalıştığımız şey de eğer prime spotlarımızı alamazsak nasıl oynayabileceğiz, nasıl oyunumuza devam ettireceğiz. Daha çok bunların üzerine çalıştık. Bu hatalarımızı kapatmaya çalıştık. Biraz olsun da kapattığımızı düşünüyorum. Bence bu grup aşaması bizim için iyi geçecek. Öyle.
So we usually decided thinking and focusing on more on what to do to cover up the loss that we may ever have in the group stages, like we did in the group stages. So, and I believe that we will just capture the same momentum and it will be much better.
Okay, finally, I have to ask you, Kane, what happened in map 2, man? On Erengel, what happened? What was that push? Who called it? What went wrong?
Sormam lazım bu soruyu. Erengel'de ne oldu? Hani kimin fikriydi? Nasıl, niye girdiniz oraya? Nasıl oldu o olanlar?
Ya aslında biraz sıkışmıştık. Sağ altımızı vurursak win hamlesi olduğunu biliyorduk. Gittik vuramadık. NT. Eğer vursaydık win alırdık yani. Yapacak bir şey yok. NT diyelim, geçelim.
Actually, we knew that it's going to be a big hit home rid, and I would say it would have been an NT, but it didn't work like that. But still, I would say NT at the end.
Well, you know what? You miss 100% of the chances you don't take. So I'm glad you guys are actually taking those chances. Best of luck with the rest of day 1 of the survival stage. But for now, we're going to head back to the studio to continue day 1.
we have got more matches yet to come. That is right. We are going to once again see how long Team Spirit can survive.
Let's go!
I'm going to keep talking smack about them until they do something good.
Let's see if they can hit a record here in this game.
A record?
I want to see a record.
Phase 2?
Phase 2?
You kidding?
That would be a double of what they've done so far. Actually, probably more than double.
That's so true.
Yeah, it's crazy to watch. I can't believe it. I really can't. But you know what? They're going into the second Erangel match, and don't fix what's not broken. You know what I'm saying? Just go to the same place. Go. You know what I'm saying? It's all about consistency, but maybe they don't understand that, you know what? Consistent points is what they need.
That is true. They are being consistent. But let's take a look if they can increase that points floor. They are going to be looking to do so, of course, with the Infinix GT20 Pros. With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. The plane path is here for our second of 3 Erangels, and we are going to be going from Milta Power over to George Pole.
Alrighty, well, I'm looking at this plane right now. I'm seeing where's Team Spirit gonna take off from, because they need a monster game right here and now, because you can't hope that the top teams are gonna do bad once again, because at this point, we're already starting to see a little disparity at the top, and there's only been 2 matches so far. And that lead is only gonna get increased as time goes on. So I'm looking at the plane. I don't see them out just yet.
Yeah, they are on the south, Team Spirit.
Oh, there they are, yep.
Are they going again? Are they going for the repeat? I feel like they're a little bit split away right now. Okay, breathe a second. Team Spirit haven't hot dropped. Oh my God. Oh, okay, that's good.
We're starting off strong. Mixing things up here. Third time is the charm. And, you know, at the same time, they're so cold going into this match. You know, so cold. They're going to have to make something happen here. The zone does go on up, and it's going to be a tough one.
It's pretty tricky. Keeps that central river in play.
That's right.
Keeps a lot of decisions still to be made, because it splits the circle almost directly in half, right? You've got all of that water that you need to cross. And, I mean, sure, you can go all the way around to the east, but if you have to make that call early, which side do you go for? Right now, technically, I think it's a fairly even split when you include the water that's all the way on the north side. The probability of ending up either north or south of this river, I mean, maybe I'd still give it just to the north.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, is when you have a zone like this, that river going right in between it, you have to kind of take a gamble, right? Do we go to the north side or the south side? And if that zone shifts away from you, you're in big trouble. I mean, we don't see teams make it very often when they get a hard shift like that. So Cube is a really, really good place to be, right there at the edge of that river. Besiktas, Black are holding it right now, so it looks like that's a place they want to hold on to. But you got teams like Team Falcons all the way down in Novo. They're going to have to make a big trip up north.
Yeah, they've got a long way to go. Pandem actually did go to the north side of Military Island as well, so they're going to have to make a similarly long trek, but they've already grabbed their vehicles. Novo getting looted up, as you said, by Falcons, so an easy time for now. The question is, will there be conflict on the bridge? We'll have to wait and see. IWNRX splitting around the ferry pier area. They're going to be fairly looted up. They're going to be quite happy with proceedings. They've got that West Coast road that they can go along. But what's interesting is that west side is actually kind of occupied right now by moneymakers. That West Coast split, I mean, this is something that Calaris has been banging on about for years, and rightly so. Getting split loot on that West Coast side is really effective. There's a lot of loot there. You can have a great game from that position.
Yeah, and it's very fortunate that the zone goes in their direction too, so they can just head up north, even probably take that Georgia Pole Bridge up north. So many different ways to head on into this one. Meanwhile, we saw Inco Gaming there on the feed. They were up near Kameshki, so they're going to be split looting Stalber, all that north side. We'll see them push on in. Brute Force are big chilling in Severny right now, so nothing really too crazy. And honestly, it's about time, because we have seen like hot drops, teams getting shredded off the rip so far every game, and now this looks like a normal Erangel.
We saw 3 hot drops in 2 matches, right? Like
that's right.
That's just that's kind of wild when you consider the stakes here at PMWC, right? Getting to those top 4 spots, you need every game to count. You can't take the high variation plays as much as you can do in long-form tournaments, like those PMSL group stages. Obviously, in those stages, you're playing like 70 matches, right? Like, you've got a long time to make those up.
Guess what, though, John?
You've just, something has occurred to you, your brain is firing on all cylinders, and I want to know what's going on.
Team Spirit has broken the record, baby.
Let's go.
That's right. The longest they have been alive in this tournament is right here and right now. So they are setting the tone, John.
And that is what makes Kitsune such a fantastic IGL. He's told his team, you know what? Let's not die.
That's right. That's right. A bold decision. And you know what? It's always good to see the team listen to the IGL, John.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, because every now and then you got some players that are like, no, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to go out early once again, you know? But instead, they say, you know, let's stay up. Let's play the game. Let's play the game for once.
As we all know, if you go down, it's always the IGL's fault.
That's correct.
It's never mine. Unless I'm IGLing, in which case I had bad teammates. I don't know what to do, man. Like, they can't. It's just impossible to play with this team, you know?
That is correct. That is correct. And right now, Team Falcons are still looting in Novo, right? You can see them right here. They're going to be going to this really late. So they're opting for heavy, heavy loot and playing that edge style. And honestly, it's been working for them because they've been playing on the edge and have just been dominating these squads. Now, I would say this strategy that Team Falcons are doing right now, it's not so effective come finals time, right? Because every team is a monster squad. You do not want to go and just fight through the edge because it's very, very difficult to go through that unscathed. But, you know, here in the survival stage, yeah, these teams are all excellent, but you got nerves coming into play. You know, you have teams that have their back against the wall, and if you're a squad like Team Falcons, you're going to have that slight advantage, and they're totally utilizing it right now. That's why we see them in 3rd place.
Still, on 3 matches, you want to be pushing up to 30 points if you want a chance at those top spots. IWNRX, CG Osaka, both within 5-point striking distance, a fairly, well, not trivial, but certainly achievable task for both of these 2 rosters. If CG Osaka going to hold on the south of Severny, they're doing pretty well right now for position. IWNRX a little bit further away right now on the south edge. Falcons, he said they might not want to be sweeping through in the finals, but right now they have a long sweep to go from Novo, still on that military island. Still playing neighbors with Pandem, who are currently in that military base itself. Mad Balls might be crashing into Rook here. Oh dear, Kipper Boss with the spray down doesn't get a knock though, and that is disastrous. That means that English can lead the charge. They're going to play up, and look at this ridgeline. Immediately getting a crest.
Beautiful.
No idea. There is an answer though. Back from the Mad Balls, they cut 1, they cut 2, and Rook now looking to try and get a flush. It's not going to be there. They're taking everybody else out. They use Kipper Boss's aggression as bait, and they take the rest of Rook and send them straight to the back pocket. The points tally adds up.
Man, it looked like Rook was going to get there in time to be able to support their squad mate, but just a little bit too late. Mad Bulls, oh, that's actually a nice one. Gets the confirmation, or almost gets the confirmation. Kill Boss going to have to figure something out, though, because, yeah, Mad Bulls are going to make it for this res. He peeks that door, he's gone. He has to know it. Yep.
Yeah.
He went for it.
They're in the perfect position immediately with that high ground, with the position around the buggy. You're just not getting it. There was information being fed back over to him by Solnik, his teammate, who was downed across the way. He said, they're going for the res, they're sticking it. And there really is only one thing you can do, because if that res goes through, you're facing 4 Mad Balls and you're going down, right? There's basically just no 2 ways about it. So going for that peak, trying to get the player looking for the res, it's kind of the only thing you could do to salvage a point or 2.
I do agree, yeah, because he knew he was going down no matter what. Hit a 1v3 like that isn't going to happen. So, yeah, try to be able to steal away at least 1 elimination. Unfortunately, he wasn't. But right now, my eyes are going to be on that 11th place on down, John.
Okay.
Because it really is do or die. After this, oh, never mind about what I'm about to say. This Southern shift makes things interesting, and a super fortunate shift for Team Falcons.
Absolutely a lifeline being thrown to them, but they don't even need it, right? They're at the top of the tables. Come on now, let's be fair. Down on the south side, IWNRX also pretty happy about this. CG Osaka on the other side, a little bit miserable.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams are feeling
pretty miserable right now after that shift, except for the ones that you've mentioned. But right again, I'm going to be looking at those leaderboards as we see Twisted Minds popping some shots off at Mad Bulls. Because you got to remember, John, after this game, a quarter of the survival stage is done for.
That's pretty quick. I mean, like, we've only just started, right?
That's
I'm
right.
pretty sure. Someone check the calendar on that one, but absolutely, it is just going, and there is no relent from the pace of this one. Every time you put up a good result, it is just that small amount of weight lifted off your shoulders.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be there. The pressure is so high right now.
Well, and it's even higher because I think if these teams, IGLs, have any understanding of this game, they're going to realize that they cannot wait until the last day, the last few games to make something happen as we look at this replay happen. Because during the last day, there's going to be so many squads that know that they're done for. They're going to go home, and that has such an impact on their mental. So sometimes they just push willy-nilly. They just kind of go out of crazy, and that makes the last game so difficult to get points. So if you're a squad that wants to make it in the top 4, you really have to do it today, in my opinion.
Teams starting to get closer together, shoulder to shoulder. Only Rook down so far. Besiktas have lost a player. That went over towards IWNRX in their previous scrap, but nothing more than that. And as things start to get condensed with, let's say, 10-15% of the circle being cut off by the river on the north side, it's going to make it a little bit closer fought by these teams. The hills are starting to fill up. The areas around Pachinki as well are going to start to pack out. I'm not too sure how long it's going to take, but I think fairly soon those bullets are going to fly.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going into the north at this point because they know this circle is going to go south, most likely. So, yeah, it does essentially cut this zone into, like, circle number 4 when it's still very, very early on. So teams need to try to prioritize finding those locations. We're only in stage 2, but because of that river cutting off most of this map, it really makes things more difficult. You can see it right there. It looks like Brute Force are going to go north. That is a really, really tough bet right there.
They're still sort of milling about, though. I mean, they've got control of a crossing, so they wait for this shift and then commit. I mean, sure. And this is great now because they can flow down on that western side, move in towards ruins, because the high ground around that area still available. And if they've been scouting that with Chudo, they should know that they can make this rotation. The teams out to the east, they're going to have to fight off against one another. They can bide their time on the west for Brute Force and could have a pretty successful game here.
Well, it's going to be a party in Watertown, that's for sure. Yeah, you saw Brute Force trying to hedge their bets just in the off chance it did go north, but it did not. So it's going to be a party down near ruins. Pachinki, School, Edge of Roz is still going to be in play. You see Mad Bulls taking Rozhawk Hill right now. Inko are going to have to find their way in, and it's going to be a tough one because every spot in the middle of this circle is already taken.
COG Osaka, they've moved down from the north side, but they have a team to worry about. Now, it's Team Spirit, who, frankly, at this stage, completely untested in these finals, right? Given that they've just been wiped out on hot drops, it's kind of not really indicative of what they're going to be bringing on a macro scale, right? They're just getting L's handed to them time and time again.
I was about to say.
And not really able to do anything other than just try and win the gunfight when you're put in that situation.
I was about to say, they've been tested. They failed the first 2 matches.
Oh,
that's
for sure.
Yeah,
okay,
but you know what? Now they're in the game. They're in the game. Let's see what can happen. But Twisted Minds are starting to press IWNRX. IWNRX currently on top of the leaderboards. They need to win this fight here. They want to put a big gap on the rest of this lobby. Twisted Minds going down. The beautiful shots there from Z-Wolf across the way, threading the needle through the window, and now giving them a big advantage.
A second knock as well on the south point of Sunken is not going to do wonders at all. It's going to be scrappy. It's going to be brutal. But IWNRX are not giving an inch. Look at their health bars. They're so healthy. Swain took, what's that, like a tickle of damage, like 20 damage there. It's going to be nice and tidy for IWNRX on that south point Sunken.
What a play. To be able to take that fight and finish it so quickly as well, because that was a dominant position. The chances of getting third party were so high, and they got it done. That is 5 eliminations already. IWNRX are trying to punch their ticket to the finals nice and early. Meanwhile, CAG Osaka, we saw them have a really awesome game in the last one.
Let's see what they could do here on this rotation. Meanwhile, Inko, yeah, just trying to pop some shots, trying to find some room in this next circle.
This is a really difficult circle, right? Because slap bang in the middle of it, I mean, we can see the map feed right now, but slap bang in the middle of it, there is this donut hole, a dearth of just open ground that sits there. It is deadly to move into this open terrain. We call it headshot hills. You call it, people call it whatever they want to call it. I like to call it headshot hills, right? Because you poke your head up, you're losing it.
That's right.
Very quickly. It's just such open ground. You can play it later on, but with all of these teams that surround the ground, you're losing so much of the terrain, and that is another nasty shift up towards Rozhok.
The zone going even further north. All these teams on the south got to get moving. I'm looking at you, Team Spirit. They're going to have to cross through the Falcons of all squads here. Things are about to get spicy, and there's very little real estate. We got a little glimpse of it right there, and you can see it's almost like a golf course down there. Very few angles that are available. A couple little dips, couple bowls. You can see CAG Osaka trying to prioritize one here, but they're going to have to defend it with their lives.
This is a pretty big challenge now. Inko trying to move up towards the Mad Bulls is going to be potentially a very pivotal location in this next circle. Mad Bulls could get pushed on from the west in the meantime and get third parties on this engagement, but Inko yet to fully commit to it. Vitali, though, is moving up into position with that buggy, moving on through. The nade's getting cooked. They want to slow this down. A lot of damage done to Gary, and Inko keep pushing.
They have a little bit of time with this fight, but we could see some teams third party. Team Spirit could be coming around the edge any second now, so they do got to get this fight done sooner rather than later. But Mad Bulls just trying to open it up with utility. Every single one of these players is looking to get that initial critical knock, but Team Spirit is on the way.
They are making their merry way from the south edge. They're looking for an opening. They have fallen a little bit short. They're not going fully in for this one just yet. They are just going to bide their time, wait for that fight to pop off. IWNRX still scrapping. That's over with Besiktas. IWNRX, I believe, may have taken a knock there. No, Besiktas, sorry, are taking knocks over in Sunken, as Inko do finally lose one of their players. Nenebete on the back lines.
Yeah, Mad Bulls are going to continue to hold this hill with everything they got. Getting a nice knock there onto Gary, but they got to watch out that they don't get circumvented here. There is some spots that are still available on the other side of this hill, and look at this, Inko getting knocked, but you see Team Spirit. Team Spirit is on the way.
2 points now for Team Spirit. They are off the starting line. They're playing with 2 matches less than everyone else, and they have the eastern side. They are looking for the contest. Inko got pushed away, swept aside on this one. TJB could potentially backfill onto this. They're a little way off right now near Rozhok, but the same rotation available to them as was available to Team Spirit. So Team Spirit, are they going to make the same mistakes as Inko?
Let's see. Let's see. Effects going up there, trying to get a little bit of sight lines. He does know that Mad Bulls is there, but it looks like they're just trying to hold this edge for now. And honestly, that's not a bad idea, because this next zone could shift away from this fight, and they may have to prioritize another spot. So I think they're just trying to buy some time for now.
And there we go, TJB, they are just moving into the pack. Naomi gets spotted from the high ground. 2 players from Team Spirit down, and it is not looking good for them. TJB do exactly what was happened to Inko, to Team Spirit. Effect tries to get away. It's history repeating itself.
Yeah, Team Spirit just maybe took too much time in that spot. They have to make a commitment eventually, but that's what happens whenever you don't play the first 2 matches. You can easily make some mistakes. Let's see if they could try to make something happen, though, as Effect does have an angle, but it is going to be a close one. Oh, that nade looks too good. How does it not get the knock? How about that second one? Just a little bit off the mark. As we watch Old Boy going for the rest, gets it at the last second. Oh, never mind, the run over.
Oh, Neo's over the top in the UAS, out to the blue zone. Old Boy with the spray, not connecting. A sweep around there for Neos, goes back with the smoke cover, hits the hop out, and Koa goes down. Neos going wild right now on the open terrain.
Brute Force trying to make everything they can happen right here, trying to keep their tournament hopes alive. 13 total points so far for them, and they're trying to wreck it up, but look at this. Here comes CAG Osaka on the third party and wipes them out.
They're rolling it down, but there's still another team playing in the wings. Moneymakers putting themselves back together. You don't want to give them too much time here. Koa is down, but they're going to want to pick him back up as fast as possible. That comes through. CAG Osaka with a knock on the back line. Going to have to turn their attention there if they want to stay as 4. And Moneymakers so tight together. The nade potential here is huge. It is getting cooked. Another one from the back line. That looks good, but they're in the vehicle and they're getting away. They're trying to turn tail and run, and it's going to work out unless the spray connects. Sprints, looks for the front line, but isn't going to be there. They turn around, they stick the res, and now CG Osaka let Moneymakers get away with it.
See ya! Moneymaker said we are out of this one. They get into another bowl, but now here comes Team Falcons on the press. 2 minutes are remaining here. This zone is starting to close.
Oh, dear.
Oh, what a knock. Top goes down. That's going to hurt.
MVP himself is going to fall first. Icy. Second to go. And the rest of the Falcons not ready for the re-engage. The DRX are on the third-party potential from the eastern side on this engagement, and they're going to surround all of this. Pandem trapped inside the house, but I don't think you want to step too close.
Ooh, don't, because they just got punished twice in a row. Now here comes CAG Osaka looking to finish off the Moneymakers. They get the run over, and I believe it's only one player up left. Yep, it is good old Icy Boss, and he's in a really tough spot.
He's a little bit further removed from the rest of the scraps, but he's got some terrain to play around. Getting over to it is going to be hard once that south fight concludes. There are sightlines over this direction, but for now, Icy Boss is a little bit safer. Meanwhile, over on the eastern side, you've got Harame Bro and D plus Kia going hell for leather into a scrap to find any sort of cover over there. Hold out for DRX potential, as it is just shotgun shells flying back and forth. A lot of damage being done, nearly finding something miraculous there, but the 1v3 not going to happen.
Team Pandem are making it happen right now as we watch Team Falcons go out. 7 eliminations for them, so they have woken up. They were currently in 4th place prior to this match, looking to top the leaderboards. This is a great start for them, but IWNRX have 6 eliminations. CAG Osaka have 4. And even the Mad Bulls are starting to get into it with their last 2 players.
The Mad Bulls had a strong position for a long, long time. Remember, they were playing that Roshok Hill. They had, I think it was 3 teams try and push them from the same direction, though. So they just concentrated that cone of fire, and in doing so, they've managed to decimate so many of the teams near them. Unfortunately, TJB, that last wave, a little bit too much for those towers to defend.
Well, let's see what happens here. As you can see, Team Pandem starting to snake their way into this one, looking to get as many points as they possibly can. Honestly, with this zone, IWNX are looking so good, but CAG Osaka, Garnet, trying to soak up even more eliminations. And that's Team Spirit gone.
That is another bad
it looks
performance
good.
Chalked up. A beautiful nade placement there. Sees Pandem's demise come into effect. And this circle just again goes to Sunken. IWNRX gonna be helped out another time. Remember Sandhawk? It's happening again.
Ooh, and when it happens twice like this, you gotta be just putting your hands together looking like a fly. You know what I'm saying? Because they are ready to just take this beautiful meal that's right in front of them. There are so many players that are stuck out in the open. It's gonna be difficult to make it on in.
Look at old Jeff Goldblum and stuff like that.
Right.
That's an old school reference right there. But they are certainly going to be happy to play on this South Point Sunken, where they were able to hold out effectively. 4 players alive. They've got a lot to do, though. Besiktas behind them could be pretty tricky to dispatch if the circle shifts out to the west on this.
Look at this, Robbie Pro are wide in the open. There's only this little hill of coverage. They're gonna have to drive.
About, right?
Yeah, you can see them. They got their vehicles ready. They didn't throw out any smokes at all. Actually, no, yeah, they did throw one, and now they are on the move. But CAG Osaka is gonna have a wide open shot at them. Not able to take him out of a vehicle just yet. He goes for the quick reload. Is he gonna be able to catch this last straggler? He does.
Beautiful spray down to get the back line and immediately goes for the flush. 8 eliminations for CAG Osaka.
That's good.
A potential surprise entry at the top of the tables right now. I don't think too many people would have put them there in their top 4. On the southeast side, though, they've still got to push in a little bit further, and Harame Bro managed to get 3 through.
Take it to the bank. Sometimes you got to make a player sacrifice. That's exactly what they did. But they do have CAG Osaka on their backs with some beautiful angles against them. Those smokes are going to go away eventually. Let's see what IWNRX is going to do. Are they going to prioritize shooting this remaining player on the hill, or are they going to let him take out Bro first?
It's an interesting quandary, right? You don't want CAG Osaka to be able to push through, but at the same time, you got more to worry about. Maybe Take them both out at the same time.
That'll work.
That would be the best result, right? TJB, by the way, the last team to make that east side rotate, that wide swing towards the South Rozhok high ground, has started to gain momentum now. 7 eliminations on the side. They're playing on the east. They can get this res. However, their next move is their most difficult rotation of this match. If they can get into a stronghold position from here, I would be very surprised, given how clumped up and open their next set is.
Yeah, they're completely stuck right there. I don't think they have any vehicles as well, but CAG Osaka run out into the open, get a couple knocks onto Harami Bro, but that is going to be it. 9 eliminations for them. Great game regardless. Harami Bro down in 13th place. Just you could see them fighting for their lives right now. Their tournament life, as a matter of fact. TJB, got to worry about Inko. Nunez is right here. He can get all these players.
Oh, no.
He gets 2, goes for the 3rd. Oh, gets him down to 1 HP, but gets caught by Mashitas Black.
Oh, the off angle with the PPB zone gonna take them down, and TJB can put themselves back together here. With all of the teams on the eastern side dispatched now, they have open ground to try and cover. Smokes are there, they need to look for something, but where can they go? It is so terrifying to make this move.
They can go to the lobby. That's where they're going right now. I'll tell you that right now, because good luck. That is a terrible spot, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta deal with what you get. And they are out of this next circle. If anybody's even looking in the direction, they are done for.
Harame Bro.
Oh, and look at that.
On the south side. It's just so open sightlines from this building, and IWNRX haven't had to move a muscle in so long on this one. They've already got 7 eliminations. With the Sandhawk, with this game as well, they are staring downhill at the rest of the teams in this lobby at this stage.
Yeah, they have just been circle blessed once again. They got it in Sandhawk. They crushed it. TJB with the smoke walls right here, inching closer and closer and closer.
They got the terrain.
Yeah, they might even make it into this next zone right here. So it ends up working out for them. I'm surprised that IWNRX wasn't keeping a closer eye on that smoke wall. You know Z-Wolf saw him, but instead deciding to group up closer and closer. Looks like they're going to leave it to their gun skill towards the end.
In they go. They're looking for a little peek around towards Harame Bro, but I don't think Harame Bro want the Thunder. It is going to try and keep that one in the bottle for the time being. 1 nade on their side, but look at the amount of nades for TJB. They've been able to roll through, remember, about 4 squads worth of supplies, so they should be pretty kitted up. Another nade over the top towards Bro. That's the Long's last nade. Flower has one of his own. They keep the ordnance going. They're burning off that ridgeline. I think that was supposed to go a little bit longer with the Molotov. Unlikely that you get someone peeking from that angle. If you did, IWNRX would take him down.
TJB saying, how much you want to bet I can throw a nade over those mountains right there? And coming up short. Meanwhile, there we go. Here comes Wolf trying to get another knock on the TJB. The nades are starting to ring out. 1 player up left for Harami Bro.
Nade?
Ooh, nades going back and forth. Not prioritizing the res at all. Stands up, gets a knock.
With the shots ringing out, Besiktas have tried to make that move, but they're being slowed down. There is a knockback over towards TJB on the linearized fight here, but Longs is there. And a nade from the off angle. IWNRX flexing out, fighting 3 teams right now. IWNRX still playing as 4, but they have got a knock on that north side. They are going to have to try and pull that one back in, but it's unlikely to be an easy hold. Swain nades over, TJB back together. 4 players alive on that open ridgeline. They've actually managed to make the crossing, Hot Jukes.
They do make it to that edge, and that is super fortunate for them. And if IWNRX and Besiktas Black go into an engagement here, TJB can third party. So let's see how this ends up playing out. This is stage 8, folks. The zone is about to go into nothing. The pressure is on, and it's really up to IWNRX to finish off strong.
They are the meat in this sandwich right now, and the team with the most to gain. A massive lead going into the first set of matches would be the reward for taking this one down here. They've already got quite a few eliminations. TJB look at a chase as well. And Besiktas Black chasing for their tournament lives.
Let's see what happens. TJB are right there on the edge. They were currently sitting in 4th place. Down, all the way down is Besiktas Black, though. They have the most to gain. They need this game, and they need this chicken dinner if they want to put themselves in contention for top 4. If you're anybody else on this leaderboard,
if you're fans watching of anybody that's not currently in the game right now, you need to be cheering on Besiktas Black with everything that you got.
Absolutely. You do not want the teams at the top to accelerate away from you. More and more of those top 4 places are going to get secured as time goes on.
That's right.
Going to be so much harder to take them away. If you allow IWNRX to cement themselves in those top 4 spots with an early lead like this, you're only going to have 3 chances left.
That's right. Yeah, and not to mention TJB aren't that far off as well. They already had 20 points before going into this match. So they could definitely put that gap even further ahead, taking another one of those spots. Look at that angle, though. No. Oh, my goodness. He saw almost 3 of those players. Gets one, and perfectly on time, too, because they're not going to be able to get that res.
A little bit slow on the hop up onto the windowsill means that he can't flush on the rest of them. There's a knock sent back to Swain, and Besiktas Black need to move.
Oh,
the circle is closing. The flush looks to come through onto Flower, kind able to do a lot more work onto the backlines. Besiktas trying to cross, and TJB is slowing them down in the meantime. All teams fighting now. TJB with the high ground ridgeline, and Kine goes down as well. GK first holds it out for TJB.
Tospic gets the nade and another knock. So you can see 2 of these teams focusing on to TJB. Those are the easy eliminations ahead of them. GK first does make it to the tree. And now we see Besiktas Black start to throw some nades towards IWNRX. But so far, the pressure is off. They have so much coverage. Let's see what Tospic can do. Can he hit another huge nade here? Second thoughts. He waits for it.
As it stands, I'm giving it to TJB. On the outside here, Besiktas have to mount in a single line. IWNRX are there as well. The ridgeline is there. The blue zone's going to push these buildings out, and you have to jump into dangerous positions. A forward break for them, and GK first nearly goes down. He doesn't have any first aids, but Swain has to leave this roof soon. Tospic stands up, doesn't get the spray down. TJB just need to hold out for just moments longer, and they'll have it. Kine up to the wall. GK first goes down, and Swain still in the building, able to do so much damage to them on the backlines. It's all up to Longs, but Besiktas have a shout as well. Zekwolf pushes in. IWNRX trying to move on through, find a second chicken dinner on the day, and turn their fate around in the survival stage. Tospic holding on for dear life downhill, but it's only going to burn hotter and hotter as IWRX send out wide. 2 players on the sidelines though, and they're lining them up. 1 more player to go, and Closer's there. TJB all the while holding out for just a moment longer. Swain now with an all to do, and IWNRX put a second match on the board.
Are you kidding me? They are going to rocket launch up the leaderboards. They're already in first place. That gap is going to start looking really big. There's only been 3 matches so far. I mean, what more could you ask for if you're an IWNRX fan? This is a perfect start.
This is momentum, Hot Jukes. This is how you want to carry yourselves. Standing tall into the survival stage, beaten back, dejected, demoralized potentially from the group stage performance. They have risen, and nothing makes you shine quite as bright as those shadows behind you.
Oh boy, and you know what? That shadow is starting to grow even bigger right here, because that was a heck of a game for IWNRX. You talk about momentum. I know Jason Kaplan there in the studio. I can't wait to see what his momentum meter looks like, because for IWNRX, it's got to be breaking the charts.
Absolutely brilliant way to kick things off. I was saying top 4 gonna be sat towards the high 80s, around that 90-point mark. So far, they have put a massive dent in that. They have got, I think, up to around 40 or more points so far in the first half of today, given their 2 chicken dinners, given their elimination count. I thought TJB were going to have it, but then Swain from the top floor of that building took down the entire ridgeline.
Swain was so smart.
Huge.
Swain was so smart because he could have taken that roof. I think a lot of players would have, but he knew that, you know what, nades are going to be ringing out onto this position. I can't afford it, even though the sightlines are great. Let's look at the reactions here. Oh, so excited.
They are ready for this one, and so am I. I mean, I was so disappointed with their group stage because this is a roster that took our breath away back in EMEA.
Yeah.
They had so much power. It was all the Zed Wolf show, but right there, I think that was Swain's game.
I think so. I mean, that angle there was absolutely critical to the rest of that match. He was able to get beautiful sightlines on everybody down there and was just making it happen. So IWNRX, we know they're going to be in first place, but just by how much? That's the question.
That is the question, indeed. CAG Osaka, they got a little bit done in that match as well. A lot of points being accrued, but we've got to march on with the matches. That's going to be it from us today, but there's more games for you guys to watch. So we're going to be handing it over to Blank and Jackie on the caster desk, but first, we've got to go to the analyst box.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by Kitsune from Team Spirit. Kitsune, what happened in these first two matches?
Basically, we had a contest on Sanhok, and it is what it is. We just had like really bad fight for us. We got the first knock, and then they just pushed like as a 4, so it was a tough one. But it didn't honestly matter. We knew that, so we can either get like 4 kills or we just die fast. So, you know, it happens. It happens. It's just normal. You have to keep the mentality and focus on the next games. But then there's the Wrangler happened. We fought for the Garage, and it's just unlucky. There are like just few guns, and they dropped like a little bit faster, so they got the guns, and we had basically no chance there. I mean, just a tough 2 games, you know. We still understand that we just need to get to the top 4, like first place, second place, third place, doesn't matter. Honestly, only top 4 means for us a lot. So it's just like a challenge at this point for us, you know, get like top 4 in 10 games. So it is what it is.
Right on, man. Well, hey, I appreciate your time, and best of luck on the next matches.
Thank you, man.
Back to you guys.
What they wanna live for. What they wanna live for.
winner chicken dinner for IWNRX. They get themselves not just one, not just two, but just two chicken dinners so far in the day. I realized after I said that made no sense. But a big showing by this team coming from Turkey to really show what they've got and obviously try to get themselves through into the main event. For you guys who are watching at home, while you're watching, make sure you guys are checking out that PUBG Mobile has been nominated for the Mobile Esports Game of the Year. You can actually see a QR code appear down below me where you guys can actually go vote. And while you're voting for that, you can also vote for the Esports Analyst of the Year, which if I'm not mistaken, Seven, you might be on the list for that.
I am. I'm currently a finalist. Surprise. I don't know how that happened.
How does that make you feel, Max, man, that he got put in except
I suck, I know. I get it. No, I'm
Well,
really,
better
really bad. He's just better. Okay, he's built different.
There's a requirement to the amount of shows you have to be on and not be sick on to be nominated, unfortunately. But while you guys are watching as well, make sure you guys follow PUBG Mobile Esports over on TikTok and also post a video of you doing your favorite victory dance either in-game or out-of-game with the hashtag PMWC victory dance. Get the camera on them. What is this? And you can be entered to win a chance of $3,000 virtual gift cards. Max, favorite victory dance. Let's go.
Oh, you
Hey, you were gone 3 days, man. We got to put it all on you.
Gonna sweep in the floor with my enemies. Yes.
Okay. All right. I can get behind that. But gentlemen, IWNRX, man, two chicken dinners on the first day here of our survival stage. And this is a team that's showing they want to survive. They want to make it to the main event. They want to play for that $1.5 million.
They want to survive this stage. And that's it.
That's about it.
No, but I mean, really, they were given an opportunity, I would say here, Seven, that shouldn't have been given to them, which is those buildings to the east of Sunken City or Atlantis or whatever the hell you want to call it, should not have been given to them for free. And Besiktas just, we don't want a piece of that. And then give them a game-winning position.
Yeah, they were willing to coexist for a long time. Something that I did like, though, that we're kind of able to point out with IWNRX is the angle that they were able to get on TJB. Kane at the end, that was perfect. Given though he wasn't able to get a lot of eliminations, but just putting that extra pressure, he did end up getting one player knock and an extra elimination. That kind of stopped TJB from even thinking about possibly third party in a fight.
All you have to do when TJB are getting pushed by the blues to slow down that rotation, right? Just keep them out in the blue, take damage. It did kind of suck for Kane at the end because he had some nice shotgun shots, go whoop, out in the blue, knocked away. So that was a bit unfortunate. Like,
he was 100%.
So he was blue Kane and then he was Kane.
He was Kane in the blue,
Yeah, okay. But we are seeing like Falcons there on the second page, Team Spirit on the second page with just 3 points, Inco as well there. It's getting tough for some of these teams. I mean, I know you can say they could have a bad match or two, but if you the thing is, it's not top 12 anymore. That's the point I'm trying to nail home here. It's top 4, which is insanely hard getting that alone, but getting into a lobby of this caliber is even more difficult. What's up?
Especially with the way some of the other teams are playing now that are currently towards the top, right? Now, this is the second win out of NRX with the way that they're currently performing. If they, for some reason, today end up getting another chicken dinner, or if they end up getting some good placement points and some good elimination points, it's going to be hard for teams to pass them tomorrow. So that could be one team already qualified, right? So for teams like Inco, for some of the other teams like Team Spirit, by the way, when Kitsune told me that he just wanted to keep on hot dropping, I was like, but why?
No! Doesn't make any sense.
Well, we're talking about, you did mention before about the Besiktas here sitting in Watertown, IWNRX there as well. The Besiktas, though, I feel like we did see them just playing very passive when it came to the group stage, and we're kind of seeing that passiveness show yet again.
Passiveness is not going to qualify you in top 4. That's the issue. It's not going to be enough, right? You need to get elimination, just placement points. No, it's not going to cut it at all. You need to get any strong positions like where IWNRX were. And you like Kane, as you mentioned, his angle was so impressive. You want to see them get involved in the fights, get every single one of these opportunities, because otherwise you're just not going to make it to the finals here. So we need to see a big change of pace for them, because teams that are opportunistic like IWNRX, you do one mistake, they're going to snatch that position away.
A team that was quite a surprise for me, especially with the way that they have performed so far in this survival stage, is, and I can't believe I'm currently going to say their name, Kago Osaka. I mean, the way this team has been able to play, especially this last match, they were able to kind of wait for the right time, find a location straight down the middle of the circle, and actually defend it against some of the other teams. Yeah, it was a big surprise, because this team, if you would have told me that Kago Osaka was going to be doing that after what I saw at group stages, I would have been like, no, you're crazy. But for some reason, it's a completely different Kagosaka.
But you could say the exact same thing about IWNRX too, right?
Yep.
They were at the pretty much bottom of the leaderboards.
Maybe is that they're feeling a little bit more confident, right? I mean, we even saw it early on with Team Falcons with the way that they were able to perform. They just didn't really care. They were just hunting people down.
Get out of here. I'm trying to make room for our lovely commentators. We got Jackie, we got Blank, looking fantastic today, gentlemen. What's your take on the first half of your survival stage?
Oh, Jason, it's been spicy, man. We were sat there looking on the phone in the shuttle, getting to the green room, eyes honed into the screen. It's been non-stop. And honestly, the fact that we get the last 3 games, I can't wait, Blank.
Look, our backs are straight here, posture's good, but honestly, it's IWNRX who's flying straight at the moment. They are going straight for gold right now in first place. I'm happy to see it. I'm really happy to see it, but they're a bully team.
Oh, yeah.
And they're bullying.
Will they keep bullying?
Well, just like your shirt, Blank, I think IWNRX are all smiles considering the performance they've had so far today. But the thing for them is they got to maintain it. They don't have to play at that kind of level of getting chicken dinners, but as long as they keep this stride in, right? As long as they just keep getting... Yeah, I don't want them closer to me. Get them out of here. As long as they just keep getting points now, like the position they put themselves in with 2 wins, they don't need to win another game. Just consistently get points, and you're going to be able to glide into the finals.
Don't do a D plus Kia. Avoid that, okay?
And he just cursed them.
Bro, 3 matches, 51 points. Like, that is ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. And I mean, Kagosaka too, with what I was talking about, that team. 24 eliminations, for them to have that many eliminations, that's a massive surprise for me. Team Falcons, I mean, obviously this last match didn't end up working out for them. But yeah,
it's not great. But actually, we saw TJB then in 3rd place.
Yes.
We wanted to talk a little bit about their game. Their early rotations that you wanted to bring up was actually on point.
It was so good because they were in the south and then decided to rotate all the way to the east, evading a lot of fights, waiting for the right moment and actually getting into the circle and then just kind of waiting it out, right? Unluckily for them, what happened at the end, Max?
I actually really like their push because once they eliminated Mad Balls on Rozhok Hill, they start playing that big stretch of, like, there's a little bit of a dirt hill they can play that keeps them safe from IWNRX, keeps them safe from also Besiktas Black, and then the circle pushes them over that, which they can't quite survive, but it was a really good late game transition
to come in
for TJB.
Do you notice something here on this front page?
A lot of stuff. Which one?
Okay, so look at Falcons. 1 placement point, 20 eliminations.
Yeah.
4th place.
Wait.
What? You're talking about TJB, I'm talking about Falcons.
I just talked about them before, yeah.
Hey guys,
it's fine.
MVP's here.
It's IC 2.0. It's fine. It's what they do over in Mongolia. I don't know.
I don't know what's going on with that.
Okay. A little bit scary for me. Wait, hold on. What? Okay, Moneymakers. We saw a big change, right, in regards to the roster with them. Old Boy was going to be coming in. Yep. I was wondering how that was going to be able to affect them. Now we're kind of halfway through the day. We really haven't seen much out of Moneymakers.
That Sanhok, they had like some good entry points, but they had that hot drop, of course, happening in Painan. Yeah, we haven't really seen anything from them. We're still waiting. It's only 3 matches, right?
Yeah.
But actually, now that it's 3 matches, we've got 12 matches.
We're like,
actually, no, it is quite, it's getting quite urgent, so we need to see something.
Like other teams that were towards the bottom, a team that I kind of wanted to talk about at the beginning of the show, which was Inco Gaming. Man, I'm being let down with the way they're currently performing because this team was coming in hot after the 2nd day. They were able to perform really, really well in Erangels, and right now it's a big letdown, and I hate how late they're rotating.
Bad circles and slow rotations doesn't go that well together.
But gentlemen, did you see Falcons there? 1 placement point and 20 eliminations.
Wait, what?
What?
No, I'm just trying to think.
I didn't see that.
I mean, Falcons, let's see them step up. The thing is, look at the bottom of the leaderboard. Teams need to step up pretty much right now if they want to have a chance to get top 4, or that goalpost is continue to move further and further and further away. And we're going to move further on along down to the stage here with Banks and Sandstorm.
Arena for your halftime breakdown with myself, Barney, and Sandstorm. We are 3 maps into our survival stage. So we're going to talk you through a little bit about who won those winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, it's not going to take that long because we actually had one team take 2 chicken dinners throughout our 3 games. It started off strong with Istanbul Wildcats next Truya, 12 elims in that Sanhok game, followed by CAG Osaka finally swinging in the 2nd game of the day. 8 elims for themselves, but then it was once again Istanbul Wildcats with 16. They're on 51 points right now, just after 3 games.
It's popping off over here on the main stage, but also don't forget that PUBG Mobile version 3.3 launches their first ever underwater-themed gameplay with Ocean Odyssey.
That's right, and we do have quite a lot of things to talk about. We have, of course, the coveted item, the Trident, that you will need to take out that Kraken. It's going to be a tough task with that Trident, but you still have quite a lot of things. You have a lot of places to discover as well. We have these Forsaken Ruins, we have the Ocean Palace, and you know what? You can actually explore all those places too with the new vehicles. We have the Gleaming Stingray and we have the Whale Escape Pod too, along with a couple of weapons too, but we'll get into all of that later, Barney.
Yes, we will. It looks so crisp. I absolutely love it, but we've just got 3 maps remaining today, don't we? Remember, only 12 maps in total for this survival stage, so time's ticking.
That it is. Second half is about to begin, so let's see who will be the teams that will come out on top in our next 3 games. Will the Falcons fly high? Will the Bulls go mad? Or will Twisted lose their minds? It is time to jump into the second half. Boys and girls, take it away.
Thank you, guys. We're in the booth, ready to bring some fire and flames to this one. The last 3 games of the day to kick off day 1 of the survival stage. And already, some of the squads blank starting to deliver, other falling behind. And they've got to bring up that pace. They've got to play with passion and ferocity right now.
Some teams punching the trees right now. They've created themselves a bit of shelter towards the top side of the lobbies. Others, they've been left out cold in the night towards the bottom side. You got Team Spirit. What is that? 2 points in 3 matches. Disgraceful behavior.
Spirit, where you been?
Spirit, where you been?
Spirit, where you been?
It's not good. It is really, really not good. And honestly, for Team Spirit, it's sort of a team that I thought would come into this were just swinging, honestly, and they just haven't picked up the pace so far. IWNRX, on the other hand, hats off to them. They're doing really well.
Oh yeah, they are. But man, you know how you'd be doing really well, Blank? If you had yourself one of those GT20 Pros, you were playing PUBG Mobile on it, you'd be doing really well.
Yeah, I'd be seeing everything. Beautiful display, beautiful phone. Designed with that cyber mecha finish. Ooh, jeez, it's nice.
Oh, it really is. It really
I'd pick it up just for that sentence alone.
You got it. That's the tagline. That's how they reel you in. They've seen your shirts. They know.
They're like, ooh, I can get this guy. I say the word cyber, you say the word buy. I'll be like, yes.
Yeah, that's a sale. And it's going to be a fire sale of games that we have remaining for the last portion of the day. And I'm glad we're in the booth for it, expecting some absolute scenes when we get into this one. And it's only going to get more fierce, trying to decide who's actually going to break into that top 4, if we're going to have much of a shift towards the end of the day. Because honestly, Blank, survival stage is over before it's even really started. You have to accumulate those points in such a short space of time. Leave no stone unturned. You've got to live or die by the sword.
It's fast. Time's ticking. The hourglass, the sands of time are running out for some of these teams. So they've got to slap the sands in a hand, rub it together, and try and get something done because they're losing their grip on these matches so far. And I think that you look at some of these squads, I mean, Moneymakers, 10 points. D plus Kia came out swinging on that first day of gameplay over in the group stage, and yet here they are. What a fall from grace that they have had. But some teams are really living in the moment. IWNRX in particular, 51 points over 3 matches. That is an unbelievable scoreline. They are on, to put this in perspective, an 100-point day at the end of the day at this rate, which I think is unlikely, but they've basically qualified off that alone.
Yeah, they've given themselves a real big buffer and potentially put a bit of a target on their backs. That's the only element that we could see if they can stop being such a point hoover over the course of the rest of today, or how that storyline's going to develop. But it's interesting, man. We're coming in at a fever pitch of the competition here in the survival stage, and we've not been live for very long today, but it's already getting tasty.
I feel like I can kind of understand what's happening. I said it before, but this is a bully team, right? Once you sit them in a lobby with the feeder teams, which these guys aren't really, but they're the feeder teams at the international scale, let's put it that way. I think that they will just go absolutely ham, and they're going to take fights wherever they want. And I think that's the good thing about IWNRX, is that they have that ability just to force teams out of position off pure gun skill alone. I do think that perhaps this is more of a sense that the group stage was too much pressure for them. I think that they were really feeling the heat over there. You put them in this setting, not much to lose at this point. It's just a quick send to the top 2 days. You don't have a lot of time. They're just giving it. And I think this is how they should have played during the group tournament. But it's happened that it came a little bit too late, but also just in time.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I think, again, as well, you get a little bit more time to acclimate to the grand stage. You know, it's huge down there. I mean, even in real life outside of camera, like, you see just how intense that stage is. Everyone stacked on top of one another, all the eyes on you, the crowd that's in the STC arena as well. Like, there is quite a lot of energy. So trying to fix those mistakes as the day's going on, where you don't have much time in between days, it's rough for you, bud. But at least that one-day break, open the bag a little bit, reset mentally, come in here and try and put your best foot forward. They're doing that.
Yeah, I've seen IWB NRX. I've been chilling. I think that more than anything, these guys have been raring to go. I think they would have rather played yesterday because they realized they had that full reset in their hands. But this is the team that I don't think wants to go quietly into that night. They would love to get themselves into the main tournament, show their fans what they can do, because they can certainly hit some big numbers, some big shots. DRX currently on our screens. Bit of a change of pace for them today. They were looking a little bit better towards the start of things and then once again have fallen off. It has been a rough tournament so far for DRX. Coming off the back of, you know, quite some decent games over in their own region into this, it's just pretty bad. Yeah. We can leave it there at pretty bad. And we've moved on to Harami Bro, who were equally suffering in that group tournament. I don't think there was too many teams that were suffering that badly, but between DRX and Harami Bro, things were just not working, and it looks like the car is still broke for both these teams.
Meanwhile, Team Spirit on your screens as well. Their average survival time today hasn't been great for them. They've been struggling in the open moments.
About 30 seconds.
Yeah, bro, like a few seconds at least. I mean, maybe
they've glimpsed them
up a bit, but it's going to be really hard for them, man. It feels quite sad. You know, you've come in, been already deflated over the course of the first three. How'd you get that steam back?
Yeah, possibly even defeated at this point in time, because I don't know how you get that steam back rolling. They're going to have to be over by the engine, shoveling the coal in, because that's all they can really do at this point in time, and just try and hype each other up at this midpoint of the day. You've got 9 more games. IWB NRX has sort of just sent it, right? Which effectively, if IWB NRX doesn't continue to do silly things, right, throughout the rest of the day, there is 3 spots available. We'll put it that way.
Already one of them almost feeling like it's guaranteed with how the games have gone so far.
It's the confidence, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? You take the elevated angle, you instantly spot out Nomi, separated from the rest of the Spirit squadron. You put bullets onto him, he barely gets out. Got to retreat, recoil, try and reset with the rest of the gang. But Wolf laser focus, those eyes are hooked in. He knows. Anyone comes through this jungle, they're a target.
The funny thing is that, you know, Zed Wolf, pretty beefy guy, right? You know, never wears the glasses though on broadcast. Today, the glasses have come out.
Long range shots
you
gonna be
can
looking
tell
good.
It. He's locked in. He's locked in for survival stage. You know what? I've got to bring out the rims. It's required. It's required here in this prestigious tournament. There goes the top side there. We've got Brute Force, Chudo, taking shots over towards Pandem. Moneymakers, very similar to Brute Force, I would say, but not for this tournament. They have really changed things up. And although Moneymakers aren't doing great right now, I really want to compliment them during their group stage, because I think that they've had a massive shift in playstyle from EMEA into the World Cup. And I think for PMWC, this is a very, very tough tournament. And to shift your playstyle around that much in such a short order, very, very impressive. So although Moneymakers, they might not make it into that top 4, I think that they could be very proud of themselves, what they've been able to achieve here. And I think that when they go back through to EMEA for the next Super League, they'll be doing very well off the back of it.
It was nice bumping into Old Boy as well yesterday. He was asking how Maxman was doing, saying he hopes to see him back on the broadcast, and he's finally got his wish. Max has returned, and maybe that will give them the extra stock they need there.
Yeah.
A little bit of Maxman energy, get everyone playing better. You don't want to disappoint Max, Blank.
You do not, because he will curse you.
He'll let you know.
He'll let you know. Get out his little cauldron, start brewing some potions. You'll feel a little pinch in the night, you know it's all over.
I've been maxed.
I've been maxed.
Yeah.
I've been maxed upon. And I think that realistically, Max does also bring a blessing. You know, as much as he curses teams, there's also blessings there as well. Next circle, though, all the way down to Primorsk. A lot of water in this one, but we're shoving teams down towards that south side. Slight slope that heads down towards that south side, but it is Primorsk, which is the main feature here, as well as those beachheads, which teams might have to circumvent around the side of. A tough rotation for a lot of squads, but on top of that, there is the swamps, there's some compounds around here, but it is these rotations inwards that are getting dangerous. Team Spirit find themselves a flush and a knock early on here. Happy with that one. Weakening Rook as they pass through and looking for some more.
It's just been Nomi. He's happy to roam further ahead of the pack, take that anchor role and start off those engagements when he sees isolated fights. And it's a clean one to take. You instantly take that one elim point, slow down Rook a little bit and force them to get on moving. Problem is there could be a backstab as the rest of Spirit are taking heavy casualty now.
Panda taking shots over towards Effect. Not an easy player to lose there. Kind of reminiscent of how we've seen Team Liquid playing in that group stage, despite them, you know, just sauntering in towards the end, but they were constantly playing a man down, and that's tough to do and still make it in. DRX shots over towards Besiktas Black, and it was always going to be this case where moving into this circle, extremely rough, requires a different caliber of team to make it. But Tongji Bao taking names, as a couple of players from Moneymakers feel the burn.
Isolated and already taking a lot of damage to kick this one off then. It's TJB are in a good spot. You've got nades coming downhill at least, but the compound control will provide them with cover and there's a wall of smokes ahead of them. They even look for the opportunity to strike in the back, trying to play medic as well. One man down. You've got to think about your priorities here. Slide him down the hill, get the smoke walls up, and isolate these angles. Don't give a free peek for Koa as he's roaming around with a vehicle.
Now, right now, Tongji Bao feeling slightly weakened as they do have to invest a player into that res, which effectively sets them at a 2-player count there. The Moneymakers, they sort of wanted to try and take advantage of that as much as they can. Brute Force look to have made a little bit of a boat rotation down towards that south side to get into Primorsk. Pretty big gamble, I would say, though. The circle not quite closed in as heavily as some others so far. So I think for Brute Force going down here, yeah, big gamble into Primorsk. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, it could be some big angles that other teams
find
against them. You know, you never know, but could make it a little bit awkward. The Mad Bulls just on the cusp, everyone else on parade as they slowly usher themselves forward into that smaller zone. A lot of it, like you say, just being taken up by the deep blue sea. No Poseidon action here though, Blank. No Tridents to try and help you out controlling these bumpy waters.
That's for sure, but talking to Tridents, you got Team Spirit currently on their trio on that eastern side, desperately trying to stay relevant in this tournament. A team that came second place, first place, second place in their group stage, only now to fall short in their finals, and looks like they're falling short now here in the survival stage. It is a team that I think a lot of people had high hopes for coming into the PMWC, at least the survival stage, but they are not delivering. But there is so many eyes on their back here, Jackie.
Everyone wanting to target them, realizing they're already so far down a slippery slope to start off today. So if they make mistakes, it could get very bumpy for them quite early. D+ Kia spotting out the rotate from Pandem as well as they come down the wayside. Got to kick it into second gear here. Try and get out of the angle. Avoid being tagged up by those bullets. A little bit of chip damage onto a few of them. One takes a heavy hit in the back as well.
Yeah, it's a tough rotation for a lot of teams here, Jackie, honestly. I think that right now, I would say Moneymakers have actually played this quite cleanly despite losing a player, which is difficult, but getting down this coast on the western side has a decent ridgeline to play off the back of. The difficulty is going to be now, Jackie, is playing up towards that northern edge where you've got 3 teams sat and waiting with CAG, Osaka, Tongji Bao, as well as Inco, who have been really wanting some points here.
Inco. And they build something up for us the longer this one goes on. DRX with the nades, casting those out one after another. You see the opportunity to seize this engagement versus Pandem. A well-placed nade could be the difference maker. Shots round the side of the tree as well. Carving the DRX logo into the bark, but it's the nade that has more bite.
Pandem will just try and hold on here. Your players down towards that south side. With the cheeky peek there as much as he can, but it's DRX who is just blowing them out the water right now. They're stuck in this ditch. Not much they can do about it, but this is a very central position, at least for DRX. They're alongside with the final player, I believe, now from Team Spirit. What a horrendous run it has been for them.
It hasn't gotten any easier over the course of the day. Feels like you've been hit with the unlucky stick, and each and every game we're seeing that spin cycle occur to them. Pandem as well, only down to the solo off of that engagement they were locked into with DRX. Going to make it harder for you to rack up more points, keep the safety net in 4th place.
I love this rotation from the Moneymakers, heading directly down to the south now. They hear a lot of the shots on that northern side. They're like, this is not for us. Let's head further south here. On our screens, D plus Kia trying to fend off versus squad in front.
Nades cast in, clearing out the close angles. Harame, bro, trying to split their mind between 2 decisions here. Do they play for the offense in case D plus Kia go in aggro? The DBS pulled out on the close angle. Weren't ready for that one as the chips are down. And the man's going to grab himself a royal flush.
DBS comes out, and when the chips are down, the chips come up here for D plus Kia, it seems. Very nice. The DBS, a hellish weapon to go against up in the warehouse where there's so many angles you can play off the back of. Kakali here, Vitali, sorry, for Minko, holding off versus CAG Osaka, who seem to have some kind of a lifeline injected into them. And with a sudden shift on the circle, that gamble for brute force has now just elevated in value a ton.
That's a plus EV play. Their stock's going to go up on that one. You can try and build yourself in the later the game goes on. Inko as well, still taking shots back down. COG Osaka, they're trying to move out, see if they can reposition from that rough spot they were left in with limited cover to work on. Rook also taking bullets towards the back as the fights are breaking out all over the shop.
Scary thing though, Jackie, IWNRX, 4 players still up on that eastern side. The Hoover, it's not done yet. This is industrial hoovering that's going on during these games. Sucking up all the points that they can in these matches. And they've set themselves up for great success on the outside. Now, you can see, well, you will soon, I hope. Over on the western side, I'll break it down for you in the meantime. There is so many teams that have sat themselves up, posted in Primorsk. Right now, IWNRX is one of the only teams outside the circle that is not in Primorsk. So if this shifts over towards the east, Jackie, then you have a case where IWNRX just controls so much zone. Twisted Minds, though, looking to take them back.
Oh, mate, the nade is what saves them. Twisted Minds. It looked like they were going to get a bullet through where their thoughts get processed before they could even clean up on the play they committed to. Zed Wolf was able to trace and track, and the nade is dashed back in. Near miss on that one.
Very close, dude. Another one pops over the top. He's jumping into it. Just about gets out the way with the vehicle. Is sent down the hill.
He's got to tuck in, play medic now, reset himself. It was looking good for the initial engagement, but the longer it's gone on, Twisted Minds, it really started to slip through their fingertips, and they're so fragmented in terms of the setup. IWNRX, they've got range to play with, and they're going to start getting ushered in as well. It's not looking good for them.
Yeah, for IWNRX, they're playing a really strong position. I think Hygo understands he needs to get some more information on. This is a bold move from him, but will immediately get shut down, and I think it was too bold, in fact.
Oh yeah, there's an underline on that one. The font's 24 points deep, and it's not going to go well. You're really fragmenting your squad, losing so much manpower, down to a horrific position to try and recover from. You've got to call for the backup, the cavalry coming in inside of the vehicle. But IWNRX, they've been handling these fights. If they can catch them on the getaway as well, some bullets in the back, it could really ruin their time here.
Yeah, they've got to switch this into italics now, Jackie, because Obscure's only got Ratto Boy to lean on now. As they head themselves into Primorsk, which seems to be the general idea for most teams in the lobby. Falcons up towards that north side, another team that a lot of people thought would just head straight through to the groups, the main tournament. And here they are in the survival stage, not doing too badly, currently in 4th place as they lose a player.
Tongjiabao, an awkward fight for them. Constant nades barraging in, no easy getaway. You have to sit there and take the splash damage, and the shrapnel ruins their chances. So they're gone, removed from the equation. Here we go though, Falcons up on the hill. We've been talking about if they can spread their wings and start to cause some issues in a matchup like this. They got nades for it. Downhill battle, you should be in a good spot. Low HP as well, just got to get him on target, and Chips is going to buckle on that one. Not as clean as it was previously for him. D plus Kia, they've whittled themselves down to just one man, a solo that's forced to try and think about the bigger picture. You know the fight's gone.
Falcons do look to be spreading the wings and flapping them. enveloping D plus Kira and a Gale from upside the hill here. And they will be sent back via that tornado. Great play there from Falcon so far. I'm enjoying the position they're taking. They're taking control of this high ground on the northern side. They've had a similar idea to IWNRX, which they think that, look, man, a lot of people are putting too much stock in Primorsk right now. So many players are going to have to try and escape this one as the circle heads further towards that north side. There is so much ground which is just free and open for CAG Osaka as well as Falcons just to manipulate. IWNRX now even shifting up on that eastern side. Man, the teams with all the points only seem to be getting more as Nobu is sent back to the lobby there with a nade that just bounces over the top. Falcons do not want to let a position like that go unpunished.
They want to keep themselves building, climbing up the rankings and guaranteeing themselves a good finish towards the end of the day. 3 Elim points in the pocket. If they can keep this going, there might be something to be said about Falcons' resurgence here in the survival stage. A lot of squads nearby, though. They at least first onto the last man there and clean house on the engagement that kicked off a little while back. You can see it from the map screen, the spread that we've got here. CAG Osaka as well down towards the bottom side with Moneymakers starting to move their way up. At one point in this game for Moneymakers, it felt like it was already pretty over. The fact they've still got 3 players to work with, maybe there's some longevity to it.
Yeah, it's a smart rotation and one that they could only have made in that moment. So many teams had already bottled their way into Primorsk and they decide, look, there's some really good high ground we can play on that side. They've already pre-scouted a lot of this rotation back on the beachhead up towards the north so they can potentially play off the back of CAG Osaka. It's a bit of a difficult one to go for, but I do like the way the Moneymakers are playing. And having Old Boy back in the roster, playing with the team, most likely, is the beautiful thing here. I think that's the main thing that I like to see, is that, you know, he's been on the bench for a while, but it feels like he's learned his lesson.
Yeah, going off the leash a bit too much, potentially the aggression, the overconfidence in some fights got the better of him. If he can shape up, fly right, help out the rest of the team, we know his gun skill can reign supreme in a lot of those fights. This is when we said goodbye to TJB. That was the nade that absolutely ruined their dreams.
Yeah, and that cleared out a lot of space for Osaka on that western side, which was much needed. I like this play from Falcons. They understand that this is a large amount of high ground that they've got to control on this northern side, so they leave Nerzet on his own, playing a pretty defensive position on the western side, but the rest of Falcons, they're trying to deal with the slow encroaching push that's coming through from IWNRX, who have already sent one of their players up towards that northern side in Swain. He's just getting some scouting done, but I like that from Falcons. They're understanding they need to control both of these sides here. They cannot let players get up to that compound on the east. This is very well done. The circle, however, centers up. Now, this is a really horrible crossing towards this road that you can see on your screens. A lot of barricades in that location, the ticket boxes. It's going to be an awfully weird endgame. For some of the teams on the south side, they're lucky in the fact they've still got buildings to play with from Primorsk, but they'll have to fend off from the amount of teams that are going to be bounding, leaping, jumping from window to window from that south side, trying to claim some kind of position.
It's where that movement, that game sense, the understanding of how to weave your way around encounters and when to kick off a fight is going to do so much for you. A lot of these squads going to be crouching low, waiting like an animal to pounce in beast mode and just biding their time. You can see it with a fragmented duo of Twisted Minds as well. They got to keep their bellies down to the ground. Only get stuck into an engagement if there is a confirmed way they can steal some points. Falcons on the move up, take some damage back on the top as well and get in position. IWNRX are their challengers for this one, and they've got a nade to throw straight down onto them. They want to isolate and remove the fights from Falcons here.
Great play there from Frozen, opening things in a big way. And the thing is, Falcons made a smart rotation coming down to this small valley here. They wanted to cut off IWNRX, but that opener there is huge.
This could really be big for them. They want to commit off the back of the establishing damage done, but there's a shot back from Nerzet, the point man that we spoke about. We know that he can be lethal from a distance, and again, his injection comes through.
10 nades on action here. Looking to explode the guys from IWNRX backwards. Yes, they've lost a player, but they're not down and out just yet. IWNRX equally takes some punishment, and there's some more nades going to the top. Frozen lucky to get away from that one that he was in the buggy when he went past. I think that the guys on Falcons, they've got enough ordnance to potentially deal with this, but it's all starting to kick off down towards that south side. Brute Force open things up on towards Mad Bulls.
Near miss on the nade as well. And that's the difference of the utility having so much stock in an elongated fight like this. The constant smokes that provide a shroud for Falcons with the bombardment of nades that roll in. Spirit finally taken out as well. And everyone's going to have to get a bit of a move on here, Blank. Things are starting to heat up. Twisted Minds, they've been biding their time. And that's the backstab onto IWNRX.
Too much fighting happening in elongated period of time there. And this is why that rotation for the Falcons was so smart. Getting into that little valley covers them from Primorsk. IWNRX need to finish out that fight quickly. When Frozen got that initial nade, I think they just had to jump on it. Instead, they wait around a little bit too long. There's been openings from the back line. And this might be the first game in a while where IWNRX does not just take the cake all the way home. They do get 5 eliminations on the match and probably a top 8 here. We'll see what more they can do, but I doubt it's very much. So I do like the way that Falcons played this one out, but Frozen not done yet. Ever since that initial grenade, he's been feeling it.
Oh, don't give him the opportunities. Don't give him the satisfaction. DBS in close range is going to be awkward from the distance that they've got, and Top was able to turn, set his attention back on them. You've still got Twisted Minds as well. That duo that's been crouching around, striking whenever there's a third party to fight on, and that's how we say goodbye to IWNRX.
For the first time today, we see IWNRX go out relatively early, let's say. Very, very nicely done from Twisted Minds, because we remember this is a team that was super hurt by IWNRX in the first place. They get some sweet, sweet revenge towards the end there versus Frozen. And Twisted Minds get to carry on as two with what is not a bad position right now to hold out teams coming through from Primorsk. It's really brute force that's on my mind. They've got 2 players, but they're in a horrendous position, surrounded by teams. And also, how can Falcons close this one out? They've got to be ever so careful here.
There's no room for error. Already in a few fights, it's looked a bit jittery, but they do isolate that engagement versus Obscure. They spotted him out on the hill. He's been getting away with murder for far too long, so now he's down and out. It's just Ratterboy that's left, and he was playing a completely different style of matchup, but the Bison claps back. All right, Falcons take a hit from the side. That's DRX from the distance.
DRX have had a super central position from the very start of the game, and controlling these compounds is going to be huge for them. They have 4 limbs, but they've just been trying to make sure they've got enough ammo here. You can see even just on the barrel, only just getting that refresh there for QXZ. So important, but yeah, this is basically a gated community right now for DRX. Playing also in the 3-story, I like that, having that outpost, you can always move back later on. Rattoboy is grenaded out of position. That will be Twisted Minds going out in 7th place with 3 elims.
Scrambled and out, tried as much as they could to push the initiative with the 2 players they had, but forced to fight. The exchange of nades goes against him. Like you said, that gated community evicting more and more tenants that live here. No rent to be paid right now. Old Boy sticking himself back into the action as moneymakers are looking to get some stacks on this one.
Yeah, no, that's a power play right there. You take 80% of your HP, you don't pull out a first aid kit, you pull out the nade. You know you've got to send something back to give yourself a little bit of time, a little bit of presence here, and it has forced Nerzed off the position, which is what I like to see. Now, it is realistically moneymakers versus Falcons on this north side. Most teams on the south can't really afford to move out. DRX is just holding things in position. So we have these 2 isolated fights going on at the same time. Old Boy takes another nasty hit. I think he's only got 1 more first aid kit as well. And Nerzed creeps ever closer now.
Belly down on the ground, trying to slowly close that distance, but not reveal himself to different positions. He knows that these nades could be lucrative if they're on target, and Old Boy maintains his current position, trying to play for the heal. Meanwhile, Brute Force as well, taking shots from DRX.
Big names been taken away by DRX so far, and they have just had a beautiful setup and the center of the circle for so long. Nice little transition as well from them to the compound that's further towards the center of the circle. This is going to be hard to dismount this team from. They're one of the few teams that has maintained 4 players for this long. However, we have seen DRX choke so many times before. There was a nice little knock that went through to the moneymakers. Now just Havlik, a lot on his back to do.
And they know his position now. That was the last nade that was tossed from Nerzed, but it baited out the face. Ooh, Molotov as well, denying the opportunity to go in for a quick pick-me-up style play. Firing bullets out, trying to put the pressure back on them. See if he can plant those seeds of doubt and going for the confidence pickup. Knows that he has to keep Old Boy alive and really gambling on this one.
I like this play from DRX as well. They're moving up early. They're not just letting this fight go unhampered, but Nerzed spots Hyunbin He's going down. This guy's on the swivel right now, knows he needs to be dealing with the teams coming through from the open in Primorsk at the same time. The Falcons looking to put up big points this match.
The Rock'em Sock'em Rope.
Oh,
there we go. That's going to take the head clean off. The nade's on target, but it's again an opportunity to counter back. Nurzed on the peak, good for one. There's a trade from Havlik, but he's so low. He can't seize the opportunity that's been presented to him. He's got to drop back down, go for the quick pick-me-up, see if he can actually save Old Boy with the zone nipping at their heels and the paranoia about the peak from Falcons.
DRX cleaved in half. The great axe coming through from both Falcons and the Moneymakers at the same time. Can't feel too good about that one. Look at that, they retreat immediately back into their buildings. The confidence just isn't there, Jackie. They realize these warehouses are way, way too exposed. Falcons will finish off Old Boy and get the flush on it. Nurzed goes down, 2 players now for Falcons, just the one on Moneymakers. They have held on for so long here, but the knuckles starting to go white in the grip.
And they might lose their grip on things if it carries on like this. If Havlik can do something huge, bit of a risky peek on the side as well, but he gets in the building, avoids the potential timeline where he goes down without even getting close to causing problems. Quick switching his way through the weapons, calling in for the backup. They know they need to find their way through this house. Shotgun up top, biding their time for the peak. You got nades raining down on you as well. They're looking lost in the clutch, lost in the fight right now.
For DRX, though, this is bad news. The circle is pushing in. Havlik somehow keeping things alive for so long, but it will be DRX to come in and finish that one off. You got QXE over the top, a big task ahead of them.
This is what it all goes down to then. Can one man make a difference? Can it all be on him for Falcons to clutch it out? Or will DRX complete their legacy and take the win on this one? Grab themselves not only the elims, but the points for the chicken dinner as they find it and shut down the Falcons in second place. A chicken dinner for DRX.
A really huge game there for DRX as well, because they were far down the rankings. Things started off fairly decently at the start of the day, and then they just weakened. But that game, test the strength for them. Still felt a little bit shaky towards the end there with back and forth where they pretty much were the only team that didn't really take casualties. They had a strong position to play in. But honestly, I do think for DRX, that was fairly nicely played. And even when it was a case of, look, we're not ready to take this push yet, they went back to their buildings and really thought out their scenario. And I think that that is the smart thing to do in that scenario. And it does take a bit more of an intelligent mind to be like, look, let's back off here. This is not worth our time.
Playing the disciplined PUBG Mobile, playing for the percentage moves rather than getting overly headstrong, too confident with the position they were given and some of the fights that were presenting themselves. It's a fair play to them. It's a big point to take a chicken dinner under the belt as well. 4th matchup of the day. Only 2 games remaining for the opening day of survival stage, and they come out swinging.
Totally different type of Falcons that we're seeing, though, in the survival stage. Very much more what we're used to from this team. Intelligent maneuvers. I think Havlik just kind of outplays them at the end there. Really, really strong gun skill, mechanics in that location where he's holding on for dear life for so long, and the Falcons just cannot deal with it. I think that was very, very well played. Again, Moneymakers make a very good rotation. Falcons make a very good rotation. I think DRX gets the win off a good position early game.
Yeah, they had the smarter setup, and in the end it does go their way. But yeah, that fight between Falcons and Moneymakers, man, there's always a timeline for me. When I'm watching Old Boy be able to survive and keep himself topped up, I'm thinking maybe things get crazy. And maybe the rest of the day will get crazy as well. When we come back after the break, lock yourself in for more PUBG Mobile.
The most important thing what we do is we kill Harami on contest. So tomorrow maybe they're not gonna jump. By the way, better than 0, huh?
X.
Wait, Max didn't even move.
Max, you're
He just
supposed to
stood
go to
there.
the
Just in the arms. Oh, okay.
Welcome everyone back to the desk here as we break down that last match. I don't need any of these cards because things aren't just going to work out. Doesn't matter how I try to set things up. DRX, though, what a fantastic win out of them. Obviously sitting over towards Primorsk. I think most of the action was more towards the north side, though, with Falcons and IWNRX. But for a team who finished dead last in our group stage to get a victory here, it might have been able to bump them up potentially into top 4.
Flip the script right now. Is what's happening in the survival stage.
D+? Was that D+ day 1?
Reverse D+. No, but it's a really good game from them. Of course, it was a very laid-back win, right, for DRX. All of the teams had been focused in their kind of vicinity, and they just got themselves all of those eliminations and all of that extra position pretty much for free. Good fight versus Falcons too, right? Transitioning across the road and getting the win and all those elims. So, like, good for DRX, I guess. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with
I don't know why I even know what I was saying, to be honest.
DRX was given that win. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. To be fair, you know what? Let's actually try to focus on a little more. DRX did something that I actually enjoyed. They ended up third party in a little bit the fight between Team Falcons and Moneymakers, which allowed Moneymakers to go back and revive Old Boy, which I don't know how he ended up surviving from that Molotov, but I'm glad that he did because they were able to at least get some extra points.
Gentlemen, Team Spirit, 1 point. I hate to keep harshing on them, but that's a team that showed a lot of promise.
Who?
Yeah, Team Ghost. Because that's what they've been doing this term. They've been ghosting it quite hard. It's unfortunate, but let's talk about again the positives, right?
Yep.
Moneymakers, Old Boy playing with the team.
Yep.
We see an okay game out of them. I mean, the thing is I think Claris was saying when we were sitting down that just one decent win, and I actually think it was you, not him. I think about it. I give him for no reason.
He's always Claris saying
he's not even here.
Is one win, like decent win, right?
Yep.
Just say 10 eliminations, chicken dinners, 20 points. You can go from the bottom of the table to like almost 4th place. So it is still extremely condensed at the moment because IWNRX has been able to soak so many points towards the top. So really anything can happen. However, the possibility of one of those big plays of happening, like our Boom, right, getting 30 points and getting themselves in the top 12 seems very unlikely.
Yeah, and also I think it's going to be a fight for 3 slots into the finals, right? Like catching up to IWNRX, they just need to have a semi-decent end of today and tomorrow. Like it's only 3 spots that are going to be remaining, so it is going to be a tough one.
So the reason I wanted to see Falcons up against IWNRX is because those two teams had about 50% coverage of that zone. Basically, north of the road of Primorsk, it was completely controlled by these two teams. And it almost seemed like a battle between these two teams would determine who would potentially win the game. Go ahead, Seven.
It seems like some of these teams, Team Falcons, IWNRX, it seems like they were just taking points of what Alliance was doing during the group stages, because we're starting to see more of those wide, pretty much splits between some of these teams. Something to note, though, with NRX, what they did is they ended up splitting it a little bit too late. Falcons was able to kind of cut them off, and Falcons was able to take full control of the north, and that ended up working out in their favor because they were just able to kind of push back IWNRX.
Yeah. And even Nozed, I think, at one point when the IWNRX were going for the push onto Falcons, was actually trying to scout and give information over to the rest of his team, and I feel like he was just maybe a little bit too far away, lacked information, allowed IWNRX to cross the road over the ridge, and then Falcons pretty much are going to struggle to survive as 4. They do keep 3 alive at least, but as a 4-man, maybe they win here versus DRX at the end.
The good thing was the coverage that Nurse was able to get. One, he actually got back to that top spot. He was able to kind of knock down those players and stop whatever push IWNRX was making.
Yeah, actually, let's take a look at this top performers you guys did just see on your screen, because I did want to point out that you do have Nurzed first with 1,000 damage done, and he didn't play day 1 of group stage, right? But then if we're giving DRX such a hard time about, oh, you know, kind of like a casual win, they still have 3 players in basically the top damage or top 5 damage from that last match.
Yes, but like you expect it from them, I would say, right?
But what I'm trying to get at is they had like no points. They had
They were being proactive.
Total in 2 days in group stage. They're at least showing that when they have the position, like we have criticized them quite heavily on day 3, when they had proper positions and they weren't able to like lock them down, especially high ground positions. At least here, they did close it out and they did get the points that they should have been able to get.
I'm with what you're going, though. Yeah, I'm with what you're going, because they were a team that was very passive, and in the past they used to hold good angles, and teams would just run over them. So it's good to see that they are being a little bit more proactive. And with Nurse, I'm happy to see him there, because that was a big question mark for me. Because what they were able to do in the matches that they did end up playing. And look at this overall ranking.
What Kalara said, right? Bottom of the table, one decent win. You get yourself into 4th place ahead of TJP, ahead of Besiktas, Brute Force, Moneymakers. And then obviously Moneymakers with their, I think, 11 points able to get into the front page. But this is some big shakeups here.
I do want to go back to TRX real quick, because sure, they were being proactive, as you said, right, in that kind of position. I still feel like it was very easy. A lot of the teams were getting funneled in their direction. They just had to take some very easy shots. I do want to see something of a similar caliber when they don't have an easy setup game like that, right? If they do that, top 4 might be happening.
I think the reason that we're going so hard on that is the fact that like they had these situations before, and they did nothing from it. They would have like 0 eliminations.
They will legit lay down and wait for teams to pass by. So for now, for them to actually be shooting at teams,
if they didn't shoot there, like they would never shoot. Yeah. Like, you have to at that point.
You'll be surprised.
Well, you know what? We're hearing from us. We do get to hear about when one team does really well in these matches. We hear another set of talent scream.
Oh.
Team Pandem. Actually, going to be talking with Sandstorm in a quick little interview. We'll be back with our next match of the day.
Hello and welcome everybody. We're here in the STC Arena after we wrapped up Game 4 with only 2 matches left, and I'm joined by Achul from Team Pandem. Achul, you managed to qualify from PMNC into PMSL, and now you made it to the PUBG MOBILE World Cup. So tell me, how prepared do you feel coming into this tournament?
Ya Achul, tim Pandem kan itu lolosnya dari PMNC, terus lalu kalian dari PMSL qualified ke PUBG Mobile World Championship. Nah, di situ kalian kira-kira persiapan timnya apa aja buat nyampe di turnamen ini?
Persiapannya ya kami kayak latihan terus, kayak misalkan ada salah kayak kami pelajarin gitu, kayak kami benerin nyampe kayak sebagus mungkin lah.
Oh yeah, we just keep on improving our game, correcting our mistakes until that we can give the best game possible for PMWC.
I like that, constantly looking at what kind of mistakes you may be making and try to improve on them one right after the other. So here's the thing, we love an underdog story when it comes to the Esports World Cup, and on a stage like this, anything can happen. So what are the things that you have been focusing on coming into this tournament?
Ya, di PMWC kita nih suka banget cerita orang yang nggak diunggulkan tapi bisa bikin comeback gede, bisa jadi prestasi gede. Nah di PMWC hampir semuanya itu bisa terjadi. Kira-kira apa yang kita bisa expect dari tim kalian nanti tanding?
Ya kami kayak bakal ngasih game yang seru buat kami bersaing untuk masuk grand final.
Yeah, we'll try our best to compete and then to give very interesting games so we can qualify to the grand finals.
They have been so far. They're on the precipice of making it into the top 4 with still 2 matches remaining in today's games. And of course, we still have the 6 games tomorrow to find out who will be the 4 teams joining us in the main tournament. So I want to ask you, how has the experience been so far for you at the PMWC?
Gimana pengalaman kamu di PMWC?
Ya senang banget ya, kayak stage-nya bagus. Semuanya senang lah, kayak bagus semua lah.
We're just happy, the stage is nice, everything is nice. Yeah, we're just happy.
I like that. You know, you're still enjoying the vibes, enjoying the atmosphere that we have here in the SEC Arena. And personally, I'm looking forward to see how well these guys perform over the next 2 games and, of course, over the course of tomorrow as well. Achul, thank you very much for joining us for the interview. And now we're going to head on over back to the studio to see what happens in our last 2 games of the day on Miramar. Take it away, guys.
Well, here we go then. Last 2 matchups of the day. Opportunities to get points starting to slip through the fingertips of the majority of our teams. One team standing above all others. IWNRX has been farming up those points, Blank.
They have just been slaying the opposition during these matches, and it's been insane to watch so far. Even that last game felt like not a great one. Still 6 elims. Now, 6 elims is higher than whose points total? Team Spirits.
Yes.
This is depressing.
It is a bit sad. It is a bit sad.
So, you know what? If IWNRX can get the entirety of Team Spirit's points pool in one game, I'm certain of it that Team Spirit will be able to get at least maybe some points in this match here over on Miramar, or they might just need the full mental reset though. This is the problem with Survival Stage. You basically cannot have a single bad day.
No.
And this has been the worst day for Team Spirit. So at this point in time, unless they do something in this game, we're sort of counting them out. Already.
It's crazy, isn't it? It feels that way. It really does, and it's a shame to see. You would have hoped there would have been a bit of a second wind, but like we said before, no one's going to give those opportunities to you. You've got to make them for yourself, and they just have not been able to. Yeah, it's worrying out there, but the point distribution already starting to swell towards the top end.
Yeah.
I don't know what they can do for themselves.
I mean, it does drop down pretty heavily. I mean, you got 5th place with Tongjia Bao. They've got 28 points. Then we're dropping to just this 20-point glut between 7th and 10th place. You know, you got 21 points down to 20. Besiktas Black with 22 and 6th. So, you know, there's a lot that can change in that middle pack. But again, you're trying to jump up into that 4th place. But that can just be one insane game. Over in EMEA, Brute Force were able to pick themselves up a 30-point game over in that region in their Super League. And, you know, for them, that would shoot them up into 2nd place. One match. Easy peasy. But still, with a game like that, they would not be ahead of IWNRX.
No, not at all. But if you want to try and compete on the same level as IWNRX, then one way you can help yourself is the GT20 Pro. Get yourself that bad boy, get out there, get practicing blank. Who knows? You could be on this stage one day.
You could be playing with the best of us, honestly. At the World Cup, representing your region, the best way to start is to pick yourself up that GT20 Pro, because it's pro for playing with the professionals.
It's pro for a reason.
It's pro for a reason, guys. Brute Force on our screens, in towards El Pozzo, looting up nice and early. Circle heads east. Over towards Rook Esports and IWNRX once again. Strong position. Over towards El Azahar. Quick switch back. And it will be Tongjia Bao losing a player.
Okay, it looked like it was set up for an easy drive-by on that one. It should have been a freebie. Instead, it's a one-for-one trade on the schoolyard with the trading cards then. Either one of them going down to 3-man squads.
Not the best. An ideal situation for either squads there. Bit of mutual destruction going on from both these teams, but does open some space up for a team like Team Spirit. They desperately need some space right now. Just to breathe, in fact.
Yeah, it's getting claustrophobic with how these games have been.
Inco, another team that we sort of expected a lot more from. They got fairly close to making it into the main tournament, but were pipped to the post right at the end. Here they are, 15th place, 8 points. Dear me. I mean, it's got to feel bad when you've got your basically brothers in arms with Team Liquid and Alpha 7 already in towards the main tournament. You want to join them. You want to join them. Do your region proud by getting as many of your teams in. But right now for Inco, it's not looking good.
And they've had some good rotates, had some good moments. There was a few highlights back in the group stage, but honestly, that's such a distant memory for them now with how the survival stage is the only thing that's on the forefront of their minds, the most important piece. And they're similar to Team Spirit, all the way down towards the bottom of the standings. Only a few points of difference that set those two squads aside. So if you want a recovery, it's going to happen soon.
One quick peek at the map here. Let's do a stock check, shall we?
Get in there.
Let's get in there. La Bandita, very focal position towards the center of this one. So you got that big old crater to be worrying around about. And again, that does shift a lot of sight lines away from that east and west side. So you sort of do cut the map in half just a little bit. You got teams playing over towards the east in Impala and Puerto Paraíso. They'll be taking their own fights compared to a lot of the teams pushing in from the western side. Moneymaker's got a hell of a rotate though. I hate this rotate personally. It's a tough one to make from La Cabrera down towards Hacienda del Patron. So a lot of times you'll see teams on that north side try and cut in towards the south and try and rotate alongside teams like Inco and CAG Osaka. That would be a smart move, but again, you got to rotate through the Falcons, who have been pretty fearsome so far, pecking their way at the points total.
Yeah, it feels like the Falcons have started to become more of the vultures with the way that they've been isolating fights and really chopping down some of the competition. If it's maintainable, if it's sustainable, it'll be huge for the Twisted Minds. In the last matchup with just a duo, they were able to find opportunities to punish here and there. And it really is just a duo here And they're thrust into the early fight versus DRX. Good splash damage done on one of them that will soften them up. Paranoid about the peek from the back as well. They sniff out Mad Balls, have overlook onto them, and try and dip into cover that provides for both.
Not a bad spot for the Mad Balls, honestly, down towards the south side. They've got a lot of oversight towards these teams on the north, but I think they're probably more worried about teams from behind them. Looking at Panda as well as Bro Team on that south side, they need to hold out. The Mad Balls got awfully close, but in that last game of the group stage, they just did not give it any welly, Jackie. And that was the problem. Like, they had nothing to lose in that moment and just did not go for broke. Instead are now broke over towards the survival stage, desperately clinging on.
That's going to feel rough to play from. Realizing that every decision you make has so much stock on it. So many eyes as well from the viewers here in the STC arena, from the people supporting the organization back at home as well, watching the games dialed in. They need to have that upwards draft. Now, this is Twisted Minds that were dropped on by DRX quite some time ago. Since that point, they were able to spread themselves out further with more range to work with. Ooh, Ratto Boy in the back line. That's actually Pandem that spot the opportunity to put some bullets into his back.
This is a tough fight now because you're going to expose on the outside and you've got to worry about which angles you're taking, whether it be profitable for you versus DRX, or will they be bad where Pandem can see through. So decisions that are made now for Twisted Minds, a little bit difficult. And DRX looks to punish this as well. They know that they've got the inside track inside these compounds. They're safe from those angles on the outside. It's sort of just pepper away at Twisted Minds, make them uncomfortable. And it looks like they're going to make a smart choice here and try and push away to more favorable footing, realizing this compound is likely not going to be picked up by them anytime soon. So DRX will pick up Longhouse.
So concessions made there. Got to cut their losses with what's felt very awkward for them over the past couple minutes. Jump in, luckily, the vehicle they had to their disposal and reposition themselves in a better spot. It's also because CAG Osaka were moving in towards the hillside. They didn't reveal themselves, haven't put any presence out, but do have a bit of an assess on the situation. Zone ushering itself further down as well. Everyone's starting to get a bit of a hustle and bustle on, the pep in their step now.
And they'll have to step things up just a little bit to head further over towards our north side. Now, as a high, you know, there's a lot of high ground around this area you can play off the back of, but sometimes it's not always wise to hit that high ground over towards that northeast side. Luckily, this doesn't encompass that nasty valley that sits between Al Azhar on that northern edge. We do have a lot of ridge sides to play around with, a lot of cover that can be had, you know, even up just towards that northwest. There's stages to that area of the map.
Oh, obscure. He likes trying to split from the rest of the pack a little bit. We've seen this before, but it's the worst time to do it. With IWNRX hunting down and tapping out warning shots that become real big issues. Exclamation marks of damage done from the Mini 14, making the plays look major and providing opportunities for them to dogpile their way on and clean up a lot against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, IWNRX, some great shots there, and Twisted Minds just left with Ratto Boy, literally ratting it out over towards this side of the map. The rest of his team ducked cover and left. Couldn't afford to head towards his position and compromise themselves. Bit of a sacrifice play there, but in the end, it's actually just Ratto Boy who lives this one out. Mad Balls, good molly. Basically cover the entire floor in fire. We're playing a game of the floor is lava for IWNRX, and they will lose Swain off the back of that. Now, Mad Balls might want to capitalize on this one. It's an ever so central position as well, Jackie, so I think that if there's any time to take a compound, it is now while teams are still crunching in, and you have a little bit of more space to play.
When they go for that gamble, though, show some confidence. Show how handy they can be with a steal in these encounters. Or they keep themselves to themselves, play it a little bit slower. We get the overall assess on the lay of the land as well, what the rest of the squads are doing for themselves, tanking themselves back up. Whole load of nades being primed in the hands of IWNRX as well, as they are realizing Mad Balls still locked in close by. Pandem with the lay of the land from the backside, wanting to get involved. The nades going up in the building, setting the stairs ablaze, making it hard for this fight for Mad Bulls to commit off the back of, but that's a huge nade into the tap. The UMP swipes up, and the SMG does some blind work to isolate these encounters, fragment the rest of IWNRX, and the Bulls can close in, close that gap up close. The spray dealing damage on the stairs. A close quarters combat that won't benefit the Bulls as they've been manhandled in the fight. Oh, mate, they keep it going. The backstab with the DBS single-handedly wiping the Bulls down and removing them bit by bit.
Zed Wolf, man, on the corner, sinks the fangs in. That is an insane play coming through from IWNRX. You just cannot step for this team. Mad Bulls makes the right choice at the right time to try and pick this one up. They knew they were a man down. But I think leaving Zerich on the backside where the windows are just not going to be exposed, right? Maybe he gets one of those engagements during that where he can maybe spot one player through the window, but IWNRX is not a team to allow you to get that done. Instead, they just throw themselves into a 3v3, and it ends so poorly for the Mad Bulls. You can tell Zed Wolf is dialed in here. And another nice nade here from range onto D plus Kia. Nobu trying to keep him back, but honestly, he is just pumping that damage through.
It's been good damage with the nades. Still more in the back pocket as well. Two of them primed on the close quarters turnaround. They know exactly where he is. Oh, the close nade. Getting some nice splash damage out at least. He sees the head, debating whether or not now's the time to peek up. Try to commit to the frag with the actual connection on the primary. Nade over again.
Wow.
They're keeping it going, Blank. They're dealing so much damage with these bad boys.
That's a nice air burst onto Osal as well. Will flush him out before they can get the res through, and they had to back up there. Another couple of air bursts. The shrapnel raining down upon him like an isolated rain cloud.
Just consistently punishing them every time there's a peek up and forcing them back into the depths. Ooh, bit of a tag across though. Get your belly down to the ground instantly. You know you got a good angle to work with the geometry here, and the smoke's blocking some of the vision. It's all a downrange fight for them, and they've got to decide how to play this one. If they're going to go for the pick-me-up, get Chips back on his feet so he can help out the rest of the squad.
K's honestly playing an unbelievable range here, and still actually hitting some of these shots, making it so uncomfortable right now from Bro Harami. Just cannot deal with this. Effectively a sniper with an AR. Really well done. And that just gives time for the rest of DK plus Kia to actually get themselves into a position where maybe they can regroup. Maybe they can reassess the scenario.
That potential for a reset. The smoke's at least paying dividends, giving them a bit of a shroud. The vehicle was still alive as well, even though it took some damage from the nades that were dropped down onto it. Damage to the paintwork. The engine block's still good for now. Moneymakers as well. It's been quiet for too long for them. We join Rook over on the hillside. That's brute force they're up against. Nice fadeaway. That's a good three-pointer on that one.
Easy game, just immediately gets back into the buggy. There is a player still out in the open. They're searching for him, but feels like Yankees just going to get a move on here. But brute force, nice hold out on this western side, but the circle does shift over towards the east, and it's barren land ahead of them.
Replay here, some of the highlights that we've seen from IWNRX, and it has been highlight reel worthy with the maneuvers they've been making. Finding elims, keeping themselves in the fight for longevity. Moneymakers. Still alive with 4 players. Ooh, spoke too soon. As you get the peek up from Nerzed, he assaults down with the AR and connects onto another one. He's looked good today individually. From range blank, it feels like he's really crisp right now.
Yeah, man. This is through on that northern side. Once again, a bit of that rivalry coming through from the Moneymakers and Falcons. Duking it out here. Top, plenty of ammo to work with on the AUG. This guy is so terribly accurate. Luckily, Koa is much of the same.
Predicting the peaks, pre-firing around the elevated angle. Bullets on either side of the tree. It's restricting his ability to take that fight cleanly and get a headshot off. Koa goes for the reposition. Moneymakers on the move.
So it's time to just move in. They're on the close side of the circle as well, so they can hit up this ridge side down towards that northeast. Smart move. Smart play to go for as well. And again, it just feels like the rotations for both Falcons and Moneymakers so far on the outside of the circles have been pretty clean so far. And it's quite difficult for either of these teams to push each other out of position because they're playing a very similar game.
Brute force. Bit of a scouting mission here. Keep your nose clean, a little bit of paranoia as well about what positions you could potentially take a fight from. Just assessing the land with Falcon sitting up top.
Yeah.
Rook finally losing the last man. Yangi went for the getaway so long ago, but he's been spotted and taken down, so Rook out as well.
I think for Brute Force, it is a tough rotate for them because I think they know they need to push through on this eastern side down the middle because it's just really difficult land to play down towards the south. Freezer will be raising up this teammate. Falcons have got to be worried though because there is shots coming through from that eastern side as well. As Moneymakers have eyes on the two EMEA teams, like a hydraulic press, just squeezing Falcons at the moment.
Trying to shut each other down and remove any potential.
Nice.
The nade, close, bounces off. Prepod back on his feet and back to dealing deathly blows with that utility again. And now they close the distance. They want to seize this opportunity that's been given to them against Falcons. You got the good engagement off. You got the good start to the fight. But can you finish it before it starts to get out of hand? 4 versus 2. Positionally, Falcons taking pot shots back. Quick tuck in, looking for the med up. But the angle still works, and they get another knock back onto him.
Yeah, really nice spray coming through from Freezer there. As soon as he got that first tag, he was not letting him go. There is a wide swipe on the side from the Falcons, but again, this is just well played from both the Moneymakers and Brute Force. Again, for Falcons, it's a very, very difficult scenario to be in. Both teams making very smart decisions in the moment. But it is Inko to come from behind. A quick nade gets sent through, but will not deter Inko for now. As the Lion prowls up into position. Brute Force with one hand holding them back, but quite low on the back lines there is Prepod, but they should get the full reset.
Will Brute Force be the Lion handler, or are they going to get mauled?
Nice.
Claws coming out. Bit of damage done. DRX taking casualties. Brute Force with the first as they flick over onto Inko and get the opening shot off they were looking for. Fragment them. Leave them with far less to work with now. Just a duo. Spread Finn.
Vitali knows roughly where Chudo is, but he swings wide. It's Kate finding a shot over towards Team Spirit, who are on the very, very far in the circle, down towards the south side, but it's Nerzed, the final player left alive for Falcons, and he will not be able to step up to the task here, but will lay Prepod extremely low, and you knew that shot was going to come through at some point, but it's the Moneymakers on high. A long-range shot will take down one of them, and he gets flushed too, so Brute Force down to 3 players here, but it's 6 eliminations. It's not a bad game so far.
Tongjia Bao. They saw that opportunity onto the knocked man, know that they could remove him, they get the angle. Again, from quite far back, starting to potentially move up a little bit as well with the freedom they have to play with from the vehicles. Team Spirit trapped on rotation. Again, that's going to be Inko, the assault. And from the distance, D plus Kia spotting them running through the fields with no cover to protect them, and they just lay waste.
Oh, there is just something wrong within that team at the moment. It's so long to deal with those players, and even just a crash would have been decent. The scouting has not been there. Surely they know there's only 3 guns on that position. You just take the 4v3 at that point. Can't be sat outside on the blue for that long, but we're back on ball with TJB, who've lost 2 players. Vitali, last alive with the Pompey inside the house here. And Brute Force just realized this is an opportune time to try and get away. It is the Moneymakers, though, who might have overlook onto this. And Freezer is going to have to hit some shots on the way. Will jump out the vehicle and look to hit a spray.
That info's gone both ways now. Either squad aware of the potential here. Smokes up, vehicles for cover, and you've really got yourself trapped in the worst location. So many sight lines from either side. You're getting pinned in. Vitali was waiting for so long to introduce Tongjia Bao to Big Papa Pump. He's been holding on to it. He's got the weapon ready to strike, looking for the opportunity, keeping him guessing with which way he's going to go. Dives around the corner, strikes in with the first, gets the quick shot off. He's moving, he's weaving, and he's causing issues as he takes Tongjia Bao down.
One into another there from Vitali. Great plays from him. But we're back on board and the action doesn't stop here. At the PMWC, Team Spirit is out. Not a surprise at this point in time, but maybe a surprise to fans at home at the beginning of the survival stage. Bro Harami, Pandem, holding inside the building. They'd like to push further in. This is all the way on that eastern side, but the circle's about to pop. It heads central. Besiktas Black with a decent position, but it's IWNRX who've had a killer hold.
You thought you gotten close enough to introduce them to the DPS, but it's another man down. And further, the issues arise. 14 Pandem hitting that fever pitch, that pandemonium, the chaos that's being brought to them by Harami Bro as they start to assault back, looking to see if they can potentially finish them off here. That zone's going to start moving in as well. Pandem with a pre-fire around the doorway, expecting them to come running on in. They've still got nades to work with.
In the meantime, Moneymakers try to get up close and personal, but brute force, they sent them back over towards the east. Drop some death crates whilst we're at it. Pandem with the pump again in hand. Single shell after single shell seems to do the trick here.
He's got it loaded with slugs right now as he's left them pushing up daisies. You've got yourself trapped. Top floor control, sure. But can you still clean up from this? Just down to 2 players on either side. You've been able to at least win out on the opening engagements, but as this one goes on longer, will the nades make the difference? Ooh. They make the quick move, dive out through the window. Can't connect on the drop though. Back into a 1v1, and barely. Bro, keep it going.
Lovely coordination though from the top side, both jumping out the window at the same time as those nades go through. Almost had it. In the meantime, brute force has been killing it over towards this north side. From what was a very difficult position versus the Moneymakers, they're able to take them down. And again, this is a really strong spot. Start working your way in. This little bit of high ground, this lip to play around with, has so much oversight onto the rest of the map.
Inco. It's been awkward for them in a lot of the fights. They've had to scrap their way through. Vitali had his highlight with the shotgun, but it might be low lights from this point as they're low down to the ground. The high ground is going to favor brute force from this position. Wide nade chucked across as well. 2 teams they're worried about, just trying to make sure that they backhand them with the nades and keep the distance.
The big thing for brute force is they know they have to leave at some point. So they're making the most out of this position whilst they still can. Here's the highlight you were talking about earlier. Through the smoke as well. Just swinging from either side. One nade should hit. None of them go through. DRX holds on by a thread. And brute force finds Vitali. This is what they needed to do. They needed to clear out these players as quick as possible. And what a push out from Judo that is. He'll do it himself. Heads down towards that western side. Now just Besiktas Black, and they have an immediate idea of where they should be. Getting refreshes on the nades, on the vests. But it's IWNRX. Flying like a sleeping beast on that eastern side.
How do you shut down that sleeping giant? Now it's roaring to life. 6 eliminations. Brute force currently topping the charts with 11 to themselves. And they're going to want more from this. The squad's finding themselves a small lull in the battle for a few seconds. Opportunities to top yourself back up, have an ammo count, and see where you go from here. But IWNRX, with the remainder of Harami Bro, off of their awkward engagement, they could be in real rough territory here. You've got the clean line of sight, predicts the jump into the vehicle as well. And that one's going to hit home hard.
Mate, Zedwolf's on another planet right now. The thoughts ahead there as well. Knowing that he's going to try and move the vehicle, switches from the tire to the back seat. You love to see it. Frozen still putting punishment out. Again, another similar scenario to brute force. IWNRX have had an insane hold on that eastern side, but now they need to create some opening for themselves.
Doing good on the defense, but it's got to get a bit more tenacious. Play with that offense. Wide nade in as well. Chips laid down. Takes a heavy hit from that one. IWNRX again, taking these opportunities to get stuck in with the range advantage they found themselves with. You got the quick getaway maneuver for Lewis as well. Reposition and try and get into a better angle, have some semblance of cover.
Got Brute Force here. 11 elims. Looking on track for another big game. It's the Brute Force special. Hit the massive elimination count on a Miramar, and they're starting to get bold with it. Moving further up, a nade's immediately thrown. Clearing space. CAG Osaka. Just moving around the side, using these vehicles to bait out the grenades. I like what I'm seeing.
Trying as best they can to have that substantial distance so the nades go short. Quick assess here, quick scout. Where are they? Where's our other avenues to be attacked from? Meanwhile, IWNRX laying down the law with the big guns as Bro are finally removed from the equation. D plus Kia start to move in as well. Limited space to work with. Lewis has been trapped in position for quite some time, but he sees the peak on the back. CAG Osaka taking fights now as they're looking for the peak over, and he might want to go for this one. He's revving himself up, scoped in, looking for the fight.
IWNRX look over towards D plus Kia. You're kind up front with the nades, looking to push in. Besiktas Black been in the Gladiators ring this entire time, and there's been audience members, but now they're forced into the ring with them. Can they hit them with the gladiatorial combat and get the thumbs down or the thumbs up for the chicken dinner at the end of this one? It's been tough to hold on, but now they have a playing chance. Nice airburst, but not quite enough. There's one coming through now from Zed Wolf as he steps out of the way of this one. Looks pretty on target. Freezer just on the other side.
Inflicting chip damage. The shrapnel starting to connect. Meanwhile, Brute Force priming nades once again as well. They're throwing them back. Molotov casting it more awkward for them, but it's a nice nade that buys time. That one's going to be huge to actually play medic, get his teammate back up, but everyone else is sniffing the blood that's in the water, and they start to dive their way in. IWNRX, they go full aggro, dial up the temple, and they go going in. Look at the amount of damage you're starting to find off the back of this now, and causing so many issues with the fragmented Brute Force that you can pump bullets into them.
Freeze in a desperate position. Good molly actually sent into the ditch there, but he's got so much to deal with as CAG Osaka have had eyes on towards them for so long. D plus Kia go down. That's from Lewis on Besiktas, has been hiding out in the trees. Out comes Freezer though, the one-man wonder, the rookie.
He's making plays, making money in these situations. IWNRX trying to stand strong, trying to see if they can fight back, but in the constant clash that goes on, we see them go down. More squads being ripped to pieces, and right now you look at the head count. 3 players alive for CAG Osaka. They take a heavy hit onto one of them, but you've got the manpower advantage. If they can play this one out, they could get themselves a huge chicken dinner.
Brute Force, goodness me, Freezer puts them on ice in that situation. IWNRX getting a little bit too hot for their boots. Lewis with the big gun. Looking to take down CAG Osaka, get a bit too close. Now, things maybe open up to Freezer, but he's going down. Unfortunate there. Now just between Lewis and Osaka. Nice Molotov, might be the end of him. He's set in flames, and it will be Osaka to take that one. They've had a fantastic day today so far, but that does open the floodgates for some other teams here. Besiktas Black jumps up a lot. Brute Force jumps up a ton with their 14 elim count in a 3rd place.
Massive moves. Again on that one. Playing the angles, smart in the engagements they took. And when the carnage came, they were ready for it and thrived in the chaos. Lewis, try as he might to have a heroic play towards the end. It's denied.
The MG9 could have been absolutely insane there. But to be fair to you, look, what I will say is that the boys on Besiktas Black were playing a really long game there because they had one of the strongest positions if the circle kept closing like that. And they bided their time. Honestly, I think they played it out quite well. It was just unfortunate that 2 players up front get rolled over, mowed down by the guys on IWNRX. It was an incredible push. Again, for IWNRX, they are playing so different to how we saw them in the group stage because it felt like that they were scared, that they were nervous in that one. Here, they're just realizing, look, we just need to play as if we own the lobby.
And that's what they've been doing. They really have just been taking these fights again and again. On this one, you know, you saw that opportunity, that switch in their mind when they could see there's low HP on a few players. They just went for the swoop in, unload a barrage of bullets, and caused so many problems, mate. It looked terrifying.
It did, yeah. I will say one thing, though, for sure, is that Freezer has been one of the most incredible new talent pickups this year for Brute Force. What a player that guy is. Just continually putting up numbers, pumping out those points for Brute Force. And I think that game does put them into the top 4 now as well. So this gives them a chance. It gives them an opening, and it's typical Brute Force fashion.
It really is. We'll see if they can keep it going or how things are going to shape up at the end of the day. We'll see you after the break.
If you're out there watching and you're like, hey, Jason, would you ever expect the bottom teams from our group stage to not have only one, but 2 chicken dinners in our survival stage? I would say get out of here. There's no way that's possible, but Kagasaka and IWNRX have been able to do so and are at the top of the table at the moment. And if we stopped right here, right now, 7, do you know what would happen?
Yes. They would qualify.
They would qualify into the main event. And this has honestly been a stellar performance here out of these 2 teams. Obviously, Kagasaka taking this final win here. But gentlemen, walk me through this last game. Like this, if you're this team, you're like, they can taste it. They can almost grab it. It's like holding up anything, you know, over shoulder height for me for 7 to grab. It's just right out of his reach, but it's there.
It's almost there. Brute Force, though, being able to get more of the points there, 19 points. But with Kagasaka, I mean, this is just such a completely different team. I feel like this is also a better version of what we were talking about earlier with DRX, right? For Kagasaka, a couple times during group stages, we saw them not willing to engage. We saw them not willing to fight. Here, they were able to stay on the outside of the circle and take those fights.
Yeah, it's good game to see kind of some variation come out from the teams, right? If you're thinking about Kagasaka, what did they do for victory here in this game? They had a decent compound in the south, as well as taking the extreme high ground of a Mesa in order to be able to get good information about what's going on north of them, good scouting motives, and then from there be able to make the moves in an informed way. And actually, I mean, this is a stark contrast to what we saw from them in that group stage, where they weren't really doing much, but now they're able to put some proper marks on the ground.
It's not even close to the same team.
Yeah, well, that's what I want to ask you guys. Like, I mean, I'll go to Kalaris because he's the one I know who will be brutally honest.
The smarter one, yeah.
More better looking, bigger biceps.
Yeah, bigger biceps for sure.
You know, hasn't been nominated for an esports award though.
Right.
So,
Look at those shoulders. Jeez.
But I want to ask you though, is this like IWNRX and Kagasaka playing that much better than they previously were? Or are other teams just not performing up to scratch that we'd expect out of them?
I'd say from what I've seen so far, they are performing better, for sure, no doubt. Like, looking at them being able to take from that Erangel win especially and kind of move into this one in a bit of a stronger way. The Erangel win kind of came to them a little bit. It could have gone right with losing 2 in the compound, but now I'm seeing a bit more of a strong formation out of them.
Yeah, with the performance IWNRX is doing, though, I think it's safe to say now that
congratulations,
unless you're gonna be going to the main stage, because we're gonna have what now 7 games left, and with how some of the other teams are playing, I don't see them being caught up, especially with the way IWNRX is currently playing. I mean, we saw Seawolf just getting absolute bangers of shots with that Mini 14.
Well, this is the cool thing, right, about the variation that we've seen and the fact that we're seeing Seawolf now with 1,400 damage. Oh, there's your noise. That's insane. But again, it comes off the back of a Mini 14. Variation in playstyle. They knew they had a great compound. They can make use of a DMR where, honestly, we're not in the DMR meta right now, unfortunately. It does kind of happen every so often on Miramar because it's a great map for it. And we saw Z-Wolf as well as Kane on the team making excellent use there.
Well, especially for Z-Wolf for me, because as we looked at PMSL EMEA, he was hands down the MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Look back to our group stage here at PMWC, and I couldn't even tell if he was playing or not. Like, this has been such a drastic change that they desperately needed out of him in particular to really step up. And it's been great to see because we know how good he can be as an individual player. Finally being able to see it is like a sigh of relief for them.
Do you think for some of these teams, right, that didn't perform that well in group stage, that now are performing well, like IWNRX, like
DRX,
Kagasaka, right? Yeah, DRX as well. Do you think it has to do with how well the teams that have already qualified to the main stage were doing? That were kind of making them scared to engage? Because these teams, you mentioned it too, it's a complete different contrast from what we saw during group stages, and I feel like it has to be because of that. It has to be because they're not really having to worry about the performances that Alliance was being able to put up there.
I think there was some fear from some of the teams in group stage because people were making moves too late, desperate in movements, and then you crash into 3 teams, and then it's not exactly the best spot to be in. Again, as you're saying, some of the teams that didn't perform, I'm going to have to do it again. South Korea wasn't having the easiest of times.
Yeah.
Now I'm seeing a bit more improvement from them. From not only DRX, but also D+, who was in Partona, miles away from this circle. And then 7 eliminations early in this game and continuing to take those fights all the way from the south. So going from fight to fight to fight and actually having some success. So it's getting better.
See, I don't know if I want to agree with the first part you're talking about.
Which one?
I don't saying like, oh, are they just not as afraid because the 12 of the best teams have already qualified. I don't want to believe in that, but not necessarily saying it's not impossible to be true. But if you want to be a champion, you can't really be afraid of teams. You can't be like, okay, well, 12 of the better teams, they've qualified already. Now we can start to play more aggressive. You have to be confident in your own ability, and yeah, you do have to have a certain amount of respect for some of these best teams in the world, but you can't let that, I would say, necessarily define the way you're playing if you want to be a world champion.
But I kind of feel like Team Falcons showcased that in their earlier matches, especially during the first Erangel, where they were just fighting whoever wanted to come along.
There is,
at one point, that match.
Also, technically speaking, with the amount of games we've played so far, it's still technically a small sample size.
Yeah.
And variance can happen in PUBG Mobile. I mean, you're seeing it here with 2 teams who were previously in the bottom 4, now are rocketing up the board, right? Like, so you've got these opportunities for these teams to say, okay, reset things. We know we're okay. We know we're good when it comes to international play. Let's try and just kind of wipe the slate clean.
Well, we are seeing here our current overall rankings in IWNRX. Are we going to say it? Do you guys feel confident enough to say that, yeah, they're going to make it 100%?
Yes. Yeah, they're going to make it 100%.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we're going to have to be worrying about 3 spots, right? 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's going to be a big question mark. And I'm kind of glad you brought up in regards to like where has Team Falcons been. because we really haven't seen much of them besides those first 2 games. Yeah, we saw Understead being able to get some good eliminations here and there, being able to back up his team, but it's not to the stand that we expect, I feel like, to see out of Falcons with the current pool of teams that we have here.
It just seems like they're resting back on just their elimination game, as I obviously pointed out before, and so did Max Ben. The 1 elimination, or 1 placement point to the 20 eliminations. We can see they have 7 places to the 29 elims. They're definitely pulling out that Aula IHC role. But you can see DRX, they're in close pursuit. Besiktas, which, if we talk about teams not playing aggressive, this is definitely one of those teams that's going to rise out there, a standout from the rest in terms of that play. They're still holding on in 6th place. TJB, honestly, I was expecting more out of TJB. I know we did talk about where they started to struggle when they didn't have zone or they didn't have compounds. But for a team of the caliber of this who plays in PEL, one of the strongest regions in the world, which you could technically argue against nowadays, I guess, I expected them to be a lot higher, a lot better results.
And it didn't really help, right, in this game. Losing, I think, GK first extremely early to DRX. They kind of go blow for blow, the teams, and then back off from one another. But even both teams losing just 1 early is going to stunt the growth of them throughout that game, especially when you're in an open area like this and all the teams are already situated, ready to go and punishing you as soon as you're coming into this open area.
Well, you guys at home who are watching, make sure you guys open up the game, head into the esports client, and check out PMWC and subscribe to that to be notified whether PMWC goes live, because you do not want to miss a single match. And a single match is all we have left here today in our first day of the survival stage. So let's head back to our commentators of Jackie and Blank to take it away.
That looked awesome.
A single match is all it takes, Jason, at the end of the day. We got teams towards the bottom who are desperate for those points. Brute Force just picked themselves up a juicy game for themselves, send themselves into a very nice, secure position at the top. IW NRX, on the other hand, is taking the survival stage by storm.
When they saw the name Survival Stage, they knew they had to thrive, and that's what they have been doing, Blank. Game in, game out, bringing the passion, bringing the pace. And now we get back to the plane. Our player cams up on screen. One final time today. Will it be broken, defeated faces, or elation at the end of this matchup?
Northern playing path from the west to the east side. But I'll tell you, that's going to send you direct north, true north, the best north. It's the GT20 Pro, which is going to direct you in the right direction every single time. And that direction is towards the top with the best. Don't play with the rest, just play with the GT20 Pro. With its beautiful performance.
Let me tell you, Blank.
Cyber Mecha design.
Low response time.
Low response time.
Does that sound good?
That sounds great.
High refresh rate.
What
that
can I get
good? GT20 Pro.
Every time.
GT20 Pro. They're flying off the shelves. They've got wings.
They are. That is a new addition that we brought to the phone.
Yeah, that was all you. You cooked that one up.
I did. I was like, that's going to be like in Harry Potter. You have to catch it.
Like the keys
like the
flying
keys,
around.
The keys flying around, yeah. You don't just get to stamp your name on that trophy. You got to catch your trophy first.
You got to grab it with both hands, never let it go, and fight for every single point that you are able to get your hands on. So let's get into it then. Let's give this one some gas. Last game of the day. Hopefully this is going to deliver on all fronts. These teams need to come out absolutely swinging. You do not want to leave yourself in a position where someone else can decide your fate for you in tomorrow's matchups.
Some teams desperately need to connect on that swing during this game. We've got teams towards the bottom. We're counting Team Spirit out at this point in time. 4 points over 5 matches, a diabolical result for them. And it's not one that they should hit. And I think that's all I need to say. This is not the performance from Team Spirit that we're used to seeing, or one that they should have displayed here, because they have so much more in them. Hopefully we'll see them again next year, but I just don't think they can make it in, barring some kind of miracle. But even then, it's going to be tough. Inco Gaming, 12 points. Rookie spots up to 18. Harami Bro on 19, but we are getting a differential of the pack towards that top side, with 5th place now being 35 points. IWB NRX, on the other hand, a 71-point day. What is this performance that's come out from them? This is incredible moves coming through from this squad.
What have they been eating, Blank? How
I
have
don't
they
know,
just
dude.
changed their entire play style? And I'll tell you what, they're feasting on these lobbies. That's what they're having for dessert today.
They just needed to, like I said, they just need to play like they own the lobby, because that's their play style. They play very aggressively. They have strong positions. They hold those strong positions. And look, I just think for a team like IWB and NRX, they cannot be playing scared. Because I think as soon as you put in a position where Zedwolf has to hold back and isn't able to channel that energy, yeah, he's going to suffer in terms of performance. So it feels like, look, they've just let them reign free, do what they want, and in these games they perform. It has helped that some of the circles have headed their way, and again, for the second time on Miramar, we're getting an eastern shift on the circle over towards El Azahar, which is where they start their games. But again, at this point in time, they are just sucking up points towards that top side, making it so very difficult for these teams underneath who are starting to sweat bullets now, trying to get in the lead.
DRX spotting out the drive-by, TJB. They put a few bullets into the back of the bumper, nothing that you can't buff out. You won't be too bothered as they do make their getaway and avoid the potential for a stray bullet to cause issues early.
You boys on the western side all need to move in. CAG Osaka taking their last game on the chicken dinner due to a pretty decent rotation, honestly. They just were aggressive with their initial rotation, went far into the circle, got a central spot, played around Besiktas Black, and were able to channel their victory from there. And it wasn't to say that they weren't harassed heavy by brute force in that late game, but they were resilient. And they took those nades on the chest, bounced them back a bit, actually.
Had the metal skin on that one. No damage being done to him. Bypassing the potential of a really upsetting game and actually making it look pretty good towards the end of that one. So we've started to have good optics for a fair few of our squads.
Wow. I mean, to be fair, that is just one match. So that's just their last match. Average elims at 14 would be insane.
Can they do it again? It would be unthinkable. It would be remarkable.
Right now, I think for brute force that they would like to do it again. There's teams all the way in 7th place right now that could take position over them. I mean, Tongjiabao at 32 points. Heading up from there, you've got 4th place with Team Falcons at 36. Brute force currently in that 3rd place position with 40 points. So they're not safe right now because 2nd place is currently 15 points ahead. So they can't just have that. They can't be a one-game, one-wonder team, right? They need to just keep pumping that performance. And I think that game's a sort of match where it gives you some of that confidence back, you know? Makes you feel like, you know what, we are good at this game. And I think the main thing is that the rest of the squad should be feeling pretty brazen with the fact that, guys, we can't let Freezer have all the action, have all the fun. This guy's new. He's new to the scene. He's come up, entered into international tournaments. He's making the rest of the team not look bad, but they've got to show that they're the veterans on the squad.
Show those optics, much like the optics on the long-range snipe here. Rook dealing some damage from a distance. But no, I agree with you, man. It's one of those where it feels like he's come out swinging. He wants to prove that his benchmarks can be so high so early into his overall career. Taking down very strong opposition whenever they're thrown towards him. And Rook committing on to the knock as they will be able to dispatch that man.
Yeah, for Besiktas Black, losing Kakali like that, one of the good off-anglers, honestly, early on in the game. You know, 6th place right now, this could have been a nice game to put them in a position where they could shot up the rankings tomorrow. But losing a player like this early on in Miramar is pretty devastating. What are you doing?
Oh, Effect. Completely exposed. It's easy for the backstab and Spirit. You're going to be reeling to recover. You close the gap on this one. That's only going to lend into the hands of the DBS, but he does mind a quick turn and burn. He's able to at least trade back and take one-for-one blows.
Man, Naomi's got to be furious in that situation. DRX just leave. But they were so unawares. Quick switch in the back seat there with the bus, making sure he doesn't get hit. Doing their best at least, but that thing might go up in flames. I mean, Naomi's spray is pretty on point here, actually.
Consistent damage done. Even Inko taking a piece of the pie as you go from bad to worse on the rotate in. DRX hemorrhaging players now because of the angles that they're exposed to when committing to their getaway. And this has thrown them into a bit of a dire strait, already down to just 2 players, a duo for DRX.
Yeah, tough state of affairs. Team that's in, well, on that boundary in 4th place, going through from the survival stage. Not particularly how you like to end your day here. So a lot of our teams that are up towards the top side of the lobby are hemorrhaging players right now. Inco's got eyes on, Mini 14, long range. They're stuck inside these concretes. And the blue's going to push them out as well. So I'm pretty sure right now DRX is done.
You're going to have to run through that gauntlet. That is the Inco players ahead of you. One in the back line, taking shots as you roam. The rest, the trio that's just lurking up on the hillside, edge guarding you as you have to make your way in through the blue. Yeah, it's not looking good for DRX as everyone starts to make their move now.
Wow, big shift on the circle here, over towards the eastern side. We even have an island finish potentially with it heading all the way up towards that edge, but I don't believe that that will be the case. Inco is looking for more points here. They know that these are basically 2 freebies. Good burn on the Molotov too, as QXZ will get crisped up a little bit. There is a return fire though. Gary going down is really bad for them.
Ooh, survival of the fittest as well. Just as Nate goes around the corner, he's able to get the meds back out, top himself up, quell the bleeding, and recoil into a better position to play with the DBS. Inco wanted to clean up, tie up any loose ends on this one and make sure they scavenge these points and shut down DRX inside of this matchup. But the longer it goes on, they're starting to take damage back. You sit yourself up on the close angle, hoping they're going to come round and the big old pump can do some damage back. Quick bandages as well.
Circle's closing now. Both these teams getting very, very far away from the zone. It's a zone you typically want to be in early. Honestly, Jackie, not a whole lot of room in this one. This went from Inco, potentially thinking they get some freebies. It's becoming a lot harder. QXZ on a dirty angle with the DBS.
Oh, it's all about the timing. That's the bait shot. Fires out the first warning. Goes upstairs to link up with his duo, tries to turn around the corner, get the information from the third person. There's the clap back. Inco finally come in and are able to stop that one getting out of hand. It looked risky and it burnt a whole load of time for their rotate though.
Yeah, clean fight there from Inco though at the end. Did, like you say, look pretty risky at the start, but they clean it from both sides. And will force DRX out of position. Shudo gets himself an airdrop. This is Brute Force who are entering the circle on that northern edge. Moneymaker's not far behind, but Besiktas split up between them with Poser heading south past Pandem. And Besiktas toss pick over towards that north side. So a bit of a difficult round here for Besiktas.
Brute Force taking damage. Pandem being able to hit the shots on that. So Freezer's gone. You've got Mad Bulls as well. Locked into combat with their horns, hitting against E+ Kia. As the shots are being rattled back towards them, they dive in the vehicle as well, looking to close the gap, knowing they were trying to go for the res. It's a close nade, hoping that they'll get into that one and deal some damage with it. Ingish taking a lot of damage in the back as well. He's got to bail out now, tuck in behind the vehicle. High ground for Mad Bulls to work with, paranoia setting in.
English gets a little bit too close to the lightning, in my opinion. Will get struck back. The E+ Kid doing a good job to keep them at bay, but Tulika comes on in to isolate the open angle. Fleeka's out of the vehicle, but will get shut down straight away by Chip. Potentially he's able to keep him up. I don't think so, though.
Oh, he tried as hard as he could there. Smooth moves on the engagement. You lose a player from it, and there might even be more to be said. They've got the angle down, spamming bullets around the corner of the vehicle, lighting up Tulika. There's the dive to bait out the crosshair as well. The vehicle detonates Tulika, knocked on his last legs, closing the distance, shotgun in his hands, wants to rattle off the warnings and turn them into a real exclamation mark on this one. And suddenly, there's only one man left, pelting out nades, knowing he's done damage, sure, but he's still got to survive his way through this. An uncomfortable fight to be in on the P-Cup gets one. A slight reset, an opportunity to try to dip into cover, get the heal out, a 1v2 to fight from.
Nice molly. The vehicle slowly heading down the hill, and that's Mad Bulls done. D+ Kia survive what should have been an easy cleanup for the Mad Bulls. D+ on this side, but an F- for Mad Bulls on that push. Dear, dear me. That could not have gone worse. Molotov outside. Rook will take the brunt of that there. Another nade, but there's so much damage pouring back out. In comes reinforcements. Nice shots from the back line.
It's clean trades at the minute. Either one of them dealing damage. Oh, the reinforcements arriving and the up-close fight gets a bit awkward. That SMG pelting bullets round the corner. The rest of the squad for Rook looking to try and reset a little bit. Harame Bro, they've got a window of opportunity to play for the res. Get his teammate back up, but the nade going over denies the potential on the doorway. They can't make a clean exit from it. Rook really taking a beating now. Quick reloads, trying to reposition and use the high ground. See if they can take the beak. Oh, through the sides. Hang on a minute. He's so low in the engagement. Mirror matchup on the movement. They both drop down. Quick bandage pulled out.
This fight's messy. Like bolognese and me in a white t-shirt. Rook trying to get this one done, but it has been difficult as Bro Harame has been doing a fairly decent job with the nades to hold them back, and another one bounces around the corner. I think another team might have just joined the engagement too, though.
Look like TJB, Tongji Bao, finding opportunities to strike from the sideline. Now they're going close. They know the players are weak and they want to clean up on those lower targets. And TJB, they make the first move and it pays off. The timing on the fight was clean for them. The final man just trying to bail out and get away. So low on health, he knows he's got to run. Federales gets himself into a slightly better spot.
Really nice third party there from Tongji Bao. I mean, the fight was taking so long, you would be remiss to think that no one would have joined in on that one. For Tongji Bao, that's just a case of free placement. IWNRX tries to save the points. Swain's in the water. But their points are very much above ground right now, so I think they can afford to have one bad game, I would say.
Everybody gets one with how their day's gone. They won't be too defeated or upset off the back of this one. Swain more like Swan as he's sitting in the deep blue, waiting for his opportunity to make the move, trying to keep his head down. Top's got such a freebie on this, though.
Yeah, he cannot get away from this one. Inco, D plus Kia after their pretty awesome hold versus Mad Bulls, who kind of just sent themselves flying down the cliff face and into the chasm below. IWNRX will be finished off there. That's their final game of the day. Still able to put 2 eliminations up on the game anyway, so ending this first day with 73 points. They're going to have a real bad day tomorrow if anyone wants to knock them out the top 4. Highly doubtful, though. This circle very much controlled by Twisted Minds in a nice compound towards the center here, but a high ground to play around with. Twisted Minds, though, just don't strike me as a team that's going to be able to defend this. Time will tell, though.
They've had good splits. They've had good third parties. When it comes to them being the focal point, can they withstand everything that's thrown at them from the other squads? Pandem, 24 points currently, 3 elim points racked up inside of this one. Bit of an off angle, peeking over the top. Looking to assess the move in from Moneymakers. Talking of moving, Falcons, they've been clocked by Moneymakers. They know where they are now.
Yeah, Moneymakers on the back line here. It's not a bad spot, to be honest with you. They're getting pushed in by the circle, Jackie. It's tough. It's a tough scenario for them. And there's so many sidelines towards their position as well. You can see if they can potentially maneuver along the beach here, scatter some sand in their wake, but again, they'll be waking up a lot of teams around them when they make that move.
The Inco crash, it's been something we've seen a few times today. Close angle, 7, looking to make the move in, shotgun in his hands. All right, D plus Kia, can you withstand? So far, so good, as they're able to isolate both of these engagements and rattle their way through the Inco players inch by inch. They clean up on that one. A dive from Inco that results in their demise.
D plus Kia must be incredibly confused right now, I would say. It feels like 2 teams have just sent themselves to their doorsteps to just be given points away to them. This was a nice crash from the Moneymakers. Falcons were on a wide split on this coastal edge. Moneymakers isolates one of them. I believe they should get all players back up again. So now typically this is now a 4v3 on this eastern side. So that's a nice play there from Moneymakers. Might open up an opportunity in this game. Falcons feeling a little bit more worried now, just down to 1 player.
All on Icy off the back of the shot that landed right between the eyes for Top and took his top clean off. Icy with the nades going in, almost directly on target. You get that Icy versus Icy fight, but which one? as the colder blood in their veins to keep the composure in their head-to-head. With a backstab round the corner for Moneymakers as well, it should just be a formality to finish this one off without Falcons doing too much damage back.
Besiktas has kind of been very quiet on this one. You sort of understand why with the fact that they're playing with 2 members. How many is it going to take, guys?
Seems like in the end, it's just Koa's weapon that was required as the SMG cleaves round the corner, and that's what finishes off the Falcons then, taking them down.
Moves over the Molotov there. Seems like Icy's feet are dead cold as they put out the fires underneath him. D+ gear down towards their south side. It really is this focal point on this eastern edge. Inside, big old urban finish. Nice shot from Poser though on the back line. Havlik might just get finished off here. Immediately there's a smoke placed down. Are they gonna let him get away with it? Just pre-firing the angle. They want to get Havlik back, but he is finished off by one of the Twisted Minds players.
You can see on the player cam as well, Havlik furious going down in that scenario. The emotions starting to run rife now with how important this game is going to be for some of these teams.
I mean, they've been given an opportunity here, and it was a good rotate. A nice smash into Falcons as well. Feathers going everywhere. And that could have been the moment, but they are taking many casualties. Down to just 2 players now. Frustrating match for the Moneymakers. This could have been a big one for them. Twisted Minds playing on really good high ground here. Great oversight to a lot of these teams who are trying to make it through on that coastal arena. So I like that from them. They're not just focusing towards that urban area of the map. They're also focusing towards these teams that could backstab them later on. So good plays. With Obscure playing up towards that northern side, he has eyes on towards those teams on the west. So yeah, nice little game here for the guys over on Twisted Minds. Team Spirit, probably the furthest we've seen them into any match so far.
Yeah, they've kept themselves alive in this one. But as we've seen over the course of the day, it seems like the second they're on our screens, the opportunity for them to start to dissipate is right round the corner. This time, no Nomi does get the nade off into the TJB compound. Blows one man down. You got the backup from the side as well. Nades in the back pocket, using those smokes for the defense. What remains of brute force is also lurking just on the outskirts of all of this commotion that's going down. And CAG Osaka are moving in, closing that distance and seize the opportunity that's been presented from the engagement from Team Spirit to get a couple more points from this one. D+ Kia also get the knock back onto Old Boy.
Cleaning up the final members here of Moneymakers. Just one left in Icy. D+ Kia has had a hell of a game here. And it just feels like everything's fallen into the right places at the right time and the puzzle sort of completed itself for D+ Kia on this match. I mean, I bet they're pleased. Give them a lot of points here they really wanted. 9 elims so far. But again, here's this angle from Twisted Minds. Once again, being very, very instrumental in this game.
Proactive with their peaks. They saw the opportunity. Wheeled the attack from a distance. Got a nice little bit of chip back onto the DK Plus side. Zone moving in as well. Kagosaka just on the outskirts. That lone ranger for brute force. He has just been keeping his nose clean. Does not want to get stuck into any fights. And this has been one that's going on for quite some time. You saw the initial opener that came out from Team Spirit, but since then, TJB reset. CAG Osaka couldn't commit to it. Besiktas as well. Further down now. Just a duo to work with. They could still have a good day of things if they play their cards right.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable from Team Spirit as well to back off on that one. I think as soon as they started to see the nades coming from another team, they didn't want to be locked inside that compound. We saw what Tongji Abao were able to do when a fight broke out in that area. It's a good nade immediately, and a great molly as well to cut him off from the escape. That is very nice from Tongji Abao.
It's a massive follow-up. Great use of the utility, and the comms are clearly on point for them, even trying to split their minds between 2 of the fights that could potentially come from either angle, focusing heavily onto the CAG Osaka side with the constant barrage of utility that's going over, forcing them back. Nomi still just lurking on the sides.
I mean, they could push up, could Team Spirit, actually, whilst Tongji Abao has focused so much of their attention over towards this western edge. There's still an angle from behind here in Apollo. And just trying to spot out some players that overstep maybe the boundaries. funnily enough, not able to clean out that player just yet, and there's potential now for maybe a res, but the TJB util does not run out.
They're putting an X on their backs. So much commotion, so much noise in this one area. D plus Kia seeing another opportunity to start to make their way in. That'd be the backstab onto Team Spirit as well. And the high ground of Twisted Minds could still find some more lucrative success throughout the flow of this one. You talk about high ground though. D plus Kia putting themselves into a pretty good position. You've got a bit of a block from the backhand side. Up close and personal though. TJB, again, it's the nades that open up the engagement versus CAG Osaka. They don't want this team getting anywhere near another second chicken dinner today.
Garnet trapped in the net between the guys from Tongji about. Got him dead to rights. Team Spirit so quiet though in the meantime. Lovely smoke wall set up here. Chudo even pops up. Will take down Garnet, potentially steals away the elimination, and that's one more in the back pocket for Brute Force.
That's what he was waiting for so long. At no point did he reveal himself. At no point did he pop up. A little hello, just to say goodbye to that one man in front of him. Now you're paranoid. You're at least suspicious about where his position could be. Besiktas still moving up as well, getting a bit closer in terms of the angles here, right in the face of Pandem. And they're going to be able to make quick work of that one, diving around the corner and denying any sort of shenanigans.
Yeah, Pandem sort of in a situation where they look confused there. Besiktas Black come up very quickly from that location. A two-man team that's been playing on this edge for quite some time. D plus Kia vaulting their way into position, but again, these Twisted Minds position up on the high ground, super good. And they've extracted a lot of value out of this game just from that high ground spot in the first place. So very much liking this Twisted Minds position. You see a lot of teams will try and play on here and they do absolutely nothing. However, Twisted Minds have certainly secured this location with the circle heading further that way. It's feeling more and more like a Twisted Minds game.
They're getting set up for it. It's just about the plays that need to be made. Don't overextend. Don't give away the benefit that you have from this high ground. So many teams aware of the potential now. And it's a hard rotate here. You can see on screen, trying to actually bypass them, using the smokes to make some kind of temporary cover to get yourself out.
Problem for me is Team Spirit, man. We saw that last match where they were stuck in a location and the blue pushed them in and they had so much indecision on the squad. So much so to the point where they just didn't do anything and went down off the back of it. So for Team Spirit, there needs to be something here that urges them to move. And here it is. As they head further into the circle. D plus Kia's waiting for them though, but it's just one solo.
One man, but he can still get a lot of damage done. Nades in the back pocket as well. CAG Osaka finally started to make their move, and from a distance, consistently, they're taking damage, and that's how they go down. The solo for Brute Force. He's been playing brutish in these encounters, stealing elims here and there wherever he's given an opportunity. TJB also feel the infliction from the Pandemonium squad.
Try to move out, get further up, but nice shots from the solo here. Not many smokes after that entire smoke train that they set up just to try and deal with the guys on CAG Osaka. In come the rest now to shroud their player out in the open in front. But I think the damage has already been done. Long nades out the front, get the airburst on one of them. And now he's sent back. I think he has to play a little bit more passive now on Panda. But up to 5 eliminations, it's not a bad match. And Chudo, still going, man.
Still alive, still kicking. Oh, the top of the hill, proving again to be quite a powerful position for Twisted Minds. The nade dropping in. You get that first one off, but there's no clear line of sight, no reason for him to overcommit to the opening damage that he got there. They know how powerful it can be, just biding their time, waiting this one out somewhat. What? TJB with a turn back around as well. Uh-oh.
That's tough. I think he just got rezzed, an immediate headshot as he popped back up into action. Twisted Minds finding shots over towards Besiktas. Question for me is just how much ammo remains. We saw that Hygor is out of nades now. Chudo living on a prayer right now, literally. In comes GK first to finish off this player. Could be a nasty nade that comes out the window. Tries to rebound it, fails.
There's two more in the back pocket. Footsteps being heard. Ooh, looking for the turn around the corner, baiting out the initial shots, trying to make him waste the magazine. but he gets wasted. No more pandering to be had there as he's down at all eyes. Just on Judo trapped in. Brute force, they've been somehow weaving their way through this. And they are lucky to have this man still alive. So low on health with the nades consistently battling down on him.
I mean, a top 5, I don't know how he's surviving these nades, man. They are so close. His buggy is close to exploding as well. Has to drop out. Tries to get the shots back onto him. Obscure's worried. Only has the micro Uzi and it's very little on ammo here. Can finally get a bit of a reset on this crate underneath as they come off the top side. Now Twisted Minds start to play on the low ground. TJB and Team Spirit now in a 3rd place position. This is huge for this team. But again, it feels too late, Jackie.
It seems like that expiry has already come and gone. Is this the start of maybe a new day tomorrow for them? Or will it still just be a blip? TJB, can they do something with the duo? The only squad that's down to just 2 players at this point. They have been constantly thrown from pillar to post in the fights that have been breaking out here. Whereas Twisted Minds, they've been allowed to live their movie. Only take the opportunities they want to go for. Like you said, though, the one detriment has been the actual ammunition and utility they've had available to them. They had to share the scraps that were scavenged off of the boxes.
Final zone now. This will close in until all teams are enveloped in the blue. There's a timer on this game now. For Team Spirit, they need the chicken dinner. They need the chicken dinner for a hope in hell that the sun does rise tomorrow for them. For TJB, a chicken dinner would mean leaping up into that top 4 now. They're currently in 6th place, really not that far behind DRX with 37 points, currently tied with Team Falcons. So a lot on the line for both these teams. For TJB, it would mean a top 4 finish at the end of day 1. For Team Spirit, on the other hand, it would mean a slim chance tomorrow.
The potential, that's what they're playing for. A chance, an opportunity. Twisted Minds, in a similar kind of vein, looking to move up. They know who the real target is, who the real problem is. It's Tongji Bao, lurking down, trying to play on this 2 elevation split. 1 player with the DBS right below here. Obscure, focusing more so on the backside in case there's a cheeky peek up. Nades raining down from the rest of the teammates as well. Spirit don't want to overcommit until they can guarantee themselves a good opportunity to take the fight. A little bit of chip damage done. Somewhat low here. If they go for the drop down, Obscure, the sheer rate of fire he could have, he could clean his way through that man. But they get the heals back off, playing with the smokes. There's the nade up. Obscure taking a little bit of damage. Spirit thinking maybe we can move in on this. We'll throw the nades round the side.
This is a good corral from Team Spirit. Might open things up. The drop down comes through. There's the DBS shot. Immediately though, what's this? 1 player from Team Spirit is down. Just 2 remain and Twisted Minds might have nailed this one.
Looks like they're in good stead for it. Tongji Bao relying on just the DBS's stopping power. Slug after slug is all they can rely on. Kitsune and what remains of Spirit, the brothers in arms, can they stand strong against Twisted Minds that are turning the needle? Looking like they want to shut this one down. They've been in the driving seat for so long throughout the flow of this game, and they want to make sure they're the ones that get the glory at the end of the day. They're looking for the drop on it. Obscure, deciding if it's the right time to go. Molotovs over the edge, putting so much pressure on them. They've got the better angle to play with, but they're forced to drop down. This is when problems could arise. Kitsune recoiling further back. Tongji Bao out of commission. The elevated ground still working for Twisted Minds. Drop down with a shotty, unloading with the buck, looking to commit onto it.
Kitsune, no! Isn't able to do it. A perfect drop from Twisted Minds though, dude, onto the elevated ground. They had a plan. And this mine was not twisted. They had it straight towards the end game.
They kept it consistent. They knew what they wanted to do. And their play style flowed through the entire duration of the game, finding elevation and movement that blessed them for a chicken dinner at the end of the day. Twisted Minds.
So much opportunity for potentially the guys on Team Spirit to just have that one in the bag. They were in the center of the circle. It all came crumbling down as soon as they made that leap like Batman onto the catwalk. That was unbelievable. The amount of times that Twisted Minds might have gone down in that match playing with little to nothing in terms of utility, in terms of ammo, yet they had such a massive impact on that game. That was very, very well played.
They made concessions the whole way through, scavenged ammunition where possible, and made each and every piece of their utility count to close down the last game of the first day of survival stage with a huge chicken dinner and potentially a pathway if they can maintain.
Not only that, I think they might have just killed off Team Spirit with that game. Tongjiabao must have got quite a few points as well, so that sits them back into the top 4 at the end of the day. It's not the worst result in the world for them, but man, I think it was just this play on the side. I think it was Nomi who got shot out as he peeks over, and he was the linchpin on that fight. He just peeked over too much here, and that's what ends up losing them the game. He tries to drop back down for the teammates. Naomi starts things well, but this was such a crazy drop down.
So close towards success. So many targets to prioritize. The DBS ripping and roaring, but in the end, it's the Twisted Minds that claim it.
The fact that they were able to just kind of stall that one out and then drop players down one by one, I think it put the fear of God over into Team Spirit. They just weren't sure what to do there. A really, really tough game. And I think Team Spirit, they tried their best at the end of the day to get some momentum going, but I think that game is not the type of game that makes you feel good going into tomorrow. It's just not. So I think our eyes will just be on different teams.
I think so. You know, they had the potential, a bit of an opportunity where maybe they could run away with things, but that one's not going to make you smiley blank.
No, it will not make you smiley at all. Look, man, I feel bad. This was the game for Team Spirit. It's where I had hope, but my hope's gone now. However, I hope that the desk potentially has a little bit more hope for the teams towards the top.
Of course we have hope, Smiley, Blink, and Jackie. Thank you so much for bringing us the action here in these last 3 matches. And yes, Team Spirit so close, yet so far, unfortunately, not able to close out this game.
Get away.
Why can't I come to that side?
This is ducks only.
Ducks?
Yeah.
Yep.
Max, what are you doing?
I'm a duck too.
Okay. So to me versus 3 ducks. I think I'm going to lose this one. But you know we didn't lose this one. Twisted Minds!
Twisted Minds!
Hooray!
I think, of course, actually looked back like, where's he pointing?
Who won? I don't know.
They take on the win. And Max, you called it. You're like, jump on the bridge! Jump on the bridge!
I said it as a meme initially. I was like, they're not going to do that. And then they actually go for the bridge play. And it was dead center. So taking themselves to win. Good job. And just rain down points on Team Spirit at the end too. I don't know. It was a weird finish.
It was a great finish.
Great finish, but weird.
Team Spirit, by the way, a team that needed the points. Only 11, though.
Well, more points than 5 for the previous game.
That's
so
more than they had total so far.
Yeah.
7 as well.
Yeah. Good for them.
D+ was sweeping the East, by the way. Like 9 eliminations, only 3 placement points. They were getting so many fights early on, so good on them.
They've had 2 really good Miramars, to be perfectly
Yeah.
honest. And I mean, coming in from somewhere like Partona in the previous one, etc., and things like that, does take quite a while. But overall, I like the way Twisted Minds played this one. Constantly holding on to the high ground is very strong over this kind of factory area that they were able to hold on to. And they were able to make it work from there. You saw as they were able to get a few pickoffs here and there, just cleaning up teams as they were coming into the area.
It's good to see TJB Esports also being able to get some eliminations. That was a big question mark for me for this team. We know they can definitely frag out, but it was a little bit offsetting during group stage. 5 out of their 12 matches, they ended up with 0 eliminations, so it's good to see TJB finally getting those elims.
But Inco, man, it's not been their day.
That was an assault? What was that?
So now I know why he wanted to come on desk here for the last segment.
You know what? I even pushed for him to be here.
But what about Inco? Huh?
What about Inco 7? I don't.
Inco got 3 elims. What do you mean? Nah, but I mean, we kind of talked about it earlier too, right?
Yeah.
The way they have played throughout the whole day has just been so slow. They're not willing to adapt from those slow rotations.
I got your back 7. What about Falcons?
What about Falcons?
Well, they're doing all right throughout the day, so, you know.
Start of the day was good. End of day, Inco kind of day.
End of day. Second half of the day, we didn't see Falcons at all.
Yeah. Team Spirit, drop them again, please. Do it.
Wait, whoa.
They might.
Steady on. They might win. No. Never mind.
What about Mad Bulls, though? They were also down there, unfortunately, on points. A team that Max recovered in CSA, we had very high expectations for. I know, Kalaris, you said you didn't expect them to kind of be as low as they were at the end of group stage. Zerich, who was like the player for them back in CSA PMSL, I feel like he's been non-existent.
Yeah, I feel like they haven't been able to go back to that old sweeping edge playstyle that was so successful in CSA. I don't know what is happening internally for the team, because we know they have the fragging power to perform at this stage, but they're just playing something that was not really successful in the group stage, and it's just not working out today either. I don't know.
During group stages, we saw Tulika being able to put out plays too. So yeah, not sure what's currently going on with that team.
4 players, yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I was expecting you guys to keep going into this one, but you know, if you want to end up the conversation there, that's completely fine. But to be fair, Clarus, as we were looking at some of these final zones, you were saying it yourself, it's really hard to predict who's going to win this one. At one point you had TJB, but then TJB ended up losing 2 players, which obviously turns the potential for them to win pretty much completely down.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult at that point. As I say, difficult to predict in terms of where the circle's going to go, which buildings it's going to end up on, even if there's bridges involved, which, again, is a very rare thing to actually see in a game like this. But as you can see, control of the high ground, very important. There were moments where I thought Twisted Minds wasn't going to win this one out, as a few extra shots you see as the jump shot comes down here, focuses on the player that was actually downed, and obviously you need to be switching, but it's very difficult mid-air to do that. So I can understand a little bit of the craziness going on.
Yeah, I feel like if the center of the circle moved away from the cliff, maybe by 10, 15 meters, maybe it doesn't go the way of Twisted Minds. But yeah, it was a really good position. You said it, the high ground was really strong, and they made full use of it while they still could play that position.
Okay, well, let's actually take a look if you guys missed on any of the matches today. We've got you covered. We've got our little daily winners graphic to show you who won which matches. And again, to see 2 out of IWNRX and 2 out of Kagasaka was very surprising. Even DRX getting a win in there was very surprising. But for like 5 out of our 6 wins, obviously Twisted Minds coming into today. They didn't play in group stage. Never would have guessed that these would have been the victories.
I'm with you. I mean, you kind of were talking about it earlier too, especially with DRX, with Kagosaga as well. Teams that weren't really willing to fight during the group stages, for them to actually take the initiative, start fighting as well.
Yeah.
Now, for tomorrow, I mean, they're currently set themselves really, really good to possibly make it to main stage. I'm now starting to think about IWNRX. What's going to happen with that team if they see an option to maybe start hindering a little bit of the play from some of the other teams, right? You know it like that, Team Falcons, if Team Falcons is not within the top 4, and IWNRX is at a point where they're like, hey, we're already going to the main stage. You know what? Let's make matchmakers even more.
Well, Clarus, I think this kind of feeds perfectly into what we said day 1 of PMWC. It's unpredictable of what team is going to win this event, and we're seeing that happen just in day 1 of Survivals.
Yeah, the quality across the board here is, I would say, relatively even in terms of who can come out and who can frag out. I think for teams like NRX, teams like Kagasaka, all they needed was one decent win on the board to really give them that morale boost to take on this lobby. And the rest of, well, I mean, a lot of these teams never really got that morale boost under their wings here. So it's going to be tough for the last day.
You know, Twisted Minds, they got 23 points in that last match. You saw them there in 5th place. And I was saying before, like previously known as Death Wolves, seeing them at PMGO is very unexpected to see them perform as well as they actually did. We didn't really have a lot of like background information on the team or how well they play on an international level. Then you go into PMSL Americas, and obviously, yeah, there's NA teams that you can walk over, but to compete with the best that Brazil has to offer, to see them now in 5th place here in survival stage, I don't think even they would have expected at the start of the year to be playing like this and to be able to compete against some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, one of the most competitive sections of this tournament. Of course, the finals are going to be a lot more competitive, but only top 4 teams making it in is going to be a tough one. So, like, they definitely did do well. Like, of course, you're looking at your Team Liquid, you're looking at your Alpha 7 from that region, but there is new blood in that region right here this time around in Twisted Minds that is showing that, guess what? We can perform and do just as good as the top dogs of Brazil.
There's still chances, though. For even teams all the way down to the bottom, like the fact that we've seen 2 70-point days from other teams, right? Like, if you think about to our group stage, we saw a 70-point day, NRX another 73-point day, which is insane. But that means that a lot of these other teams are capable of making this happen. So you could easily jump up tomorrow and try and strike out. It's just going to be hard now with that, what effectively will be a moving goalpost over at that 4th barrier.
At what point do we actually start getting a little bit scared from Tier Falcons, right? We saw them perform really well at the beginning of the day, and after that just kind of dropped off. They only have 7 placement points, 30 eliminations, which is good. But one of the big question marks for that team was the eliminations from all the other team, right? We saw Nerset being able to put up good points today, but if tomorrow, if they're not going to be able to get the eliminations, it could get really scary for them.
Where's top at, man?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, with how they're playing, I don't expect to see them in the top 4. And as much as I love the team, this is the worst they have looked in the past 3 years of their existence, right?
Yep.
Past
You're right.
Stalwart with Peak and Scry, with the new roster here with Nazed and Icy. they're just not looking the same as they used to. And really, with this kind of playstyle, it is not enough to perform on the PMWC stage.
As another person that predicted Falcons, I kind of have to agree. It's a little bit of a shame considering the potential of that roster. Then joining Falcons, one of the greatest teams, you know, it's
organizations in the world.
chance, the opportunity was just there for them, and it feels like right now it's being squandered a little bit.
Well, we are seeing, though, it's not too big of a gap, though, right? You have 34 points, 31-28, as we just saw for Twisted Minds. One win for any of these teams, except maybe Spirit Inco, unless they have a good elimination game behind that, they easily can jump into, like, top 6.
I still feel like they can definitely make the push. I think, what was it, top 4? The cutoff was right now at 41 points. If they have a good game, I mean, we just saw Twisted Minds being able to put up a good game. They might just put themselves into contention. But I feel like tomorrow, for those teams, it has to happen in the first 2 matches. If it doesn't happen in the first 2 matches, then they're pretty much going to be done for, which, at that point, they're gonna start playing like they got nothing to lose, because they got nothing to lose, which is gonna get a little bit worrying for the teams that are towards the top.
Did I ever tell you about Team Spirit's Sandhawk record? No?
Tell me about that. Yeah,
Please.
very interesting.
Do you think they'll hot drop tomorrow?
No.
I feel like they're going to do it. Like, you know Falcons go there. Like, I think they could do it again.
Is it possible that your curse has spread to Kalaris because you both picked Falcons?
Yes.
We've been supporting them for like quite a while.
Look at him saying we.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Me and this.
Well, let's move along here and take a look here at our Arcadia plays of the day. I'm hoping to see Z-Wolf in there with the Mini 14 because he was blasting players, but honestly, there's quite a few. You just start off with Z-Wolf, not the one I was expecting, but still, he was just dominating today. Though, if I remember correctly, he wasn't the one doing the most damage on his team. It was actually Kane.
Yeah, especially on this game, right? He had some amazing angles. You were talking about 7. It was just slow down all of TJB to make it into Second City. So, man, Kane looking amazing.
Yeah, that was
start
sick.
to finish.
The mini that shot right there, with the mini, that was so impressive. I didn't even think he was going to be able to get that shot, and for him to get it goes to show the way they're currently performing today.
Yeah, just as a small thing, I do like the adaptation of his kind of the amount of backpack usage he goes for with ammo when it comes to taking the Mini 14. If you're using a Mini 14, especially on Miramar, you're going to be getting knocks and eventually eliminations from a distance, therefore you're not going to be able to loot the body. So you have to keep a lot of ammo if you're just going to be shooting at everything.
Yeah, just play center, get a ton of ammo, and just keep spraying this entire match.
Correct.
Pop off, yeah.
Pop off.
Yes. We ain't the Power Rangers here, 7.
Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. No, that's the Ginyu Force.
Oh, wait. That's the Pink Ranger.
We're all rubbish. Oh, what are we doing?
Okay.
Green Ranger.
All right, let's move ahead to our predictions. For who the MVP of the day is going to be. Now, Max, this is your first time here on the show. What? Why are you looking like that?
I mean, it wasn't Seawolf?
No, that was the key play of the day.
Oh.
All right, I picked Z-Wolf.
I was going to go between like Kane and Z-Wolf. Okay, you know what? You're
pick
picking
me. Pick me.
I'll go Kane. Okay.
No, he's wrong.
No, pick me. Pick me. Seawolf.
Z-Wolf?
Z-Wolf.
Just to make it different, Kane. Okay, there you go.
Okay, let's see. Who is our Sony MVP of the day?
Yay! Max is rubbish. King of the bins. King of the bins.
Oh, that's me.
You're back.
I'm back.
So
I'm Max Man, King of the Bins.
I kind of have to take credit for that because I feel like I kind of baited him into the Kane pick.
No, but like they were going to pick. I was going to pick Z-Wolf, but
you're like,
you want something
you want it to be different.
Like that, if
He
I
loves
win,
Kane.
I can trash on them real bad.
That's
you know?
true. That's true. You're playing the odds there.
Yeah.
If you lose, it's like, yeah, we expected it. But if you win, you get to rub in their face.
Just called him King of the Bins.
We won.
Anyway.
That's a compliment. I'll take it. You know?
All right. Well, it is time, one more time today, to head back to the stage for the final time today because you know what? We're out of games, so we have nowhere else to go. Let's head on the stage, though, for an interview to see how the day's wrapped up for a couple of teams.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in the STC Arena after we wrapped up that last game, and I am joined by Frozen from Istanbul Wildcats next through you after an incredible day for themselves. Frozen, you guys went from 42 points in the group stage over the course of 12 games to 73 in only 6 games. What changed?
Frozen grup oyunlarında 42 puandan bu yani bir gün içinde kısa bir sürede 72 puan çıktı. Ne değişti?
Yani grup aşamasında şanssızlıklarımız vardı. Onları düzeltmeye çalıştık. Oyunlarımızı daha çok geliştirmeye çalıştık. Hani spotlarımız alındığı zaman oradan nasıl oyun kurar, başka yerden nasıl daha fazla oyun kurarız falan onlara çok çalıştık. Bir de bugün modumuzdaydık. Buraya çok hype'lı geldik ve bugün 71 puan çektik çok şükür. İnşallah devamı gelir yarın.
we were stolen of our spots, but we trained ourselves in the mind so that we could improve ourselves, and we managed to reach a score of 71, 72, which is going to continue, I believe, and we improved. That's for sure.
I like that. They were able to adapt from the group stage coming into the survival stage, and we see now what they can do when they are given control over their spots. So now, Frozen, when it comes to the team's mentality, how has that changed after a performance like this? 73 points again over the course of 6 games. Is the team's confidence high? How are they feeling?
6 oyunda 72 puan yapınca ekibin, takımın düşünüşü, zihniyeti nasıl değişti sence? Yani nasıl bir gelişme oldu?
Öncelikle takımımla gurur duyuyorum çünkü kaliteli olduğumuzu biliyoruz. Bunu bir önceki turnuvalarda da gösterdik. Grup aşaması dediğim için bizim için çok şanssızlıktı. Ama oyunumuzu burada toparlayacağımızı biliyorduk. Buraya o inançla geldik. İnşallah buradan finale de güzel bir oyunda gidip finalde de inşallah bayrağımızı dalgalandırırız.
So we were subject to some failures because of some unlucky moments, but we know that we are of quality material, that's for sure. And we're able to show it at this stage at least, and hopefully we will walk towards the end and make sure that our flag is up in the air.
Well, I mean, quality and quantity is what we saw from Istanbul Wildcats Nextruya in those last 6 games for day 1 of the group stage. So I believe we should head on over to Barney Banks with another interview here in the arena.
Very much. Sandstorm, quality and quantity. That is right indeed. And another team that is stepping up to the plate right now is, of course, Brute Force. I've got Prepod with me right now. Prepod, let's quickly talk about the group stage. It was a varied performance, but what were you guys struggling with in particular?
Our tactics was bad because we play very, very slow. It's not working on global events. So, and I was having some confidence problems. So after group stage, we fixed it. We speak with team 5 hours, and now you see we perform good.
Yeah, nice. I mean, your pace of play has definitely improved. You're playing a lot faster. The eliminations are flowing as well. Do you feel more comfortable now on the main stage, or what have you actually changed to today? Is it just a speed problem that you fixed?
We fix, I think, confidence. Confidence and discipline. It's key for the win. So we fix it and it works.
Confidence is key, that is for sure. You're currently in 3rd place, that final map as well, map number 6. Chudo managed to secure 4th place. That must have been a really important moment for you guys as well, for your confidence. So what are you guys going to do tonight to prepare for tomorrow?
Now I think we will go to chill, relax. After this to dinner, and after dinner we will have a meeting, team meeting, check map streams, and go sleep. That's all.
Nice, I love the breakdown, play-by-play of what's going on tonight. Prepod, I really appreciate you joining me for the end of day 1 interview. Best of luck tomorrow, okay? Final day of the survival stage. And with that, we're going to wrap things up by going back over to the studio where they can finish off day 1 of the survival stage.
Well, I think what Prepod forgot in there was he's going to go to dinner. We're going to come bug the hell out of them at dinner and eat with them and be like, hey, what's going on? Why are you guys playing so much better?
Yeah. And then they probably be like, we can't answer that.
Just going to say, let me eat.
Let me cook. And they have been cooking.
That's what it means. Jantasho. Let him cook.
You should go to PL.
You remember, huh? You remember.
Yeah, I do.
James is like, what are you guys talking about?
What's going on?
He was involved on that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all of you who are watching the PMWC, Violet, Thunder set, and SLK is out. And you guys can pick it up for yourselves. Maxman, you got it. It incorporates aspects of the PMWC trophy, and it celebrates PMWC 2024 and commemorates the players all around the world participating in this historic esport event. Make sure you guys pick it up. Aim high, shine bright. And Maxman, I hope to see you carry me with it one day.
I will. You want to play tonight?
It could happen, as long as Neptura's not there. And hopefully we get 7, because he's got some sick DMR shots.
He's going to carry us, though. We can't play with 7.
You're not wrong.
Outshines me.
My sniper shots are nice.
And then we get Claris using gyro, just whee.
I do gyro on a chair.
Whee. It did happen, and it was ridiculous, that spray.
Oh, is that car?
What can I say?
Also,
oh my God.
we have a survey going on at home that you guys can fill out. You can see down below on the screen. You can let us know your thoughts about the show. Maybe you want to see Maxman get sick again and come off the show.
Oh.
Maybe you want to see Seven get a little bit taller. Or maybe you want to see Kalaris get a little bit more buff. We can make all that happen. Fill out the survey. We love to hear your guesses. He's got the boom. You didn't see it.
No, they didn't want to go.
Dude, I told you he would be flexing
every
today.
day. Every
He
day.
said, no, today
Why do
I'm
you
not
want me
going
to
to
do
flex
this so much?
automatically. Ugh. Oh, man, it's so bad when I do it.
Don't worry, you got another picture to Photoshop your face on 7 so you can actually have some muscles for once. But thank you guys again for tuning in. It's been a joy, a pleasure having you guys watching. Max, it's been a joy to have you back as well. Hopefully your health continues to improve so we can have you every day for the rest of PMWC, with tomorrow kicking off for the final day of Survival Stage to find out which 16 teams will be playing for that $1.5 million. We'll see you then.
Yeah.
Alright. I can cross to yellow now.
Yes, you can.
But my car is dead.
Go exactly door. Kanka atarsan mükemmel olur bu arada kanka. Tam şuraya. Tam şuraya atarsan şahane olur Burak. Attım galiba bir tane. Dur bakayım. Bunu naklayacağım birine. Nice. Bak çok iyi bir kaldı. Birini seri atlasın Burak. Nice. Sağda kaldı. Bir nice lan. Oğlum ne oynadınız lan? Helal lan.
Приемет, братан, он тебя...
Нокдаун на втором.
Один зашел сюда.
Где? Толики помочь, Толики помочь.
Не-не-не, я отошел.
Давай, второй.
Он псих,
Подожди.
он
Малый
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? on a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
What they wanna live for. Why'd you prison me instead? Cut it, what's good from us? Escape what comes along. You two come upon to visualize who we are. Light, careless, no less, regardless of your mind. Destined to shine. Can I do what you wanna do? It's like a joke. My fear can't change my willingness in me. And wonder what they wish for, what they wanna live for.
For thousands of years,